Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian made for Australian conditions since 1926.
ladies and gentlemen. For those that have just rolled in, just finishing up the last couple of boats here for the practice laps. The first qualifier will kick off. We'll have a little bit of a break for everyone to get ready, get the timing sorted, and yeah, first qualifier will be ready to rock and roll. So we won't be too far off, and racing will get underway. Thank you. Please get all the LS boats to the dummy grid, please. LS boats to the dummy grid. I've got family and friends at home that are watching, who want to watch the live feed. The live feed's actually up and running now. If you just want to let them know, it's free, you don't have to pay. Keep out of the scams and the spammers and all that sort of thing. So you only got to go to the genuine V8 Superboats Facebook page. It's the only one to watch.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round 3 of the Australian Superboat Championship here at TEMORA, brought to us by Penrite Oils. I'll be commentating today. Mitch Royland And with me I have Jabez, who's very green to the V8 Superboat scene. How are you going so far there, Jabez?
Yeah, very good. Well, the sounds it's right up my alley, you know. This kind of horsepower and water. I'm keen to see this stuff and ask some questions today that are probably, you know, because I am a bit green, find out a bit more. Yeah.
Should be good, mate. Should be a good day's racing. A little bit of a different format to what we're used to here at TEMORA. Usually we start a little bit later in the afternoon, run into the night, into the dark. With the lights on, the lights are up, just in case it does get a little bit dark early. But mate, yeah, the paddock's looking pretty strong. Nice full field there, plenty of fast boats. What are your thoughts so far?
Really interested in the fact that there's obviously three classes. You tell me a lot about the LS class and then the Group A and then Unlimited. Ultimate or Unlimited, right?
Unlimited, mate, yeah.
Unlimited.
So the LS class being predominantly the beginner class, the entry level class, I suppose you say. It has taken a little bit of a turn. These LS boats, these LS performance engines, as we've seen in a lot of other motorsports,
have really proven themselves quite well. So you will see quite a few fast LS boats out there. You know, a lot of R&D going. The so-called entry level has stepped up quite a bit, but you know, it is still a beginner's class, so to speak. You can go in there, you can race to a budget, you can still pick up cheap LS engines, you know, LS1s, LS2s. The LS3s are a little bit pricey these days because everyone's cottoned onto the potential of them all. But yeah, so we go through that, which we will see up first. We've got the LS boats on the dummy grid there, ready to rock and roll once we're ready to start racing. Yeah, and then, you know, we'll see the Group A guys come in. We've seen a few of them already out there. You know, a couple sound like they're having a few little dramas. Others sound like they're pretty happy with how things are looking. And then we'll progress on to the Unlimited boats. Quite a few of the boys there showing a bit of speed early on in the practice, which no one wins it in the practice round, but they're still out there to put on a show.
Yeah, just to touch on the LS thing for a second, I've seen that. So you could be super entry level if you really wanted to. You know, maybe it's an LS1 with a cam, put it in, find yourself a chassis and race.
Yep, mate. The LS class, they run a controlled cam. Got a lot of stock parts, so to speak. Like, you've got to run specific pistons. Like, certain parts you cannot change, cannot modify. So it's to try and keep the costs down. There's still people out there spending big dollars building engines, but the idea is, yeah, like you said, you can grab an LS1 from the wreckers, bang it in. It could have 300,000 Ks on it. Bang it in, bang the cam in it, go race, and you know, you and a friend. The idea with the LS class, so the navigator and the driver can actually swap. It's the only class that we do that. So you can go out there as the driver, do your lap, come back in, swap seats, and the navigator goes out, does their lap. You become the navigator. So you know, it's pretty good to get people in, to get people going. You know, just to really showcase and keep the costs down. Try and attract people to it. So
a pair of mates could go halves in a setup and race, and it would be the one entry or be two. They'd be both entries.
Still paying an entry each, but you know, your travel costs have halved, your maintenance bills halved. So you know, it does make it affordable racing.
If you're the mate who maybe does some damage, you're going to fork out.
You're probably going to be spending a lot more time in the shed than the guy who didn't crash. So pretty good to see this weekend too. We've got a new LS boat into the class, a long time in the making with the little Psycho Killer. So as I mentioned earlier on this morning, the junior boat, which was Little Psycho, Kobe's outgrown that. He's about 6'5", so theoretically, yes, he has outgrown it, but he's gotten to the age now where he's got to step out of that. That's the junior boat is good from 8 years old through to 16. So Kobe's graduated and gone into the LS class now with the new boat he's been working on down in the KMC Performance shed the last couple of weeks with Danny Napick. They've gone out, they've done their 2 laps this morning, and to top that off, you know, a bit of a milestone there with our first junior coming through the ranks into the senior class. Kobe's navigator, my niece Eliza, was also a driver of the junior boat. So now that's pretty good to see as we see Ron O'Day in aggravation come up. So these guys showcased this boat last meeting up at Cabba, brand new package, had the paint on it, didn't have the stickers on it. A brand new pulse package built down in Victoria. The only hull builder, so to speak, that we have in Australia with pulse hulls. This one of the new ones in the LS class, really showing a lot of potential, these guys. Just got to get their head around getting out of their old sleek line fiberglass hull. This is all aluminium. So they're really out there, father and son team, like it's a family team, so to speak. But yeah, you've got Ron in there now, and you'll see Tyler come up towards the end of the LS guys when he'll come out and B drive. So Ron going through there with a 47.78. So the boys from down in Melbourne, from Panton Hill Welding Services. Ron used to race quite a few years ago, had a bit of a break from the sport, and he wanted to show the boys what it was all about, so they put a boat back together and come racing. And yeah,
it's a very good looking boat, nice and tidy.
It's nice, neat, very neat package, very good, strong little LS in there. So those guys, once they get a grip on that, they'll be pretty keen to show what we can do, as we see the Envious Racing boat all the way from central Queensland up there. These guys last meeting round at Cabarita was their first time racing the boat. They've done a little bit of a practice run here and there, but this is their first time out, actually, second time out now, sorry, actually racing the boat and getting back in. So these guys, James was around the sport many years ago. He's decided he was navigating for the Triple X team, and decided he missed the sport. So with the permission of his lovely wife, was allowed to get a new package and come back into the sport as a driver this time round. So good little family team. Actually thrown their hand up this time round. Round one up at Cabarita, we saw a couple of pretty bad accidents, and the drop bear guys sat out round two due to the fact the boat's not ready. But James and Lexi have thrown their hand up and said, look, you guys can jump in a B drive this weekend. So a good camaraderie there, throwing the drop bear guys in the B team. So we'll see this boat come back out with a different pair of drivers at the end of LS when the B teams come back out. So James going through there with a 59.11. So essentially that's just early on, not going out there to set any world records too early, but I'd say a little bit more confidence in the rotation. We'll see a little bit more confidence in the driving, and we'll see that time come down into the high to mid 40s, I'd say, mate.
Yep. What sort of numbers are we talking in the LS class? How many boats?
So this weekend we've got 14 boats.
Yep.
14 boats in LS. There's 5 in Group A and 9 in Unlimited. So the numbers down a little bit in a couple of the classes, but it's just one of them things. Not everyone can get to every event.
Yeah, it's a busy time of year as well.
It is a busy time of year. It's a beautiful time of the year. You wouldn't think it was the same day. This time yesterday started bringing some clouds in, and last night they saw about 10 or 12 mil of rainfall here, so
yep.
It's good to see.
I was out near Wagga last night and I thought I was going to float down the river. It was pouring with rain.
Yeah, no, I had a call last night and they said it was quite wet here overnight, so good to see. It's not too bad up on the hill there. Crowds rolling in. I've just been informed that the electronic timing board is just not working for this qualifying round, and it'll get reset for the next qual. So if anyone keeps looking up towards the timing tower and realises that's not on, that will be why. So for Q2, we'll get that rectified, and that will be right for you to keep an eye on as they cross the line for the split and also for the finish.
Mitch, for someone like me who doesn't know, how many qualifying rounds will we see for each class?
So we should see, it's either 4 or 5, mate. 5 today. So we'll go, qualifying will go through till about 2:30, where we'll see our lunch and our pit walk. Gives the spectators a chance to go through and have a bit of a look around through the pits and talk to a couple of drivers. A lot of them have got a bit of merch or posters to get signed and all that for the kids.
Yep.
We'll have a look around there, and then after we come back from the pit walk, the lunch break, we'll go straight into qualifying, which will be the top 12. Then we'll go into a top 6 and the top 3 after that, which will give us our podium finish. So we see Matty Harrop. So this is one of the boats coming out of New Zealand. Matty flies over as we see Ollie in the Group A side of things. A big ask for the guys. A lot of faith, a lot of trust in everyone to look after their stuff over here for them and get it to and from the racetrack. As we see Matty in the Moist As boat come through with a 43.20. So yeah, last meeting round we saw Matty get on the podium. This time round he's going to be pushing to get himself further up that podium, I'd say. So.
And does each round, Mitch, can you test for a couple and then really hammer it in the last one, that's the one that counts, or all of them progressively count?
Yeah, look, the idea is you want to try and qualify in the top 12 as best you can, but if you know you've got a top 5 boat, you can go out there and take it a little bit cautious, cement yourself a time and just get comfortable with the track. You might only sort of sit yourself 7th or 8th quite easily, but and when it comes to the top 12, you've really got to start leaning on it then. But a lot of guys will keep testing themselves, as we see Kobe, who I was talking about before, in the Psycho Killer. So Kobe just stepping up from the junior class, now getting himself into the LS class. This little package. So Kobe's won quite a few junior titles over the last couple of years. This is his first time driving a boat with somebody sitting beside him. So the junior boat was just like a jet ski being modified into a single seat with a seat and a harness and a roll cage.
So juniors are on their own, yeah.
So yeah, they're on their own. They don't have anybody else with them. So it was running like a Sea-Doo or the Can-Am style, which has got your 3 keys. So you've got your beginner key, your intermediate key, and your expert key. So but we saw quite a few expert V8 Superboat drivers hop in this thing, and they couldn't drive it that well. So the handling characteristics in the junior boat are a lot different to what we're used to here. So that's why you'll see Kobe very, he'll just be easing himself into this new package. Doesn't want to go out there and, make a fool of himself and sit it up on the bank. He just wants to get the confidence in it, and as he gets quicker and quicker.
I think we've seen a lot of forms of motorsport, the ones that take it a bit easy like that and progressive.
Well, you need to progress. If you go out there, it can be very expensive to go out there and, put it straight up the bank. We've seen a few people do it. They think it's a lot easier. Anyone can think this is an easy sport from the armchair or from the bank, but until you're in there hanging onto the steering wheel, it's a whole.
I think I'm already, in thoughts. I've got to bring my son next time because he would love this. This is such a spectacle in person. I've seen so much of it on YouTube or television, over the years, and
it's very similar to drag racing. You can tell anyone about Top Fuel racing, but until you go there and watch a Top Fuel car run, you can't explain it. You can't explain that feeling of the vibration as it goes through your whole body. Like, this is the same sort of thing, and to step it up to the next level and manage to get a ride in one is next level again.
I have no doubt, mate.
Everybody always asks the question, what happens when you're going down the front straight here, you've got a flat stick, you've got to turn 90 degrees to the left. You know, why don't they lift? Because these things do not steer if you take your foot off the throttle. They're like a jet ski for anyone who's ridden a jet ski. You need to have power on for the jet unit to work and to steer. So, you know, pardon me.
And you were saying earlier, maybe like 5G, some of these would pull.
Yeah, you can pull 5, 6 Gs through the corners. A lot of these superboats, like we'll see, you know, a couple of these twin turbo packages and that will really come down through them corners, and you know they're really hauling, and they just turn into that corner and just get back on that loud pedal. You sort of need to be on the loud pedal before you get to the corner to drive through the corner. If you can't drive it like a race car where you sort of could be roll time through the corner and then get back on the power sort of halfway to 3/4 of the way through the corner and power out. These things you need.
It's a bit like rally as well. Rally's a bit like that.
Rally's very similar.
Yeah.
A lot of people liken these to your rally driving a Formula One car on the times up there with the Formula One guys. But yeah, you're throwing it around, you're trying to navigate your way around. As you've asked me a couple of times this morning, how do you remember the way around the track? Like,
yeah.
You know, we get a map sent out a couple of days before. It's got a diagram, it's got a series of numbers, and you've just got to memorise your way around that. You do have a navigator, or commonly known as a navigator, there as backup. Some people heavily rely on their navigator. Some people just use a navigator as ballast to keep the boat level. So,
and what happens if someone does make a wrong turn? Is it qualifying? It's obviously over, but over that.
You can go and readdress that wrong turn and go back in and follow, and you know, you can save yourself.
But you'll lose the 4 or 5 seconds, or
you will lose that time. But you know, sometimes it's worthy of doing it, because I've seen it where, you know, in eliminations, you know, people behind you, the 1 or 2 people behind you, have put so much pressure on themselves that they do a wrong way or they spit it out as well. So, you know, readdressing and trying to finish the lap is quite important to do.
yeah.
As we see Kyle Elphingston come up here. So Kyle will be pretty keen to put on a show this weekend. Bit of a wrong way last meeting up at Tweed Heads. He wasn't very happy with himself, as you wouldn't be.
He's looking mighty focused in the.
He's got the race eyes on, got the race look on. There's another pulse boat that we'll talk about before. So very well presented, very quick. Designed and built here in Australia. Down at Kilmore, just out of Seymour, around that area, just out of Melbourne on the north side. Kyle will be pretty keen to go out there, and if you can go out there and give it a real good hard crack in the practice lap and get your rotation right, it gives you the confidence to really start leaning on it as we start getting into elimination, into qualifying and into elimination. So this one being the first round of qualifying, we're not going to see anyone sort of go out there. As we said, Kyle come in with a 43.46. So far, Matty Harrop in the Moist As boat with a 43.20 is the quickest we've seen so far, but nobody wins it this early in qualifying. So
I have no doubt those numbers will tumble as we go.
We're going to see these LS boats tumble down into the high 30s. So it'll be interesting to see as we see Rodney Norton come out in the hotshot boat.
The LS platform in motorsport around the world's really added. I come from a burnout background with summer nats and stuff. The LS engine has added this whole other level to the championship class at summer nats, where people can be really competitive with a motor that's going to be reliable too. And
yep. Easy to tune, brings that electronic tuning in. We go back to the Group A guys, like they're still running injection mechanical, so no computers there. you will see the guys plugged into laptops, but they're just checking data to make sure engine temps were right, making sure oil pressure's right. Some of them run the data to show jet unit pressures and things like that.
Is the LS class also got a specific fuel they use, like E85, or they use
they're just running just pump fuel at
98,
the moment, so just a 98 pump fuel.
Yep.
In the Group A guys, majority of the class they're running methanol.
Yep.
And then unlimited is either methanol or E85. So the problem we had a few years ago with the Group A class was we're all running avgas, readily available.
Yep.
Just go to the airport.
Right across the road.
Yep, right across the road. Or you could buy it commercially in drums. But when they brought the leaded fuel ban in motorsport, it brought in an issue with the drop-in fuel, which is like a C16 or something like that. It was, I think the guys were looking at it, ended up being around about 16 to 18 bucks a litre.
Yeah, wow.
So it makes for an expensive day of racing.
I remember
when you're going from $1.60 to $1.80 for avgas to nearly 20 bucks a litre.
And at the point of the evolution of all this stuff now, they're probably just as fast with this $1.60 fuel with these LS motors. And
100%. So they go back to methanol, readily available again. It's renewable.
Yep.
We're not digging up the dinosaurs to get it. We're fermenting corn and potatoes to get it. So, but the downside to the methanol side of things is you are burning 2 to 3 times more.
I do remember the smell of avgas though. My dad used to run it in his XR600 on the farm, so
It's good fuel.
many 30 years ago.
Yeah, it's definitely a good fuel. So here's one of the B-class drivers that we see. This is the second time out for this boat. First time out was Ron O'Day. This time we've got Tyler O'Day. Ron's son in there. So Tyler's driving getting a lot better. Previously, as I mentioned, they were in the sleek line boat. Tyler was very erratic on the wheel. You'd have to do a lot of steering inputs to try and keep the boat going straight, let alone through the corners. So in jumping up to the pulse package, his arm pump slowed down. He's not throwing the wheel around as much as he was. So getting a lot more confidence in the package, and they'll just keep working on their driving, and this thing will just get quicker and quicker as...
And motorsport, what a great father and son getaway.
Yep, good family.
Race together, yep.
Good family racing. As we see the B team for Envious, which is Laurie Howlett. So Laurie stepping out of, well, they didn't step out of the drop bear team. So they will be back. They've got another hull after pretty badly damaging the last one in round 1. So they'll get that new hull, new package together, get everything sorted, and they'll be pretty keen to get back in their own boat at the moment. Thanks to James and Lexi for throwing their hand up and saying, look, you're coming down here, you may as well jump in and have a steer. So it's always daunting jumping in somebody else's machine, and you can't really drive it like you stole it as much as you want to. You can't drive it like it's yours. You've got to remember that it's somebody else's, and you don't want to ruin their weekend. So, especially when you've got another boat at home that needs repairing, you don't want to be spending the time working on 2 boats to get back on the water. So, Laurie and Kaz here, they'll just go out and have a bit of fun, which is what we're all about, as they come through there with a 58.87. So,
I imagine too, with a bit of a bump, so you hit up the embankment and stuff, some of the work might be quite extensive to get the boats right again.
It can. So, putting a dent in the side of the boat, not a big issue. The sides are there just to keep the water out. Putting a dent on the bottom of the boat, big issue, because that's where all the work of the boat happens. So you've got your chines and everything underneath. You've got your delta. We can get into the technical side of things, but at the end of the day, you need to keep the underneath of the boat in pretty good condition, nice and smooth, and nice and straight. If you put a dent by hitting a bank or something, if you put a dent on the bottom side of the boat, it's got the potential of creating an air pocket, and once it creates that air pocket, it'll feed air into the jet unit, so it'll start cavitating. So what we call doing a burnout, turning the tyres.
Yeah.
The boat has loses its forward propulsion. So
it's really aerodynamics, I guess, underneath it. Almost
liquid dynamics. So
yep.
we try and feed the water in neatly into the jet unit. You want to minimise any possibilities of creating that cavitation or an air pocket or something like that.
It's really interesting seeing the different driving styles and approaches and stuff. Like, I'm sure there's been world champions before that have got ones like a win or bin, and the other ones maybe consistently smooth. And what do you see that's like?
So we will see throughout the day different hulls, different driving styles. Some of these boats, like the current boat we see out there, the Aitchison, it sort of drifts a little bit. They're renowned for that, whereas a lot of the new, it's quite an old hull design. We see a couple of the new styles, so with the Pulse boats and the Sprintex, very sharp in the way they turn. They sort of, very immediate in their reaction. Some other boats will
move
around
pointy front end, yeah.
Yeah, so point and shoot. Some of them you've got to start turning before you get to the corner. Some of them, will react straight away. As we'll see, Ollie come up here. So this is the first of the Group A guys. So Ollie coming out of New Zealand. So Ollie Silverton, current Australian, current New Zealand, and current world champion. So this is definitely a boat to keep an eye on. Although I think we've just given him a little bit of commentator's curse there. Made it around the top corner and had a bit of a flame out. So as we said before, when there's no power under that throttle, there's no steering. So not sure what's happened with Ollie there.
Right out to it though. I haven't seen this for the first time. There's coming from all angles.
Keen to get out there, probably keen to go for a bit of a swim, although that breeze is a little bit fresher than...
Wet socks means you're working hard, no doubt.
Yeah. They love it.
Yeah.
Aaron will be out there giving the guys their lollipop, which not always a good thing to get a lollipop from the safety crew, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. But just a bit of a flame out when you come around that back corner there. Not sure whether it's mechanical or whether that's just an electrical issue. So I'm sure they'll get it back on the trailer, get it over there. And Ollie brings his engine builder and a full crew over from New Zealand. They really get on top of these things and got a pretty bulletproof package generally. I've got Gordy sneaking in here, having a look at all the nerd stuff in here. Not your typical looking nerd.
Just checking for a bit of feedback.
He's a bit different though. Very, actually. But anyway, that's Gordy.
So you could be on a really hot run, have a stall, and all of a sudden no steering.
No steering, nothing. So as you saw, didn't matter what Ollie did with that steering wheel. As soon as that power went out, he come over that first island and gracefully though. There was nothing too big. So
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
after a
that
while,
side
I
of
guess no
things.
doubt the water would circulate back, even though it's all the way down there.
Yeah, so there is a
coming.
plug over this side. So
Yep.
when the racing's finished, they'll pull the plug. Water will go back into the dam out the back here, and it gives us a chance. So
And
the
you
grass
drain the whole track.
drain the whole track. So the grass grows down through the bottom, and it just the grass is designed to hold all the dirt together, keep everything nice and solid. So
Yeah, I'm learning a lot here today, mate.
yeah, no, that's what we're here for. Hopefully, yeah, you'll take it all in. Well, we've got a couple of seconds. I'll take a bit of time to thank the sponsors that have made the day happen here. So we've got Penrite Oils. I've been on board with the V8 Superboats for a couple of years now, and now they're an Australian-owned company and really like to push their product and push their sporting here in Australia. We've got Alan Ryan's Electrical, local electrician here, helps out a fair bit with making sure everything's operational, looks after the lights, and when we put the new commentary and timing tower in, really goes out of his way to help out wherever he can. We've got a new pumping system here for the sprinkler system, so the track looks nice and green and lush. Big thanks to the volunteers that come and help out on the days where we have working bees and things like that. Without the volunteers, it'd be hard to be watching. Thanks to Jody Ely for not being here and watching on the live feed at home. Just sent me a message, so you should be up here racing, mate. Get one of the packages that are in the shed. We got Kennard's Hire at Wagga. They come on board a couple of years ago, and they've been amazing, helping us out with equipment when we need to get things happening here. We've got Davies Auto 1 at West Wyalong. They'll be one to keep an eye on, guys. Jump on and follow them on the socials. They will be at TEMORA. They've been told they're coming to open up at TEMORA, so you will have a new automotive shop here in TEMORA. We've got Altora Ag, local farming guys. They're a corporate farm. They've got a fairly big setup here, looking after and probably employing a lot of people in the area. We've got Fuller's Earthworks. Earth moving, they always, the guys from Fuller's always happy to come and help out when it's time to do some work around the track here, drop everything and come give us a hand. The TEMORA Shire Council, the guys are amazing when we, give them a call, say we need to get something done here. And we haven't got too many local races in the area, so it's good to have the guys on board, the local Shire Council and all that on board. We've got Inner Sales as well. They supply the telly handler for our recoveries and setting up and packing up. It helps to have. So Inner Sales come on and help out where they can. So support the guys. No, Jody, not saying that. As we see Danny Napick out there now in Toughen Up. Funnily enough, Jody just sent me a message, and this is Jody's old boat that never saw the water while Jody had it, but Danny Napick picked it up and has really gone in leaps and bounds since getting in this hull. Danny, when he first came to the sport, was running what is now known as Psycho Killer, Kobe Burke's boat in the LS class. Danny was running in that and got the bug, came out of ski racing and jumped in, and he's, I don't know what's going on with the timing here, but there's quite a few names and all that on there that we don't need to see. We've got a 44.27 for Danny, so Danny will go back and work on that. He was a little bit loose around a few of them islands there. We saw Danny sort of overcorrect himself there, but as day goes on, I'm sure he will get that thing down into the high 30s. He's going to be hot on the heels of Justin, who we see now. Ollie, if they can go back and get that issue sorted, they'll be pretty keen to go in and really stick it to each other. We see Justin Roylance now taken to the start line in the Spitwater boat. Justin went out earlier and the boat sounded like it had a little bit of a miss, but sounding a lot healthier there now, that's for sure. Guys, this is the last round in Australia leading up to the World Championships, World Series, UIM Series, which will be held in New Zealand in January. So a lot of these guys here in Australia are really going to be leaning on their packages, really trying to get the most out of them and get as much R&D in as they can, because in a couple of weeks' time, these things are going to have to be in a container and crossing the ocean over to the land of the Long White Cloud, over there on our other little island, not Tasmania, but New Zealand.
I tell you what, but this year's moving fast. You're right, it is really close. It's only 12 weeks away.
It is. Like we breed all our forklift drivers and scaffolders over there, and they come over here and take them jobs on. So we'll go over there, and yeah, it should be some really strong, really tight racing over there. Looking forward to it. A few people are already getting their packages sorted and sent over there. I think the New Zealand Championship hasn't actually kicked off yet. They sort of run a different setup with their championship. They run it sort of over the summertime.
Okay.
A lot more. They compress it a little bit more. They haven't got the beautiful weather that we see. You know, we've got the benefit of racing up near the Gold Coast there during winter when.
Yeah, that must be a vibe.
Yeah. So they don't really get that over there. Like winter time is cold. So if you have a look at the trajectory.
I play a lawn bowls comp often in the Gold Coast in winter.
Yep.
And it's like you're in summer.
Yeah, it's summer at home is their winter. So, but as we see, Daniel Warburton up there now. So Daniel split a little bit off where Justin was, and Danny. So Justin and Danny, his split was going through with a 19.5, Danny was a 20.2. So, you know, the boys will be, like I said, they'll be starting to lean on things. Just get out there, get the confidence in the run, and they'll, as we start to get towards the pointy end of the day, we'll see the numbers fall and some hearts broken.
Yeah, the pointy end of everything is insane. Whether it's burnouts, drag racing, you know, it's boats. It gets pretty serious, right?
It does. The good thing with this type of racing is it's a time trial. So, you know, essentially you can't go out and blame the bloke for running into you or, you know, cutting you off when you're on your final lap. The hardest part of this sport is controlling your mind. Like, it is a very, very, you know, an empowering thing to get your mindset right. Now get your concentration right. Look, we've got jet boaters here, and I have no doubt we'll see it today. They can keep their concentration good for about 40 seconds. But the minute the second they cross that finish line, they switch their brain off and they end up on the bank. That's happened plenty of times. So, you know.
Because that will win you more rounds than physicality, or, you know, I mean, fitness is important, no doubt, but.
Oh look, we got some big guys out there that are racing around. You know, fitness isn't a huge thing in this sport, but, you know, weight is.
But that mental.
But that mental side of things, you know, if you snag a little bit of a bank, it can put you off for the rest of the run. You need to learn to block that out and continue on, especially when you start getting into eliminations, because what a lot of people will do, if they've had a little bit of an incident, you know, snagging a bank or, you know, knifing the boat and you know, washing a little bit of speed off, a little bit of time off early in the lap, they will overdrive it, and it'll end up bringing them unstuck later, because once you start overdriving it, you know, you're missing the apex, you're missing your turn points, things like that. So you end up, giving yourself a few more dramas.
I think I'd need about 4 turbos and about 900 cubes to get this body going.
Oh, you'd be very surprised as we see Jamie Welsh. So a few people that have been around the sport for a while, watching and up on the hill here, might remember this boat. It's from over pre-COVID days. We had Jamie from... Oh, the hands are up there now, so they've obviously got a bit of an issue. Not sure if the boat's conked out by the look of that. So Jamie coming from Western Australia, so they used to campaign a lot of racing over here when the COVID side of things sort of hit, or around the end of the World Series. They stuck to doing a little bit more just in New Zealand. and this is the first meeting back. So they haven't been away from the sport; they've just been away from the East Coast, and it's just got a way of luring you back, I think. So the guys have brought the boat back over. Jamie will be campaigning it with his mother Cheryl, who will be driving that. So this thing's got a twin turbo small block, around about I think the boys said around about 427 cubes. So, you know, this thing's making well into the thousands, you know, 1,500 plus horsepower, but they've got to dial these things back. You can't use all that horsepower. So they'll dial it back and probably running, you know, on tap there on the throttle. They might have around about 1,200 horsepower at use. So that'll get them into and out of trouble all day.
Yeah, and then that amount of horsepower too, say different from, you know, different class, the turning must be sharper because there's more power.
More power, so yeah, a lot more aggressive, a lot more reactive through the cornering side of things. You asked earlier, JB, about the depth of the track, so you can see the guy in the safety crew is still walking quite easily back there beside that. It's either he is a man mountain or that track's not very deep, so, or a combination of both. But yeah, so
just waiting when he walks out, a few mud crabs might be
stuck to him,
clipped onto his shoes.
Yeah, might have a few shrimp, but or prawns, whatever we want to call them over here. But yeah, so the track isn't very deep. The track is only like waist height on the crew over there now, so you know, that plays a big part in how these boats react. So if the track's quite deep, the water will actually suck from deep below and come up. With a shallow track, it actually pulls water in from in front and around as you're moving forward, so it sucks the boat down onto the water, which helps with...
Would drivers know the difference between tracks too, the way the water reacts at each different venue? Like one might suck a bit differently, you know, to pull
they
the
will.
boat.
So here, boats react a lot differently to, say, Keith and Cabarita. Keith's still fairly fresh. Cabarita's still fairly fresh water. Keith is a very saline water. So
the viscosity of the water,
pardon me,
will make a big difference.
So yeah, so with the water a bit more saline, it'll the boat.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
So then you go and put the LS package in it. So, you know, for around 40 to 50 grand, you could be on the water racing. And as we said, if you share that cost with someone, like 25 grand each to go racing, you both get the same amount of seat time. It's pretty good.
And if you took pretty care of the parts and stuff like that, you know, 2 or 3 years down the track, you wanted to say upgrade to the next class.
Yep.
You might get similar money.
Yeah, you'd still get your sort of, yeah. If it's pretty well looked after. We see TJ coming through here in Maniac, going through with a 42.02. So TJ really standing on that then. So we've got quite a few twin turbo packages here this weekend.
Don't they sound good?
They do. A little bit on the quiet side. Getting pointed at here. Oh, we got someone up in here. Rod's up in here. You want to have a talk, do you, mate?
No, it is.
Good. There's yours. So we got Rod up in here from the hot shot boat, which we saw out there earlier in the LS class. So I've been told there's a few people going to make an appearance up in here in the commentary tower this weekend to just have a bit of a talk about how things are going and how things are going with their boats, things like that. So how'd that run for you, mate?
Yeah, really good, mate. Really good.
That's good. Have you done many laps here at TEMORA over the years?
Nah, raced here twice before.
Yep.
But this is the smoothest, quickest rotation I've done yet.
Yep. That's quite a good flowing rotation. Still is a little bit of room for error, but TEMORA's been a fairly forgiving track, and it's known for its forgivingness over the years. Like nice wide channels there, as we just see Nutsy come through there with a 40.45. So, yeah, mate. What can you see might pose a bit of an issue out there, sort of later as the day goes on?
Not too much for myself. I just drive to my own sort of, as much as quick as I can go and as comfortable as I feel. And everything's going really good. So I don't see any sort of threats out there at the minute, apart from the other races.
Yep, no, they're not a threat, mate. You're out there racing yourself. If you keep going better and better, and you go faster and faster. As long as you're happy at the end of the day, mate, that's what it comes down to. But crosswash doesn't look like too much of an issue there at the moment. We've seen with this rotation over the years, as you come through in near the finish line here, crosswash can catch you out. But I think that's not posing too much of an issue here at the moment. As we see Tyler Finch take to the start chute. But is there anything else sort of boat-wise or anything like that, mate?
No, mate, no, the boat's going great. We're still just easing into the throttle at the minute, so we hope to get a few faster laps down. And,
plenty more spring left on that loud pedal, mate, to put a show on for the crowd later.
No trouble at all, mate. Yeah, a few little tricks up our sleeve to try yet, so.
As we just see Tyler just get caught up in that crosswash that I just spoke of. So as these boats start getting quicker, that crosswash will pose a bit of an issue. So we've seen sometimes when we go through, we're finished through the finish line going the other way, the crosswash sort of catches a few people out, because you can hit that same part of the track at a couple of different times, and depending on where you've been previously, that crosswash plays a bit of havoc. So obviously Tyler coming through there with a 40.65, so a little bit slower than what we just saw Daryl Hutton go out there in the Phoenix Lubricant. So Tyler's going to really progress this thing over the day, as Hutto will as well. So it's going to be a big battle of the turbos as we get going. But mate, the LS class, we've got a few guys missing this weekend, but what are you thinking so far? It's going to be some pretty tight racing up that top end. You think? Because last time round, I think you end up 5th or 6th in up 4th in the Righto. You made it to 4th, so you were sitting just outside the top 3 last meeting, and we've seen 2 that frequent on the podium not here this weekend, so. That giving you a little bit of confidence that we might see a little bit more action on that in that top 6, top 3?
Yeah, most definitely, mate. It's given us a few more of a bit of a chance to get onto that podium. So everybody's going to be really trying their hardest, that's for sure.
We're going to see garlic confetti get thrown around on the podium today, mate, or?
No, I wish, mate. We're all sold out again this year.
All sold out.
Yep. But you never know.
Very good. No, thanks for coming up, mate. As the day progresses, I might bring the mic down and we'll have a chat to you down on the end of the pits here, and we can, just have a bit of a talk, see where your mind's at as the day sort of gets a little bit further on, and you start facing a few challenges and really sticking it to where you want to be up near the pointy end.
No worries at all, mate. Thank you very much.
Righto, thank you.
Cheers.
All right, we see the little Mexican there. So that's a boat that's been around for quite a few years. Kenny was running Group A many moons ago and only just stepped back in. So it's got pretty sure it's an LS, like a 427 style LS with a Whipple blower on the top. So, or a Harrop, one of them style, just under bonnet. If it was in a car, it'd be an under bonnet style blower. Yeah, so getting back in. So we saw that thing get a little bit scared up at Tweed Heads there a few years ago and try and jump the fence, but minimal damage done. And
Yeah, that's got to be scary.
yeah, no, these things sometimes they do have a bit of a mind of their own, as we see Pete Munger, a local from up at Tweed Heads, probably the oldest man in jet sprinting. Well, as he just saw him just had a little bit of an oversteer there and nearly take the bank, but managed a nice save. So Pete had been around the sport for many years. Used to campaign the boat called the Hulk. Used to have the big Hulk hands strapped to the top of the roll cage. But he'd just be out there for a bit of fun.
I actually remember seeing that, yeah.
Yeah, so he's been out for a bit of fun, but the opportunity came up to purchase a new engine and a new hull, so he's put this package together and made it all work. And you know, we saw Pete on the podium last meeting at Cabarita, so he was very stoked with that. So he's going to be out this weekend and really trying to show everyone that wasn't a fluke.
I can see with some of the, you know, you say they're veterans and stuff, I can see that with some of the fluidness that they run through there and the confidence that they bring from, no doubt, years of experience running these tracks.
So Pete's probably one of he's probably spent more time upside down in that old boat than he did normal. But so far so good with this package. He's kept it. Like last meeting out was really the first time he got to go out. He's had some issues with starter motors, and as you can imagine, these high comp engines are hard on starter motors. So he did have a few issues on previous meetings, but last meeting up there managed to get it all together and put the boat on put him and his navigator on the podium and with a third, and they were very happy with that. As these guys have just backed the boat off the trailer, and looks like they've still got their start cable plugged into the boat. So they're going to put this back on the trailer so they can unplug their start cable from the side of the boat.
I can see definitely a few people rolling in now with some chairs and stuff.
Crowd start rolling in. It's a beautiful day. Make sure you keep hydrated and keep the sunscreen up. We've got a few food vendors and the ice cream man up there, so I'm sure
there's quite a lot of variety up there in food. I might take a walk later, you know. But
there's a low and slow cooked meats up there.
Yeah, you don't get a body like this, mate, avoiding all the food trucks.
Someone I just noticed out the back there, my ute's just driving into town, so obviously somebody needed my ute. Lucky I left the keys in it. Hopefully it's somebody from here. It'd be nice. But as we see, the boys rectify their wiring issue. They had extra wires on there that they didn't need. So in Spartan time. So
a few little snails on the back of this one.
Yeah, so this is just a fairly conservative LS package. Twin turbo package. So like we said before when we had a look at the boat, mate, probably just a low boost setup just to try and get that torque in there. But you know, it's cheap racing. We've got Mike here. I'd assume it's Mike out first.
You wouldn't necessarily want huge turbos because
I know it might be Luke out first. So Luke's out there now.
You wouldn't want huge turbos. Maybe some small ones get that early boost going. Come on real quick.
Yep, yeah, well, and this is the thing, huge turbos gives you a little bit more up in the top end of the rev range, whereas these things, you know, we don't need to get the revs right up in them. They sort of work better when the revs are down low. Not sure where we are there with the timing. As
I was just
little
thinking
bit
then.
going on here. It's all over the place at the moment, unfortunately. So Spartan out there now of Luke with a 49.93. So you'll see this boat out twice as well with an A and a B driver. They're pretty good mates. I think the bet's on this weekend on who can put the boat back on the trailer in one piece. Pardon me. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of rivalry just there between the two of them. Sorry, back on, mate. I just had to grab a quick drink. But yeah, so obviously, whatever that issue was that they had with the Natwell Racing guys, Jamie's standing here keeping an eye on things now with his mum Cheryl out there. So must have just been an ignition issue or a power issue, and it's shut the ECU down, and something simple by the sound of it. Cheryl takes to the start line here now, so...
Ergonomics in the cockpit would play a big part too, getting your seat right. Like a lot of people have it pretty custom, wouldn't they?
So yeah, so a lot of guys, and you'll see Jamie down here, or when you do the pit walk later, Jamie's quite a big fella, and Cheryl's not. Cheryl's quite short, and yeah, so having two drivers of different heights and different sizes, it makes comfort in the boat hard to do. You know, some people might just have like a seat insert that they throw in just to pad the shorter person or whatever out. You know, you need to have that seat in a position where both drivers are comfortable on the throttle. You know, you need to have full throttle to get yourself in and out of trouble. But you need to be strapped in for safety as well. Like we're running a 6-point harness, so you need to be strapped in there solid and not move.
And with that level of G-force too, you wouldn't want any movement in the seat.
As we've got Jamie just walk up in here now. So I'll throw the mic on for you. Hey mate, welcome back to the East Coast for starters. Good to see you back.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been 5 years or something, and I haven't driven for like 3, so it's good to sort of get some seat time again.
So last time over here, that would have been around, 18, 19 after the Worlds, and then sort of COVID hit. And
I was about to say, COVID sort of killed it. We got stuck in Western Australia and we weren't allowed to leave. So.
Yeah, mate, keep you sandflies over there, and now we've let you back out. It's only a trial run. We've just got a temporary passport for you to get back over here. But mate, what happened there? Your run out, shut down at the start line, electrical issue, or?
No, it was just too cold. We were just a little bit too quick trying to get everything together. We got out there and there wasn't enough engine temp in it, and when we dumped the fuel, it basically just put out the spark, and that was it. Right, it just happens if it's too cold, being methanol, being massive injectors, it doesn't like it. So we just need to make sure we get some more temperature in it from now here going forward.
Yep. So a little bit of extra time, get on there and. Yeah, be a little bit more prepared. How's it feel being back in the boat?
Yeah, good. It's good being back at this track. Our local track is nowhere near as good or up to good a spec, so it's good to actually have a nice, good, open track that we can sort of use our legs to our advantage.
Mate, it's great. You know, big raps to the volunteers, and you know, a couple of sponsors that I mentioned before, Fuller's Earthworks and Rand's Electrical. You know, they've put a lot of effort in here to get this track. Like a few years back, as you remember, you know, we had the big mound of dirt down the back there, and the fence was a bit subpar along the dam side there, and you know, it has taken a bit of time and a lot of effort, and you know, a lot of money over the years too to get the track back up to this standard. But this is probably the best I've seen it in a very long time.
Yeah, it's definitely really good, and this is sort of bringing it back up to like the world tracks that we've been racing at. So it's really good, and every time we sort of come back, it just gets that little bit better. So the sponsors and everyone that puts their time in here are well deserved. They do a great job, and we just love to be able to come over here and put it on the water.
And I'm sure you'll agree with me here because you've raced it, Keith, but when that new track at Keith got built, it opened up our eyes at a lot of these other tracks on where we really need to be. And with the AFJSA campaigning this track here, and with the help of TEMORA Shire and all that, it's coming a long way. There will be another World Series event here in Australia, so this is looking pretty good here for quality of tracks. So maybe that's where they're heading with that idea.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's good to get one track that sort of gets that little bit better, and it pushes the next track, and it pushes the next track, and we just get more professional every year we go along. So it's great to see, and it's like I said, it's great to be back racing amongst all these great people, and everyone puts a great show on. So it's absolutely fantastic.
Mate, we look forward to seeing you back out there once you get back out for Q2. Just saw Mum out there do her lap, and how long has it been since Cheryl's been in the boat?
Mum's been racing constantly in the West Coast, so she's been racing. It was just I was doing pretty good over there, so I thought it would be better just to give some other people a chance. And it wasn't really trying and doing pretty quick laps. So I was like, okay, well, I need to really challenge myself and come back here, and put ourselves against the best, and that's how you become the best.
So are you looking at going over to the Worlds in New Zealand, or are you just going to sort of hang back this year and really sort of spend the time getting comfortable on the East Coast again and look for 2027 more so? Or?
Oh, we'll have a look, see how we go. This will be a sort of a good indicator for us to sort of get back on, sort of see where we're sitting with the other people, and then from there we can sort of make a decision going forward from there.
Yep. Obviously, with Fonzie not here this weekend, it's going to really make that podium, a real push. We've got quite a few turbo boats, or twin turbo boats, should I say, there that are all sort of around each other in times and that we've seen the last couple of meetings. And then Tyler's come into the mix and really threw it out there last meeting. And it's going to be interesting to see where we fare with these turbo packages. Like the only non-turbo package I think there's two non-turbo packages in Unlimited, and you got Pete Munger in the number 96 mongrel boat, and Kenny Kesper in the Mexican with the blower package in that. And I think the rest of yous are all twin turbo packages. So
yeah, we all started to sort of go that way, but look, don't count the naturally aspirated engines out. They've still got, like, I drove one for years, and I know that you can push them to the edge, and you can put in some quick times. So like, don't let it be fooled. It's not done and dusted that a twin turbo package is going to win here. Yes, we've got more horsepower, but we also have to put it down. That's the thing.
You can't use it all.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, I think my first run was like 30% average throttle. Like, you really need to be on it, and you need to drive it a lot harder and a lot different when you're running a twin turbo. Where with the naturally aspirated stuff, you can really use all that power you got and really throw the boat around. So it's a very different way of driving. And yeah,
I know it's something like, so the little 410 package that I was campaigning for a while. Like, you're just driving that like a Group A boat. You can nearly hold it flat the whole track and really throw it around. Whereas, once you've got excessive power, you need to, you need to know when to get off the throttle and to get back on it, and you can lose so much time. That could be the difference between a full second in getting that judgment right. And
not only that, is every time you get on and off the throttle, it unsettles the boat, and that's in the turbo boats. That's sort of where we have to be really smart, is how we apply and bring off the throttle so it doesn't upset the boat. That's basically the name of the game, and trying to keep as smooth a throttle trace as we can.
Yeah, no, 100%. Righto, mate. I'll let you get back down to the boat and get ready for Q2. So good luck out there, and hopefully you get the temp into it this time. We can see what you got.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
See Matty Harrod back out there now. So, as I said before, Matty coming out from New Zealand, and he campaigns a Group A boat over there in New Zealand, and sent this one over just to really stick it out and get a lot more seat time. Matty looks like he's joined the town band there with a new trumpet package. That thing is massive. I think it'd swallow small children by the look of it.
It's big. That's a big intake. It's almost like a big injector hat sitting up there. I thought I was.
You want to hope a bird doesn't fly past. It'll go straight into the intake on that thing. So, but I don't know whether he's he's taken up a role in the town band as the main trumpet player, but yeah, that might be better on the exhaust, that thing, than on the intake, but things are funnel.
I dare say it'd be pretty noisy too, the intake, like right there next to the helmet.
Right there,
you know what I mean?
it'd be howling a bit of water, bit of air through in behind you there. So.
Making a good noise. What sort of preparation? How many weeks out would the you know, the team who looks after this track and comes here? A lot of volunteers, all like all motorsport.
So over the past couple of months, the guys have been coming over here sort of regularly. You know, we've seen a new fence go in, the hay bales there, like that was a couple of months ago, just to try and, you know, keep everything up to a standard. But we've got a local guy, Keith and Mavis. They come out here. They run the, you know, Keith mows the lawns. He makes sure the sprinklers are always on to keep it nice and green. Like, it is a bit of an art behind keeping the track nice and green. So the green grass is a nice solid grass. So as the water flows out from the side of the boats, as it spits up the banks up the side, the grass allows the water to slowly flow back in without taking too much soil with it, because without the grass there, all the mud would just come back in, and by the end of the race, the track would be shallow. You know, all the mud would come back in. So we need that nice green grass, and it plays a big part in the water not flowing back too quick. So as the water dribbles back in, it stops the wake, the cross wake, sort of as you see, you know. As he's going around there, by the time he comes back around here, that cross wake's
and the faster they get,
pretty well gone, yeah.
The more they're going over their own tracks, right?
Exactly. So he's, you know, that crosswash is sort of gone from that area now, which is going to make it a lot easier for him when he comes back through here. Without the grass slowly letting that water back through, the crosswash gets there and it can unsettle even the best of boats. As we see Kobe come through with a 102.62.
Can I ask, Mitch, how old you were when you first got out
I've
in the
been
track?
around the sport for probably 10 years, so late 20s. My brother Justin, who's in the Spitwater Penrite boat, we were drag racing. We sort of got sick of country New South Wales. By the time we drove down to Sydney to go racing, you get a sprinkler rain, races get called off. We sort of had a bit of a look around, and he got into this, and I turned up one meeting. I was just going to be the pit crew, just sort of help out, swing a few spanners, back the trailer in, whatever, wipe the water off the boat when it gets back in. His wife was navigating. One of the kids was sick overnight, so I sort of got, can you get here a little bit earlier? We need you prepped. I was like, oh yeah, right. I didn't know anything. He got there and he goes, right, you're jumping in the boat. I need a navigator. I was like, oh shit, righto. So thrown in the deep end there. Hadn't looked at the rotation or anything. That was up at Cabarita, and you know, I went, oh, this is pretty good. So you know, that was back in the days where Justin was he was in another guy's boat. You know, sad news. Last meeting, we did lose that racer. So Greg Harriman, he was a long-standing stalwart of the sport for many years, and you know, got a lot of people involved. And we got the news last meeting that Greg had a few little issues, and he had some medical issues, and unfortunately passed while we were up racing. So. But yep, without Greg, we wouldn't have been racing in the sport, and that's where we got to today. So just had a message through from Ollie in the PSP boat. Can we put a shout out for some small grub screws to fit a fuel pump pulley, please? So if anyone's got some small grub screws, a little grub screw kit or something like that, make your way over to the Roy Lance's tent over there on the far side of the track. Obviously the issue Ollie had is his fuel pump pulley has come off, and no fuel pump pulley means no fuel, no go. for anyone looking to get into the sport, like if you follow the V8 Superboats pages, there is a couple of buy, swap and sell sprint boat pages. So if you want to get into the sport, just keep an eye, ask a few questions, write some stuff up on the V8 Superboats on their posts and things like that. There's always a few boats sitting around in sheds. I know I've got one sitting at home that, as much as I'd love to get it back together and go racing, it's just the budget and the time and all that sort of stuff that comes with growing up. Unfortunately, life gets in the way of racing. So, you know, I've got a boat sitting there. I know there's a few other guys with some boats and some engines. Chris Edmonds has definitely got a couple of engines sitting around that he's trying to move on. He's gone from having he had one boat to about 15 boats, and I think he's back down to 1 or 2 now, and got a few engines that he's trying to move on. So
you wouldn't be a true petrol head unless you had a few unfinished projects sitting around, right?
You've got to do these things. Chris went all out there, and I think he had he had quite a few boats there for a while. I don't know whether he took Rob Coley's record there. Rob's got a few ex-Peter Covey boats over in New Zealand. As we see Rod Norton. So Rod came up into the commentary box there with us earlier. He was last meeting, he finished 4th up there at Tweed Heads, and he's definitely pretty keen to get out there and put on a show. Oh, as he's just snagged that bank, give him the commentator's curse. He's back in and he's going again. So, you know, more good luck than good management there. But so probably one of the weirder professions of our drivers. So Rod's an organic garlic farmer.
There you go.
So hence why I said, are we going to celebrate with some garlic confetti if he gets back on the podium this weekend? But now Rod's had a pretty good save there. You don't see that very often. Once you come out and snag that bank, generally it's all downhill from there. But he's managed to get the thing back in the water. And
is it common you have a stall during a situation like that?
Not always. If the engine stays running,
yep.
A lot of the times you'll see when the boat comes back in the water, you'll see issues more surrounded around cavitation, because it'll go over the bank, it'll suck a bit of grass in, and the grass will coat either the jet intake or around the front edge of the props. And you might think it's quite easy to just give it a rev, but once it starts cavitating, you don't get that smooth flow, like the liquid dynamics that we're talking about. You know, you need the water to just glide through your jet unit. As soon as there's a disturbance there, a disruption. But speaking of disturbances, we've got Darren up in disturbed right now. But you know, if the water does get disturbed through the jet unit, it will cavitate. We will hear it throughout the day. I'll point it out.
Feel like first corner in F1, snapping your front splitter.
Yep. Yeah, you lose all your downforce.
Yep.
Really, like track position's probably something you'll keep an eye on as the day goes on. You'll see a lot of guys. You need to be thinking 1 to 2 corners in advance. So when you're coming out of the start chute, you're not thinking about the left-hander that you take that sends you over towards that back island. You're thinking about coming out of the corner at that back island and where you want to be on the track, because the 2 corners before is what sets you up for that corner. So you really need to be thinking 1 to 2 corners in front so you can be in the right position, because if you're coming up to a hard left-hander, you don't want to be on the left-hand side of the track, because you wash off too much speed. You need to be on the right-hand side of the track to flow through that corner. So
it's almost like if it was a gravel track and you're in a Datsun 1600, you'd probably a similar line, the way you follow it around if you were trying to race around there.
Yeah, so you're trying to carry as much speed through the corners as you can. So obviously straight line speed is one thing, but corner speed is very important.
I've been watching too the start position. Some of the guys go a bit wider and some of them go a bit tighter here compared to what they're going to.
So because of the way you're going out there's that slight little bit of a right-hander.
Yep.
You know, some people will start right up against the concrete blocks and they can kind of straight line, which will put them in a better position for that first left-hander. If if you start too far to the right, you've got to steer to the right and then steer to the left. So you do wash off that tiny little bit of speed. When we get down to eliminations, hundredths of a second.
I'm sure you've seen dead heats before. Almost.
Well, very close. We've seen and over 45 to 50 seconds to still come in, with thousandths of a second's difference is a big achievement.
Oh, at that point it's immeasurable, almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think last time it was Andrew's first race meeting, and he come pardon me, come a long way with that last race meeting.
Would everyone in the pits moonlight in other sports too? What would be the most common?
Oh, look, not really. Like most people.
Pretty dedicated to this one.
Yeah, with the way living expenses are now, I think so everyone just sort of says, no, we do, and we've had a few of the other jet sprinters involved as well. We do endurance go-karting, just as a bit of fun. And, we've had a few of the guys come and join us in the go-karting, and they think we're mad.
The endurance stuff's fun. It's good. Yeah,
it takes it out. When you spend 40 odd minutes in a go-kart, like you're not in a road tax or something that sticks quite well, but. Yeah, so we got Tyler out here now and the B driver. So can we get Group A start making their way up to the dummy grid, please? Group A. They're probably all waiting for Ollie to go up, and with the PSP boat down and out of action at the moment. It'll be the next boat up, which will be Toughen Up. So Danny should be making his way up to the start chute, ready to go. As we start coming in towards the end of the LS class here, so we should still have 2 more boats to roll out in LS. Actually 1 more, because we just saw Andrew Garth out there before, so 1 more here now, which is the Drop Bear team in a borrowed boat for the weekend. B driving the Envious Racing. As we see Toughen Up making its way there now. It's a good thing with this sport too, mate. It doesn't take up a huge amount of room in your shed. Yeah,
and something maybe you can put a cover over and put under the carport even.
Yep. A lot of people do it, so...
Yeah. Well, the nav, obviously they're mic'd up as well, right? They've got a...
Not always.
Yep.
A lot of hand gestures, probably not a lot of hand gestures that you want to share.
Yep.
I'm sure there's been plenty of them hand gestures thrown around, but a lot of guys will run just a hand system, so the navigator will just point left, right, or straight. Obviously, you can't really point behind you.
Yeah.
But look,
I imagine it'd be very noisy for a comms unit.
Oh no, it's not too bad because you're in front of the noise, so it's not too bad. And the way you're going, it can be loud, but it's not overly bad. You'll have some people will run comms. Some people run a comms back to the bank as well. So if there is a bit of a miss in the engine or something that you can't hear, you might they might be able to hear it on the bank, and they'll just say, "Mate, shut it down." There's no point doing any damage.
The one thing I noticed too is that all the cars in the car park and the people watching in the stands will go home nice and clean compared to Speedway, where everybody's covered in mud. Covered in mud.
Yeah. You got mud turds thrown over the fence, yeah. So everything's nice and clean and good to go. As we've got Kobe still munging on something that he's just put in his mouth as he's walked into the commentary tower. So Kobe, as we've mentioned a couple of times, he's running the Psycho Killer this weekend, first time out. I'll just let him finish chewing his food. But Kobe spent a couple of years running the junior boat, which is still for sale. If anyone's got any questions, come and see Kobe at the Psycho Killer sprint boat, LS boat, or see Grant probably in the lunch break or after racing. Your mouth clean now, mate? We're good to go. So,
G'day.
Mate, first time out in the new package, how does it feel?
Oh, it's unreal. I just can't get over the handling. That's my main part. The junior boat, you used to have to work that thing as much as you can, but this one just points and goes. It feels so good.
Everyone that hopped in that junior boat and done a couple of laps, you know, we had some of the best drivers hop in it and still park it up on the bank. It was more of a drifter, I suppose you'd say. Like you had to plan that corner a lot earlier to start turning and really sort of power through that corner to try and get it to stick. Whereas these things, like they stick like Sikaflex.
Yeah, that's it.
So the boat out there now, Danny was campaigning the boat you took on, and I see you done a little bit of work experience, went down there and jumped in Danny's workshop to get the boat finished with the new LS package in it. So, you know, hands together for the KMC Performance guys for taking that on and getting you set up. But mate, what's how's it feel having somebody sitting beside you as well? Like, you know, obviously in the junior boat you're in there by yourself. Now you've got a navigator.
Yeah, it's a bit different. It's good sometimes. I've used her once or twice so far, but it's also, you got to know that there is someone else in there, and you're not just driving for yourself. So you got to be more responsible and look after them as well, which I always will.
Yep. So obviously that milestone as well with well, she's my niece, so you will look after it. But so that milestone as well with both of you guys campaigning the junior boat, and you've both stepped out now and both in an LS boat together. You know, if Lizzie's lucky, maybe next year after the Worlds and everything's calmed down, she might even... Bree's shaking her head. She's not even going to let her have a steer. So, but anyway, we'll talk mum around on that one. Don't worry, Liz. But as we see Justin come up now, what's you know, just talk us through, apart from the handling, you know, the performance side of things, just getting used to, what are some of the big challenges that you're facing?
Yeah.
So early on now, after spending a couple of years in the other boat.
It's definitely just getting used to it. I just gotta, I think laps is my main part. Just lap after lap after lap, and get used to it. Get some seat time.
Yep.
Because I've driven the junior boat for around 3-4 years, so I'm so used to it. Whereas now I jump in a brand new boat, it's a bit different.
You've had a couple of steers out on the open water, but that's nothing like
it.
What you're doing, as we see Justin coming through here, definitely putting a time on the board there with a 42.20. So it's definitely the quickest we've seen in the Group A category so far. Probably nearly one of the quicker times that we've seen all up with Unlimited as well. So, you know, these guys are getting ready to campaign to go to the Worlds next year. So they've done a little bit of work between meetings to get it all ready to rock and roll. So, mate. No, look, it's good to see, you know, you guys coming up through the ranks. It was always part of the plan to get the junior boat out there. So, you know, what's the plan going forward with the junior boat? Have you had much interest in anyone looking to get involved? You know, it's still for sale as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, still for sale. We've had a bit of interest from everywhere, really, all over the world. So we've had some guys from USA even contact us.
Yeah, right.
Some Kiwis are interested. We'd like for it to stay in Australia, obviously, but if they're keen for it, we'll more than happily hand it off to them.
You know, I don't know whether your father would be interested, but there might even be the option there for a few people to lease a drive, just to sort of get their head around it and see whether they're comfortable getting involved and all that sort of thing. So, you know, there's that option there. If you don't want to buy it straight away, you want to throw the kids in it and just see whether they like it or not. You know, get in contact with the guys, and I'm sure they'll happily talk to you and give you some opportunity, because like you said, we want to keep it here in Australia. So, in doing so, we might have to make a few sacrifices in not selling it straight away and and just putting the package together for somebody to go out and have a go.
No, absolutely. We're open to a fair few things. If anyone is interested in the crowd today, come down and see us at lunchtime. We'll be more than happy to chat.
No, very good. All right. Well, I suppose I better let you get back there and you
Thanks,
can go
mate.
and thank you. I'll corner you a little bit later and we'll see how things are going when you've got a few more laps under your belt.
All right, thank you.
Cheers.
How old you got to be? My young fella's 4. You never know.
8 years old till 16. Which is even for an 8-year-old is a fair ask to go and throw them in
My daughter, who's 12, she's constantly. We just got her another go-kart ticket. She's keen to get one soon and have us do a bit of run around the track. She's
Maybe we have
she's quite handy too, to be honest.
We might have a J-Burns jet sprinting team.
You never know. You never know. I had her on the sim when she was about 8, 9, playing a Assetto Corsa and some of the rally games, racing around there. She's right into it. My other daughter, not so much, but the older one definitely.
We've got Huey Gilchrist out there in the Matrix entry. So Huey, sort of another one, got into the sport through Greg Harriman, as I said we did before, and he's really come a long way. This is a fairly recent package, Pulse hull, built here in Australia, JRE engine out of Shepparton. So
it's a good looking boat.
Well, they're actually brothers. So one brother builds the hulls, the other one does the engines. So it's the same as the my brother Justin's Spitwater package, the Spitwater Penrite package. It's Pulse hull and the JRE engine. So there's a few of them around. Jody Ely was running the same package. He's not here this weekend. Jody's having a little bit of time off from the sport. He's been going fairly strong. I think he might be building a house, so I think that's where the time and money's going at the moment.
Yeah, I feel his pain.
Yeah, and then they say
you can't live in a boat. You
can't race in a house, but you can sleep in a boat.
True.
But so Jody will be back, no doubt. We've got a few. Well attended in his time that I've seen him race. So as the day progresses, you'll see him give this thing a lot more, as the Kiwis like to call it, jandle.
Yeah, I just seen the boost come on there, and when I got to the corner, it was really progressive. Just the way the power comes on a bit differently than some of the NA stuff.
And you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, you can hear him getting on and off the throttle at certain points. So you've really got to master getting off the throttle at the right time and getting on the throttle at the right time to keep the boat settled. Like, the boat being very unsettled here at the moment, you can see he's porpoising around quite a bit. So, when the boat's unsettled, you're not confident in your run.
You're losing time too, I guess.
You're losing time, but you're not confident. If you're not confident, you're not driving it to its full potential. Like, you can see when he's on that throttle, that thing is sticking like to a blanket.
Yep.
So.
Yep. And with the boost, it makes it a bit more tricky too sometimes, mastering that.
Yeah, so Jamie coming through there with a 47.14. So, he's definitely got a lot more up his sleeve. And he just wants to get his head back around that. We should see Spartan time coming up now with Mike Hessel. So Mike raced this last meeting by himself, so I think that was the only reason why the boat is still ready to race this weekend, because Mike only raced by himself and Luke wasn't there to challenge him. So how we go this time round. The boys, he's got the serious eyes on. He's comms are unplugged there by the look of that comm cable hanging around the helmet. So but these boys will have probably a little bit of racing between them, more so than anyone. They don't care that there's anybody else out there racing. They're just going to go and give this thing hell amongst the internally in the team. So fun fact for everybody, I know a bit about this boat because it's my brother's old boat. So if you've seen the boat that they used to run in New Zealand was the rotor boat.
Right.
Had a, I think it was a quad rotor engine
like
in
a
it.
26B or something.
Yeah, so that was this engine.
Yeah, right.
That was this hull, sorry. The engine was in this boat. So.
And that would be quite a noise.
Oh, yeah, annoying. But, you know, it was a quick little thing. Obviously, very low on weight, but it needed a reduction set up in it because obviously rotaries, they turn big RPM for them to work, and you know, not known for their torque.
Yeah.
But yeah, this thing was an absolute weapon of a thing.
Yeah, the gearing would be different.
Yeah, I think it needed a reduction gear because there's no way the jet units would operate at the RPM that they were working at. So I don't know much about the actual setup.
It would be quite a noise on the 26B.
Yeah,
on these, no doubt.
As we see
Acquired
TJ,
taste for some.
Yeah. As we see TJ come up here in the Maniac boat, so this boat's been around quite a while. It's been campaigned. This is the second time round it's been campaigned for TJ.
Can I ask you what other countries in the world are, have a real stronghold on the sport?
So New Zealand is probably grassroots. That's where the jet unit started. Obviously, their shallow waters and all that, where the through all that snowy country. So TJ really throwing this thing around, and the US. So we've seen Cletus over there. Better known for his drag racing stuff and all that, with the Freedom Factory and all that. But he got in and had a go, and then ended up buying himself a boat, which was a boat that was in my shed for a while. One of the other Kiwis had it over here, raced over here for a season, and then the sort of COVID hit, so he got rid of it.
Cletus seems to go pretty good. He seems to enjoy the sport.
Yeah, and probably a good thing for the sport over in the US. You know, there's quite a big following over there. They get some good crowds and all that. But,
any European countries get into it?
Not that I know of. Like, we have had interest from over there, but I don't think there is anyone, so to speak, really sort of getting in. Like, there's no tracks or anything over through the European side of things, but sort of
it gives me vibes like Poland's crazy about speedway and stuff.
Yeah, yep.
You could see a sport like this, they could probably,
sort of the lower half of Canada there. Obviously, sort of the big side of jet sprinting is sort of the northwest, up around Portland, Oregon, and all that.
Yep.
So it'll be good to see it down around Cletus is down there at
Florida,
Florida there, so it'd be good to see.
I've been to his venue. There's definitely enough room to down the front to put a track on there.
Well, you got too many helicopters there at the moment. The boys have been flat out with that hurricane that was over there. So as we see, Hutto just probably shaved a little bit too much off that island there. Bit of a trip over the island.
For weather, it's a crazy part of the world. I remember we were driving from Kansas to Florida to go to Cletus last year, and we were getting text messages that were like twister warnings and all this kind of stuff. It's no joke.
That'd be.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Makes you look out the window a bit harder.
Make you not really sleep that well.
No. Good looking paint job on this.
It is. So Phoenix Lubricants there. Hutto's. They just picked something up out of the water, as they do. But so Hutto's been campaigning. He's had a blown boat. He's had big aspirated boats. He's got into this twin turbo package. Last couple of seasons, he lent his boat to a bloke up at Tweed. He spat it out, done a bit of damage, and then from there on, another bloke bought another boat. I won't mention his name, Chris Edmonds, and he bought Slade Stanley's old boat that sort of reinvented jet sprinting, so to speak. Like, it just came out and it was putting 2-3 seconds on everyone, and a lot of R&D's been into the works since then, and we've seen a few guys, throw a fair bit of cash and a fair bit of time at getting things set up.
But it all elevates the sport.
Oh, it did, you know.
Yeah.
That was, we could probably call that boat the Tide because it elevated everybody.
Gotcha.
You know, it really got everyone in and going. So, yeah, so they campaigned that for a bit, and he got a bit of R&D out of running that boat, and then come back and made a few changes in his own boat when they got it all back together. And yeah.
What are the boys up to over here?
They're just getting the sprinkler system off. Obviously, they're just getting that out of the way so that no one goes over that island, and there's a few metal fittings on that. So I'd say it was after seeing Ollie go over it.
There's a bit happening, I think, in TEMORA today. I saw a bit of a rod run. There was a lot of rods a lot of hot rods in town on the way here this morning.
I just had a message from the guys in the US. So the boats to go to the Worlds have left the US today. So it's January that the Worlds are.
Yeah, wow.
So, you know, that's how much prep work's gone into getting everyone ready for the Worlds in January.
That's what I was going to ask you before. Say people who want to get a bit of training can't get access to a track. Do they go out in the lake and just simulate some stuff?
Well, it's hard to simulate. The boats behave a lot differently. So with the track being shallow, it smooths out a lot quicker. So you're not getting that cross wash. You're not getting the water moving underneath. Yep. The tracks are very...
And even the propulsion, given that it's shallow, would be different too, because it would push off a bit of...
Propulsion's different. So, you know, you can't really... And you haven't got limitations. So you come to a track, if you're going down to that bottom corner there, flat out,
yep,
and you don't turn in time, you're out of the water. If you say, you know, there's a buoy floating there, I'm going to go there, I'm going to turn as close as I can to the buoy, and you miss that turn point, there's no ramification.
So you're saying you'd probably learn more in one session of that here than you would 10 sessions on the lake in the middle 100%, of nothing.
Yep. So lake testing is good for, you know, testing like the pressure in your jet units, and just, you know, getting your temp right, and just a few little things like that. So
maybe you tune your motor.
Yeah, motor tune. You know, a lot of people do testing with like GPS with mile an hour or kilometre an hour testing, things like that, just to try and see, you know, if the change has worked. But
I live in Wollongong, and there's Lake Illawarra there, obviously, and this looks like I'd love to blast around.
Yeah,
blast around the lake in a jet boat would be pretty fun.
You'd probably upset a few people that were trying to fish, but
probably my mates, I know.
a lap that was going to be hard to beat, but he ran out of skill, and, you know, got to the turn point too early and missed the turn, and ended up the bank, unfortunately, a bit of a wrong way. And so, but this thing itself, like the acceleration of this thing,
jeez, it looks quick.
The way it sits in the water, it's just, it's phenomenal to watch.
Is the right terminology? It looks really slippery. Don't know. You're new to watching this sport, but it just seems to sit on the glide quite. Or maybe is that when you don't get the porpoising, that's what it more looks like.
So the more power you put down, if your jet unit's set up right, it'll actually bring the boat out of the water. So it's probably only the last 3 to 4 foot of the boat that's doing all the work. Mm-hmm. So if the boat's up out of the water, there's less drag, there's less everything, but, you know, the other side of it too is you've got to make sure there is no porpoising and all that sort of stuff, because you start having porpoise issues and all that, you know, it's unsettling for the driver, it's unsettling for the boat, it's unsettling for the water going through the jet unit.
Can you get too high out of the water?
Yeah, you can, because and then it'll sit up on the delta at the back, so the V at the back, and if you come into the corner and there's not enough boat in the water, when you turn, it'll actually flop over.
Gotcha.
So, you know,
and the rake of the jet would be something as well.
So you can shim the nozzle so it points the nose down a little bit or points the nose up a little bit. Like, there's little tricks of the trade that that you learn along the way. You know, some people spend big money on developing all this sort of stuff. I used to just cut up a Coke can, use a Coke can, fold it over, like, you know, use it as a shim and just sit it in the top there. Sort of work on that and just start going from there.
Yeah.
We see Kenny Kesper out there in the Mexican.
Got a good noise, this boat.
Yeah, so this is the one with the harrop or the whipple blower in the valley.
A bit more linear supercharged motor than
Yeah.
turbocharged, I guess.
Yeah, so still got a power adder. So, you know, let's see, one of only 2 non-twin turbo boats in Unlimited. The other one being the aspirated one, which we're going to see next in Pete Munger. But yeah, so start seeing a few of the guys, you know, this being the end of Q2 now, we'll start seeing a few of the guys really start leaning on these things and and trying to get that little bit more out. They want to start showing, putting a little bit of pressure on the other guys. Some people do what we call foxing, where they'll just go out there and they might get the first half of so we call that knifing. So when you've gone in there and you oversteer it, the sort of the front of the boat will knife around on you. So whereas he's taking that corner a lot neater there.
And I heard the RPM really pick up.
Yeah, so and that's what happens. The bit of cavitation because the water's not flowing through there. The boat's bogged down. You're hard on the throttle trying to get a bit happening. So we'll go a little bit quiet so everyone can keep an eye on the racing a little bit. I'll catch up on some of these messages that I'm getting from all over the world of people letting us know what's happening in the sport. So what have we got here? USA are sending boats so early as they're doing a couple of the New Zealand rounds before the World's starting. Yeah, right. So
that's pretty grouse. Be able to get a bit of testing in, and also, you know,
yeah, well, just to get
some wheel time in another country too.
Yeah, exactly. And you know,
after all, it is a big trip. You want to get.
It is 100%. You want to make the most of it. You know, it's an expensive trip, so they'll get over there, and there is good camaraderie amongst everyone in the world. So, you know, with the New Zealand boats that are over here at the moment, we're looking after one of them, with it being Ollie Silverton's. Matty Harrob's boat, it's getting looked after, I think, by Darren Pollard and the team. You know, so there's a few guys over here looking after, but that's reciprocated when we get over there. So, you know, Ollie and his crew are looking after Justin's boat when we get it over there, and yeah, so it's one of them things. You just got to, as we see Cheryl come around there, then and just a little bit knifey and cavitate. But yeah, so it's good to see the camaraderie, because without that sort of stuff, like it is an expensive thing for people to send their boats over. Like, it's not a cheap exercise. So, you know, if you've got to send it over there and you really don't have anywhere to keep it or anything like that, that makes it hard, because you've got to go and hire a workshop or something like that.
It's probably no different than sending a car, right? Because it's probably
100%.
a lot of stuff to put in a container.
100%.
The trailer of the boat as well, and everything like that.
Yeah, it sort of all rolls in there, and they can fit in a container. They'll fit three boats in a container. So I'm assuming that's probably a 40-foot container.
Would they take their trailer? No.
Yeah, no, the trailer goes over. Yep.
They get pretty good longevity out of some of these motors, these guys, given.
Yeah, look, one thing with these motors, they're under load all the time. So it's not like a sprint car engine that's loading up, unloading. You know, this thing's running a little bit smoky here at the moment. Don't know what the boys have done there. Put a bit of oil down the chimney to stir him up, maybe. But yeah. So there you go. That blew the smoke out. So this should be Luke Walters up there now. So as I said before, Luke and Mike have got a bit of a bet going between them on who can win, so they will go to. We've had a navigational area here. The girls have got their arm up, so yeah, I can see that. Yeah, so these guys just have a bit of a battle between them. Mike's probably a little bit smoother. Luke's a little bit more checkers or wreckers. So as the day progresses, you'll see some interesting driving skills and styles out of these guys. Definitely good to watch. Good from a crowd's perspective.
Oh, great. Absolutely.
Not good from a boat owner's perspective.
But it all, no doubt, takes time to get there too, you know.
It does, yeah. Like, he missed out last meeting, so, you know, this time round he'll probably make up for it.
What would be the gap between meetings for someone who's playing in the championship full time?
I think they average around 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, depends what, so I'd say after this season, like, so this is the last round for 2024, everyone goes, but it's right in the middle of our season, so the season's split right up to go to the World. So when the boats get back, we'll kick back off again, and then, you know, due to COVID and a few things like that, the season got split over 2 years. But I'd say give it time, we'll get the season back into or within a calendar year.
Yep. Is the Worlds biannual or every year?
Every 2 years,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we haven't
yeah.
had one since 2018 because obviously 2020, everything, the whole spicy flu sent
So
sent
people
the
are
world into the
pretty
yeah.
keen. Pretty good chat at the pub to be a world champ, right?
Yeah, because you've had a lot longer to tell everyone about it. A few people
The
out
last
there
world
love
champ,
bringing
no
it
doubt.
up.
He's had his day in the sun. He's done a few.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a few people out there over the years that love bringing it up and telling everyone. But
Is the last world champ we competing in this next one?
yeah, yep.
Yep.
Because last world champs, we only had the two classes.
Okay.
It was Group A and Unlimited. So Fonzie was talking about before, who's not here this weekend. He's the current Australian and world champion in Unlimited, and then Ollie, who's in the PSP Sun Tough boat here this weekend. He's current Australian, New Zealand and world. So
what's happening here today with these three classes replicated all around the world in what they do? So US use LS?
yeah, so the US and New Zealand are just taking on the LS side of things. So we used to run a 350 class years ago. In New Zealand, that sort of moved to a Group B, so it's still a 400 cube, very similar style. They just ran a few different things, different heads and a few things like that, just to make it a cheaper option so you can still sell your Group A bottom end, different set of heads on it and a few things like that.
Yep.
So, and that way the Group B guys could just change their heads, inlet manifold and carby, and then they're in Group A. So,
And the 350s, what would that have been, like a C4 Corvette engine or something like that, or C3,
just
350 Chev?
Just a 350 Chev, mate. Like they were around just a, you know, most people were just running a 4-bolt 350 block.
Yeah, maybe
fairly
350,
basic.
400 horsepower, maybe.
Yeah, you might be
If
lucky
that,
to get
yeah.
500 out of it.
Yeah. Be pretty highly strung, you know.
Oh, yeah.
500 NA.
But, you know, with the rise of the cheap LS style of things, everyone started going down the LS path. So
you look at supercars almost, you know. Like
yeah, I'd hate to be, you know, one of them engines in these would be no good.
Yep.
Just a different style of horsepower.
Yep.
So, but so that should be the end of the second qual. So qualifying number 2 is done and dusted. We're back into qualifying number 3 now. So back into the LS class with Ron O'Day. A little bit slippery off the start line there. A little bit of a fishtail, but talking to Strop earlier, he's just trying to get his head around driving this thing. He's never driven something with so much precision and all that. So he's pretty keen to get his head around it. He said as he's getting old, he's forgetting direction. So he's blaming age.
It happens.
That happens. And there he goes again. He's had a brain fade. It's easy to do. Forget where you're at on the track, and with that bit of confusion, you just go, oh, I'll just take it back and we'll worry about it next lap.
The brain fade can be real as you get older. I will tell you a quick story. I come to Wagga yesterday for a wedding and went to get dressed, and I bought 2 pairs. I bought a pair of shoes, but I bought 2 left shoes. So I'm half an hour away from the wedding. I need to get there. So I tried to look at Junie, see if there was a Payless shoes or a Big W. No. So I went to Vinnie's, found a pair there, $13. Went across the road to Annie's, $5, bought 2 pairs, took them back to the room, cleaned them up and picked a pair. And then off to the wedding I went. 2 left shoes, yeah, getting old. Wouldn't happen in my 20s.
You probably wouldn't have packed shoes in your 20s.
No.
Would have just packed the esky and went, righto, let's go to this wedding. A few high-profile people at the wedding too, you tell me, mate, in the burnout scene. So
yeah, it was good. Jake Myers, you know.
Jake's watching.
2-time burnout.
Congratulations, mate. Might be sitting there waiting to go on his honeymoon, watching the live feed.
Absolutely.
Wishing he was a jet sprinter instead of a burnouter.
I reckon he'd go all right, Jake. He really would.
And
you know, you got to
find out.
I've been in the car with him a few times on the pad, and yeah, it's quick reactions and not a lot of time to have a lot of thinking. You got to be pretty reactive. But yeah, big wedding yesterday for Jake. Congrats to Jake and Amy. It was not only, he's a 2-time champ, but he's a bloody good friend of mine. So
yeah, right.
He's a good guy.
That's good. Well, it just made it easy for you out this way. So that's why
I've been looking at it. I was looking at because I was just talking to you earlier this morning. I've been looking for a bit of real estate where I'm at. We're going to move house, but had a cheeky look last night when I tucked into bed around here, and I get a lot of value compared to what you could get in Wollongong. I'll tell you that much. Except Orange. Orange seems really expensive.
Yeah, no, you don't want to go there. Too cold. Snow's there in winter. We see James come through there with a 53.27, 53.27. So these guys progressing nice and steadily, not overdoing it. Any run that you can put the boat back on the trailer at the end of it is a good run.
That's a really big burnout saying the guys don't care if they win or lose, they just want to drive the car back on the trailer at the end of the day. That's it. If they win, they all want to win, no doubt, but that is the win. That is the win though, putting it, yeah. Is there a noise restriction on some of the boats too, or not really?
No, there is. So I'm not sure what the decibel reading is, but yeah, we've got to run mufflers and try and keep the noise down and all that sort of thing. You see Daryl Aitchison out there. So far we've had Ron O'Day go out with DNF due to going the wrong way and bringing it home. We've had James Ismail out there in Envious Racing with a 53.27. Now we've got Daryl out here. Can't see a split time for him, so I don't know whether he's been under the... Is there an issue with the timer there? I can't see anything up on the... Didn't react on my screen. 52.60, so must be a bit of an issue there. It tripped on the start, but it hasn't tripped for the split or the finish. So
if there is an issue with the timer, they just get another run, or is that how it works?
No, we've got 2 timers up here that are both running a stopwatch.
Yep.
So they get that, and they take an average between the two of them, and As we see Matty Harrod back up again now in the Moist As No Limits Racing. The biggest snow-blowing trumpet-looking thing I've ever seen on a sprint boat.
It almost looks 3D printed. It was,
apparently. As he's just, see what he's done there, he's taken that corner quite wide, snagged that bank and nearly put himself into the hay bales, so very lucky to get away with that one.
Is that a fine line of, maybe taking it, getting a little tenth there, but risking it if you
Yeah, you can straight line down the back there, but yeah, it is a high risk situation. The 43.56 there for Matty Harrod. So, Gordon, if you're around, can you come up to the timing tower, please? Gordon? Need your nerdiness. Hopefully everyone up the hill there's enjoying it so far. Looks like the breeze is blowing a little bit from where I'm standing, but keep your hydration up, keep the sunscreen up, and we'll do our best to keep the action up. And the morale.
The morale, very important. The morale looks good on the hill. They're just getting more packed, that's for sure.
It's a little bit of a different... not sure what's going on there with Kobe. Just still getting his head around this new thing. Like we said, Kobe's jumped out of the junior boat, which was basically a jet ski on steroids. I think he's found an issue there by the look of that. Going to bring it straight back in, put it back on the trail, and I'll go and fix that issue and come out next run.
Over the years, as an entry class, Mitch, have they ever had like a V6 combo or something like that, or always been V8s? Always been
V8s, yeah, pretty well.
The torque's like obviously the sought after part.
The torque, yeah. So I've spoken to a couple of guys that looked at doing like a twin turbo V6 to try and get the weight down a little bit, and you still essentially you've still got the power, but everyone still goes back to the V8.
Yeah.
So
because you probably could make 500 out of a Buick V6 or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
So there's guys over in New Zealand. One of the guys over there is running I think it's a 2J in it.
Okay. Yeah, that'd sound pretty crispy.
Slightly different thing, and it's hard as well though, because there's a lot of engineering's got to go into it because of where these sit. Obviously, a 2J is a lot longer.
Yeah, very long.
Than an LS or something like that. So trying to get it in. Run, Gordy.
I believe 2J is one of the longest.
First time I've ever seen him run.
6 cylinders in that class of 3 litre sort of
make sure
capacity.
he doesn't fall over and skin his knees or something. Yeah, no, the 2J is like it's a long engine.
Yeah.
But the guys are running. Like I said, they've run that the rotor boat. But the Chev or LS style is probably the most common. We've seen
a bit more simple to look after too.
Yeah, we've seen
less is more, as they say.
Yeah. We've seen guys run like a Ford package.
Barrel?
Nah, not seen any barrows, but like a V8 Ford package, like a 302 Windsor or 351 Windsor or Cleveland and things like that. But
and they can run that in Group A or on the...
Yeah, there is provisions to run a Ford engine, but the cost of setting up a Ford engine, because the Chev parts are so readily available, it does become a lot dearer. So everyone sort of steers back towards that Chev package. We see Darren Pollard come through there with a 45.01. So Darren usually an A and a B team, oh, not an A and a B team, but there's usually 2 boats here with Jade, but I haven't seen Jade out this weekend, so obviously she's got other duties this weekend somewhere else. Darren got into the sport a couple of years ago. Ended up with another one of my brother's old boats.
There you go.
But they've since moved it on and stepped up into this package. Been pretty solid in the LS class, you know. Campaign fairly hard. Really enjoying it. So they're from the Central Coast of New South Wales.
How much before the event starts would the guys racing get, you know, the idea of the track map? Yeah.
Track map. So some guys will do it, will study it religiously, and you know, they're just sitting there just day and night trying to get their head around it.
I'm sure there's the dude 20 minutes before.
That's how I used to roll. I used to just go, look, I don't want to confuse myself. I'll have a look the day of. You know, you have a look and you go, yep, righto, and you know, you turn no, you get out there. So it's funny, like I do like asking other guys their prep on when they get to the start line. So I'll come to the start line confident in knowing the track, but the second I get to that start line, I sit there and I go, I can't remember how this track goes, so we'll just wing it and see how we go. And you seem to work, you make it work. Like you just, like I said, you work through one or two corners at a time. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. We see Jody coming around here now, just about to bring it under the finish line.
And could you say that even by the end of practice, maybe quali one, you definitely got it sorted by then?
Yep.
But you then still got a few qualifying rounds to.
Yeah, 100%. So Jody going through there with a 46.98. Yeah, so you try and get it, like if you can go out there and get your correct rotation at practice, obviously it makes the confidence, your confidence picks up because you're like, right, I've got the track, now I've got to get my driving right. Yeah. But a lot of people will go out and get, you know, even first qualifier, they'll get the track rotation right. Then they start stressing about their driving. So then they do it wrong way, so then they start stressing about the tractor rotation. And then it's just, you know, it's that mind game that I was talking about earlier, the mentality, the mental side of things. You really need to be confident in your driving and confident in the track direction.
These guys look like they're masked up, ready to go to Mars. They got the tinted visors on, ready to go. So looking pretty stealth.
Cole's pretty keen to get in there, like, you know. A little bit taily, obviously the boat very twitchy there. He's got to work on sort of minimising that steering inputs. If you can get around the track without doing too much left-right, you know, only do what you need. Obviously straight lining and you know, the shortest and not the shortest isn't always the quickest, but you've got to try and get around that track neat and tidy. So Kyle was an ex-Australian champion in the LS class, and just in the last couple of years had a bit of competition come his way and really been, you know, trying hard to get himself back on that podium, and he's gone out and bought the new Pulse package and all that, and I think he's definitely got the potential of doing it. He's just got to finish getting the package completely back to, you know, to doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, it looked
a little bit of R&D and all that sort of stuff, yeah.
Sometimes I think I've seen in a few other categories before, when you've been a champion of the sport and other people come along and put pressure on you, it becomes quite stressful.
Yep.
You know, and you look for other ways to try and maybe make up the time, maybe that don't always work, but takes time.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, no. And
many get back there, for sure.
You know, some people work pretty hard, you know. Sometimes it can be the simple things, you know. They might spend a bit of time blaming the way the boat's reacting and all that, but you know, they've just changed something slightly in their driving style. And
I spent a bit of time last year, about a week with Nathan Pretty. What sort of qualities did you see when he came into the sport that he had from a...
I wasn't around when Nathan was in the sport, but you know, speaking with Nathan over the last couple of years about a few things, and you know, he said he didn't bring a lot of his V8 supercar experience, didn't bring anything to the table from there into jet sprinting. He said, but he took a lot from jet sprinting that helped his car racing career.
Gotcha.
Rod's very lucky to get away with that one. Hot shot nearly changed the vowel there. But we call it hit the shot. But yeah, so Nathan said he took a lot from boat racing, from jet sprinting, and took it to car racing, corner speed and when you can get on and off the throttle and things like that, and just, picking a better line, like a slightly better line. Like in that caliber of racing, you're talking, inches on an apex. If you can hit that apex 3 or 4 inches after everybody else, you might get a better exit out of that corner, or it's minimal things.
It's almost like remapping your mind to throttle control, steering control, in ways that you never would do in a car.
100%. So we see Tyler O'Day. Not sure what happened there. A bit of a backfire. But he's doing the right thing. He's still, there we go. It's a lot happier now. Not sure whether he grabbed a bank and got a little bit of grass in there and it's done that cavitation we spoke of earlier, or whether he's, I don't know what happened, but the boat seems a lot happier now. Tyler coming through there with not a respective time of his lap. Spent a bit of that time not on the throttle, so 54.55. So, he probably lost close to 10 seconds there. So we should see that boat well into the mid-40s later in the day if they can get on top of whatever that little issue was that Tyler come across.
I tell you what, Nathan would have been a better jet boat driver than he is getting the plane after he's had a beer the night before. I tell you that much.
No good.
No good. I was meant to go to the NASCAR and then he missed the flight and he was going to come with me in the car, but I had to stay another day in Vegas.
Yeah, right. No, that's a hard task, isn't it? Having to stay in
Vegas just takes it all out of you. It's a wild place.
Be good to see Nathan come back and jump in one of these boats. Years ago when he was racing, the boats were a lot different. Be good to see someone who was at that calibre of the sport come back into the sport now and hop in one of these boats and just see how far the boats have come.
I remember talking to him. I remember him saying that he's got a lot of love for this sport. Like he really wanted me to put the link there between Cletus and himself to try and pass his number on. So he wanted to have a chat with him about racing and stuff. And he comes from a place of it. He's not a bum in the sport, Nathan.
No,
at all.
100%.
Absolute
even
weapon.
Through the supercar ranks and GT racing and all that stuff that he's done over the years.
Yeah. But I mean, like in jet boating.
In jet boating, no, 100%. He was.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a
weapon.
I'm not 100% sure, but there was talks of a world championship, definitely Australian championship.
Yep.
Let's should see one more boat coming out for the LS boats, which should be Kennedy's with Andrew Garth at the wheel.
Just got a text from him saying would love to have a steer again. He's keen.
He's keen. We've got to get him back. Start a petition.
You hear that, Pretty? You got to get back into it, mate.
We're bringing Pretty back. Be good to see. Like I said, he was back in the days where they had the 350s back then and the 400s and all that, but there's been a lot of R&D, a lot of technology put into these things since, and
I imagine from a driver enjoyment point of view too, it'd be better now.
Oh, 100%. There's a lot less steering inputs involved. Like you can see, this hull was designed and built probably around about the time when Nathan was racing, You know, this probably would have been one of the competitive holes back then. You can see the difference in how this is handling compared to how one of the new pulse boats or you know, Sprint Tech handles, and it is a big change. Like, not, you know, not taking anything away from this HSN hull, but the times, you know.
Yep.
Everything progresses. Look at a VK Commodore at Bathurst as opposed to a
VF or a, you know, the current Gen 3, yeah.
Yeah. We're
talking
about them. They're a little bit slower than the old guys.
Yeah, there was I put a dyno video the other day of a Super 2 from about 7-8 years ago on my Instagram, and it went off because people were like, just the noise and the, you know, the transaxle and the noise, and I think it was Todd Hazelwood just running through the gears.
Yep. Mate,
and the look of the VF, just that fat car, and yeah, you know.
That era of, like, I reckon the best era was around the VN, VP, even the VR,
awesome.
VS.
Yeah.
That's the prime era for me. Obviously, we saw Ollie Silverton slip it into the bank there earlier. But this time round, they obviously had a fuel issue. They were chasing a grub screw. So it'll be interesting to see. By the look of how hard he stood on that throttle, he's got confidence in this boat sticking and everything working. So credit to the team, got the boat repaired. There's nothing wrong hull-wise, just with the fuel pump issue. Got my niece in there, Macy in the navigator's seat, bouncing around there like a bobble-headed doll. And these guys, everyone's running hands devices and all the safety. You know, I said before, a 6-point harness. You know, you got a high level of safety, and we've seen it over the years where 41.55. So it's the quickest we've seen in Group A so far. 41.55, quickest we've seen today.
Jeez, that looks slick.
It did. Well, he is the current everything champion. But yeah, so. The safety, the high level of safety in these things, you know, we've seen some pretty big stacks, and 90% of the people have got out and walked away. You know, there's the odd one that we've got to wait for the medics to turn up and help because of, you know, a slight twinge in the neck or in the back, and you just got to be cautious.
Yep.
I think last year we saw Rob Coley over the back fence here. We were down there lifting the boat up with a telehandler up over the fence up over the wall to get him back in. You see, toughen up, Danny Napick. So Danny, well, I can't say he's new to the sport anymore. He's been around for a couple of years now. Got out of ski racing. You know, they were a pretty competitive team in ski racing, but after some events, just wanted a change in scenery, and, you know,
keep it on the water.
Mate, he took to this sport, hold the pun, like a duck to water. And he's just snagged that bank, and he's hit the inside bank there. So that's what I'm saying about the mindset, you know. That upset him. It could have gone really bad, but he's managed to regather, and he's kept this thing back in the track now, and he's got to put them two little snags on the bank there behind him, because if he keeps thinking about them, especially coming out of that corner there, where he did hit the bank first time round.
Like you were saying earlier, there's no. If you do make a mistake in a wrong turn, what I'm learning is there's no point not continuing, because your competitor might do the same thing.
100%. You know, a couple of touches on the bank there, but it's a clean run. Got through. So Danny coming through with a 43.92, 43.92. So a little bit to make up to catch up to Ollie there with a 41.55. I think we see Justin coming up now.
You don't lose any time for clipping a bank or going over a bit of grass, nothing like that?
Nah, you only lose it if you go around and take the rail on the wrong way.
Yep.
You don't, it's not classed as the wrong way. So Justin's really going to want to stick it to Ollie this weekend. with, like I said, Ollie's current Australian, current world, current New Zealand champion. So, you know, to be the best, you got to beat the best, and the best are all here this weekend. So, the last time around the world, Justin had a few little engine issues, and it sort of didn't help his case.
Just admiring his throttle control and the transitions, like pretty slick. Far out.
A pretty clean run there so far. The 42.17, 42.17. So still got about 6.26 seconds to make up on Ollie Silverton there. So Ollie, you know, I said he's the best for a reason, but so this boat that he's got here in Australia, this isn't the one that he campaigns for the World Series. He's got another boat in New Zealand, so the one that he races over here was the one that he won the World Series in 2018. That was his spare boat. Sent it over here to last season to have a bit of fun. Still over here. Was only going to do a couple of meetings and send it back. Came out. You know what it's like when you start winning. He's like, oh, I may as well do another one. Oh, I may as well do another. We're going to send it back in a container when everyone was going back to the Worlds. But so I reckon probably at the end of the season here in Australia, which will be mid next year, there might be a Group A boat, a very, very fast Group A boat up for sale here in Australia with Ollie, you know, might just keep it over here instead of sending it back.
Could even be pre-sold already, who knows?
Could be. See Daniel Warburton here. So Daniel's split time was a 22.96. So in a comparison there, Ollie Silverton's was an 18.88. So Daniel coming through there with a 50.22. 50.22. A little bit of time to make up there. We work out, I think there's 5 boats in Group A this weekend, a few sitting out. Jody Ely not here, Brendan Doyle not here, Simon Doyle not here. So, well, Simon Doyle's here, but he's not racing. But, you know, a few guys sitting out, just a few things have happened, can't do everything. As much as everybody wants to do everything.
My brain went on a bit of a wander then. I was imagining this, like, you know, put it in Allianz Stadium or something.
Oh, we'd love it. You know, so over a few years ago, the Worlds in 2016, I think it was.
Yep.
They did dig a track out in the middle of a stadium over there. I think it was a Speedway stadium or something over there. They put a track in the middle of it, and that was a pretty big thing, pretty good spectacle. And you know, we have looked at ideas on that, but it's big cost.
Yeah.
Big outlay, and it'd be nice. You'd have to sell some bums on seats to make it worth it.
No doubt, yeah.
We know the man who can make it happen, but
that we do. You listening, mate? I hope so.
He's not. He's on holidays. He's probably going down the slopes.
What do you do?
It has been mentioned. We have spoken to him, but you know, who knows what the future brings.
There would be a spectacle in the stadium, like, even like Wynn Stadium, Wollongong, when you look like that. I don't know how you'd almost wreck the footy field, but...
So we tried to do it, and I got Annie involved a few years ago. I think it was Stadium Australia. They were looking at doing a revamp there and spending a lot of money. So
he's done 1 or 2 events there before.
So we tried to look at a stadium race prior to the... when they were going to pull the stadium down and start doing the works, because they were going to do damage to the field anyway, to do everything. So we looked at, we can go in there, we can dig a track, we can race in there, and then, you know, after we race, then you just can start pulling down. But the dates just weren't going to work.
Yep.
You know, but we did explore that option.
Maybe 2 weeks to build a track? 3?
Oh, look, you could probably get it in a couple of days if you had the equipment there ready to go.
Would it be solid enough that it wouldn't wash in and then end up all flat?
You'd have to probably look at doing a bit of spray seeding or something like that, just to get it sort of happening. But yeah, if you had 2 or 3 weeks, see Jamie out there, this boat's still very unsettled. Not sure whether it's his driving style or whether they've made a change in the boat, but you know, it's a lot better through that corner then. So it's only, nearly tagged the bank there, and a bit of a knife, bit of an oversteer. But you know, this thing looking very unsettled on the water. It could be something as simple as a nozzle change on the boat, and so I'll show you when we go down. We'll do a bit of R&D on some jet units, but you know, you can open the nozzle up on the back, and it might just allow a little bit more water through, that it pulls the boat down onto the water a little bit tighter. So we're into unlimited here now with the first boat up there, the Natwell boat. Guys coming over from West Oz. So next up we should see Mike Hessel in the Spartan time. Like we've said a few times this morning, a couple of twin turbo boats here. They're probably looking at dominating the track, dominating the podium this weekend if all goes well. We see Mike just come up to take the neat line through there. Minimal steering inputs to get himself around through that. You can just see the condition of the water here, like how bubbled up it is and how frothed up it is at the start chute. Like, just goes to show the power and the amount of water going through these jet units.
Chained the boat up and you've had it chained up, you'd probably drain this in about a minute.
Yeah, no, you'd have to have a fairly decent chain. We've had a spin out and a flame out. So coming home strong there, but unfortunately didn't make it all the way. So Mike will be a bit dirty on himself there. Hopefully no damage to the boat. Hull looked all right, but the issue, not 100% sure. The boat just seemed to take a fairly hard turn to the right as he was coming around there.
This little grey weapon here looks like something I'd get in Lake Illawarra, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon it'd get me into trouble.
Annoy some fishermen.
You gonna give the crowd a wave there, Mike? Give him a wave, mate. Good boy. Luke's dirty on you. We'll have a bit of a catch up with the boys down there. Probably after the dinner break, we might even have a chat during the dinner break to them and just see what they come back with. But you know, good bit of competition internally between the two blokes, best mates.
And for those guys, that's what it's all about.
It's
like almost like the external noise of the competition's, you know, drowned out by them two just having their own little battle.
It's funny, and there's a few teams that sort of run this motto, but you know, the Phoenix Lubricants guys down there in the Hooters camp, their motto is our drinking team's got a racing problem. So these guys, they definitely tick that box.
I'll tell you what, if you're
Aaron's coming out to give the boys their lollipop.
Working in the recovery is certainly a good way to keep cool.
It's definitely, especially in the warmer months, 100%.
Yeah.
There you go, Magic Mike. You got your lollipop, mate. Well, we've got a little bit of quiet time. We'll take the time to thank the sponsors that make these events happen. So our Australian V8 Superboats, you know, major sponsor by Penrite, Australian company. If you have the option when you're looking for oil for your car or your bike or your lawnmower or whatever, see if you can go with Penrite. Support the guys that support us. We've got Alan Rand's Electrical here locally. They always happy to drop everything and give us a hand when we need some work done out here. Kennard's Hire out of Wagga. The guys are looking after us with a few things. We need some equipment to do the maintenance here and things like that. Kennard's make the job easy. Davies Auto 1 out of West Wyalong, but the guys, I'm hearing, are soon to open a new shop here in TEMORA, so support those guys. We've got Altora Ag, Fuller's Earth Moving, the TEMORA Shire Council, and all the volunteers that really go above and beyond to make this track look as beautiful as it is today. Like, this is the best I've seen this setup here, so that's a credit to everyone involved. So we've got the Maniac boat. TJ's been around the sport for many years. Campaigned this boat. This is his second time around with this boat. He knows this boat's got a lot of potential. This boat was originally the original Loose Cannon. See Loose Cannon 2.0 here this weekend with Tyler Finch driving it. But this one's the original. Which is a Stingray hull and a 440 cube twin turbo setup. Built by Far Faster race engines. Originally, TJ coming through there with a 40.75, so it's definitely quick. We will see these boats get into the 30s. Not sure how far into the 30s, but I'm sure as we get a little bit further into the day, things will heat up. Everyone starts really pushing to the limits.
Does the time of day change anything in weather conditions and stuff?
Not really. If we go too late into the afternoon, you might get a bit of sunstrike.
Yep.
But other than that, not a huge difference.
Wind?
Yeah, the wind plays a little bit of havoc, especially with a bit of spray. You see Daryl Hutton on the loud pedal very hard out of the start chute there. Pair of fossils in this boat. They've been around the sport for many years now. Still at a fairly competitive level though, you can't take that away from them, even though their boat licenses are chipped in slate. But yeah, no, still at a very competitive level there, that little twin turbo package. Hutto, getting on a little bit.
It's a subtle noise, like it's a bit quieter because it's turbo, obviously, but man, it's like a sweet, nice sort of boosted V8.
Yep. He's had quite a few impressive stacks in his time, but no, he's still getting out there and they're still having a good hard crack, good competitive go. As we see the Loose Cannon, Tyler Finch, sponsored by UWS Welding Services, Far Faster Race Engines, Tyler Finch Engineering, and Dean Finch's Orange Trees.
I noticed his takeoff was a bit different than sometimes it was a bit more ease into it and then really hard on the gas.
Yeah, so you see a lot of boats will jump out of the water if you ease into it too hard. And, you do lose a bit of time there. So and Tyler was fairly young when he first started racing, and he got on the wrong side of a lot of people because he's full of cheek but full of confidence, but he could go and back himself up too. Like in the Maniac boat that we saw out earlier, Tyler used to race in. He'd put a lot of cheek on a lot of people, and then he'd go out there and lay a quick lap down and give everybody something to chase. Dean Finch, the only bloke I've ever seen do the fastest lap of the day in the practice run. he'd go out there and really lay one down in the practice run just to give everyone something to chase. And over the years, the pair of them were fairly strong contenders, and I don't know whether Dean's eyesight is as quick as it used to be these days, but he definitely had a set of kahunas on him. He'd just go out there and really give it heaps.
Can you tell me at the pointy end of this sport, are the teams is there like team owners who then get pay drivers and find drivers and stuff, or it's more really owner driver always?
It's generally an owner driver thing. We don't see too many paid drives. We have done over the years where people have owned a boat and had somebody else drive it, but most people now, they want to spend the money, they want to drive it and have the fun themselves.
Yeah.
We got a mobile phone handed in. It's a Aldi phone or an Oppo phone. If someone can describe what's on the background, come see Gemma and she'll give you the phone back. Or ring that number and she'll answer it and probably get you in trouble. But we've got the Mexican up now. So Kenny Kesper coming through there with a 45.46. So we've seen Tyler delve well into the 30s there with a 38.91. So the couple of other twin turbo boats have got a bit to catch up on. Mike Essel's got a fair bit to catch up on because he didn't even finish the lap. But I'm sure the boys will go back, work out what's going on. I can see them over here working on the boat, so Luke will have to get his ass in there shortly and, his bum in there shortly and get his helmet on and get ready to go out if they've found the issue with the boat. Not sure, I'll catch up with Mike a bit later and just find out what the problem was, because it just seemed a bit strange. It was coming around that right-hander and it just took a real hard turn to the right. Just didn't seem natural. Didn't look like an oversteer or something like that, so not sure whether they had steering failure or whether the boat just conked out when it was halfway around and all that. So next up we've got the oldest man in V8 Superboats, Peter Munger, but did get a podium last meeting, so age is no barrier. It's just ability. The big mean green eyes on the back there. We used to have a commentator, used to always love talking about methanol sucking monsters, and with the big green eyes on the back of that, I suppose you can call that a methanol sucking monster.
No doubt, yeah. I've got the memory of you saying before about the Hulk fists.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think, I probably would have seen it on maybe even like Speed Week or something like that.
Could have, yeah, yep. When we were doing the Speedway or the high-tech oils used to, throw a bit of production at us so we can get a bit of TV time, back in the day.
Yep.
But a big shout out to Penrite this time round. But Pete Munger there with a 45.39. So we've seen a few in the 45s, a couple in the 40s, and then Tyler out there in a 38.9. So we should see the Spartan boat going back in. It doesn't look like it at the moment. I can't see whether... Can't see whether they're climbing back into the boat or looks like they're trying to strap it back in. Yep, I've got the thumbs up here from Jimbo. Thanks, Jim. We see Cheryl out there now in the Natwell twin turbo entry. Cheryl a little bit smoother than Jamie was out there earlier. The boat porpoising a lot more for Jamie, but Jamie using a lot more throttle. The Cheryl comes through with a 21.79 for the split. So probably one of the slowest splits we've seen in Unlimited so far, but don't take it away from Cheryl. She's definitely one to just creep up on it as the boat starts getting a little bit more unsettled. Slowly creeps up on it, and still a good chance that she'll be still there at the end of the day. 48.08 for Cheryl Welsh. 48.08. Still in front of Mike Hessel. It's Mike DNF. We should see the Spartan boat back in the water now with Luke Waters at the helm. So after this next boat out, after this Spartan boat, that'll conclude qualifying number 3. Still got 2 more qualifiers to go. That'll conclude qualifying number 3 for this morning. Get the next 2 qualifiers out of the way, and then we'll go into a lunch break. During the lunch break, there's a gold coin donation. You can go down through the pits, have a look, chat to the drivers, chat to the teams. Some of them might have a bit of merch to sell. Some of them might have posters there to get signed.
No doubt, some of the guys in the pits are people in the up here on the hills, heroes,
Yep. Everybody started on the hill before they got down into the boats. So now talk to some guys. If you're interested in a boat, ask a few questions. People will point you in the right direction. As we see Luke take to the start chute here. Mike will be nervously awaiting, seeing whether Luke will bring this back in one piece. Very wide on the exit of the first left-hander there. But all he's got to do is finish this lap and he beats Mike this time out. And I've just given him the commentator's curse. He's got a problem, an electrical problem or something with that thing, or? Mate, I can see your hands moving and your lips moving. I've got no idea what you're saying.
I thought he said pulling fuses or something.
Yeah, maybe pulling fuses, or sounds like there's a bit of an electrical issue there. I did actually tip that Luke was going to be the one that would have to give the tow operator $20 for fuel. So, unfortunately for Luke, boat sitting up there on the outside of the track. Few issues there. They're just going to have to go back and sort out what's going on, whether there's an electrical issue, whether there's a mechanical issue there. There's something's not right, something's not happy. It was a very delicate exit of the track. We've seen much more spectacular, but from a boat owner and a boat driver point of view, that's how you want your track exits. From a spectator, you want to see a bit of action, but as we see Tommy the tugboat floating its way down there to do a recovery.
That's a good Sunday sesh boat, that one.
It would be. It'd be good fun. I think you see Cletus and the boys rolling around in them sort of things often too. Over there in the land of many opportunities.
Chasing over gators, I think.
Gators.
Yeah, I was staying at a van park there and an RV park, and the guy's like, I'm like, there's probably gators, but he's like, oh yeah, just down there. You get it.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
From a driver's perspective, if you know there's an issue with the boat and you know that without power you can't turn, if you're going flat out, pardon me, if you're going flat out into a corner, you want to have confidence that that thing is going to stay going and turn. So
I noticed too, some of the recovery teams in their tents, some of them get more of a workout than the others. Everybody's out there doing a great job, but some may be earning their tucker a bit more.
Yeah, I'd say yeah, it's one of them things, mate. It's
luck of the draw.
It's luck of the draw. We see the LS boats start making their way down to the ramp, ready for qualifying number 4. Qualifying around number 4.
I must say, the LS boats, from watching a few rounds now, almost the 4th, they don't behave too entry level. They seem pretty damn serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're pretty keen to get out there and have a go.
Yeah.
Just had word through that. I think he ran over the bank at the top of the track and got a jet unit full of grass, and that's where the cavitation, no steering. So it seems like that's what may have happened there to Luke. So no bragging rights for Luke or Mike after that round, because both of them are a DNF. The boats are just starting to get ready for Q4 now. Brought to us here today by Penrite Oils.
Great Aussie company.
Great Aussie company, and support a lot of motorsport. Obviously, that's where a lot of their product sort of steers towards. But for anyone who's into the V8 supercars, you'll see the Penrite logos floating around there next weekend.
Yeah, but I've got quite a lot of friends that swear by Penrite. They use it in their, from tidy small block HKs and stuff like that, and a lot of street machiners have it. It's their go-to in the shed, definitely.
It is the go-to. A lot of engine builders swear by it.
And if your engine builder swears by it, he's the one who's responsible for.
100%. We use them in our go-karts. We run a Penrite oil in our endurance go-karts, and we haven't had any engine problems. Touch wood so far. See aggravation out, and seemed like a bit of a miss or a bit of an issue there as they left the start chute. Not sure whether it's just something that's up in the high end of the revs. Ron O'Day be keen to get a number on the board here. The boat doesn't sound very happy. Doing a big turn, so I'm not sure whether that's a fuel issue. Where they're turning and it's just not getting the fuel through, and that's what's causing that backfire, but it didn't happen down through that corner, so the boys will be having a bit of a sticky beak at that when they get back. Ron coming through the traps there with a 26 flat, 2600. Come through for the split, and this will bring him through here now for a 57.51. 57.51, so not the quickest time out there, but it's respectable. It should be enough to secure him a spot in the top 12 anyway.
So what happens when we get to top 3, say, Mitch? Is it like a parc fermé or what? You like F1 where you can't touch your boat and make any other adjustments?
No, mate. It's you can do everything you need.
Yep.
So you can make changes all up until
The last second, yeah.
To the last second. Like you've got, a lot of guys will change blades. They'll have qualifying blades, and then they'll go and throw a set of elimination blades in because they just give that little bit more of an edge. That might be to do with the density of the water. They might have a different combo that they run. But no parc fermé for these guys. It's give us your best setup and drive everything, give it everything you can. See James Ismail. Those that have been around the sport for many years would probably remember the name. James was a navigator for Teddy and Des in the Triple X team. Had a bit of a hiatus away from the sport. Him and his wife Lexi decided let's get back into it and let's go in as racers, not just as navvies. So here they are. Got themselves a package into the LS side of things and just slowly creeping up on it. Really not going out there trying to win it in the first meeting. Just want to go out there and just have a little bit of fun and go racing. James goes through there with a 52.59, 52.59. He'd be very happy with that.
Out there competing, big smile.
Big smile, having fun, and like we said before, driving it back on the trailer.
Yep.
So James' split then was a 28.59. 24 flat. So he's exactly 2 seconds quicker than Ron O'Day to the split. And then he was, what's that make him? He's 5 seconds quicker all up. So 3 seconds quicker over the back half of the track.
It's a good looking rig, that one too, I must say.
It's pretty good. So it's a very Goosebumps, if you remember that. Goosebumps looking green.
Yeah.
Like it's a different, or maybe flubber.
I think I got a few those books shoved in the attic at Mum's somewhere with all my other crap.
Flubber green, like it's a different sort of a green. It's a standout green anyway.
Yeah.
We see the Kennedy's boat, Kennedy's Excavations, Darryl Aitchison. So the Aitchison name, been around jet sprinting here in Australia for many years. Built quite a few hulls. These guys coming back into the sport just to have a bit of fun. 21.61 to the split. So it's the quickest split we've seen so far in this qual. He just comes around the back end of the track here. So far neat and tidy. Through under the finish line there for a 47.62. So that's a clean run. He'll be pretty happy with that. So, JB, what are you thinking so far, mate? Like, what's a bit of the standout sort of a thing? Being green, you've never seen jet sprinting in the flesh before. You, like I said, you've watched a little bit on TV and YouTube and all that.
Well, I've got the racing right in front of me out the window, but what's really interesting is how the pits works like clockwork. Every cars come in, trailers in, there's no fuss. Get the boat out, next run. We've had like, for this form of motorsport, just non-stop action. There's no oil down, nothing against drag racing. I absolutely love drag racing, but this doesn't stop. I'm sure if a boat goes off a little bit, it might take a little bit longer, but it's not like you've got to get out there and put sand on the track and clean it up and sweep it up.
Yeah.
You get your value for money. Like I'm really looking forward to bringing my son back here. Probably both of my girls too. Just come for a weekend and check it out.
And even from the spectator point of view, like you just mentioned, you can sit in one spot and you can see all the action.
Yeah.
You're not you know, if you go to the Formula One or the Supercars or something like that, you sit in one spot, you get to watch what happens on that part of the track.
One corner,
or you know, a little bit of the track. If you get some of the open sort of, you know, Bathurst, you only see one part of the track. But you go to Winton or something like that, you might see a little bit more QR. But you know, for this style of racing, you know, you get to sit there and watch everything from your seat. You can't get up because you're worried you're going to miss something.
Just used all my fingers and another extra 2.
You took one shoe off so you can count your toes. So we see Matty Harrod goes through there with a 42.02, and his split time was a 19.22. So definitely the fastest out there so far with the LS side of things.
That's a really quick time, like even if you could even mix amongst Group A, right? That sort of time, like.
Yeah, it's getting down there in them times, and you know that comes down to they haven't quite got the horsepower, but the power to weight ratio, where the weight is, like the weight's a lot lower with an LS package. You know, guys are running dry sumps, things like that. Matty's running that massive big trombone hanging at the back there. That might be helping him a little bit.
You might have to get that 3D print the program, and a few people might start making a few inquiries.
It's either that or it's a rain catcher. I don't know what.
I thought he might have stole a dish from Parks, to be honest.
Bloody oath. As we see Kobe Berg. Coming out last time out, had a few little issues. This time out, boat sounding a lot better. Getting a little bit more confidence as he progresses here.
The other thing I was going to say before too, as someone who's green, is I'm all about the noise. The noise, you got constant V8, RPM pumping all day.
Yep.
There's no break. There's no break. I don't think there was a stop before, and I was like, geez, it's quiet.
It's quiet. It does. It gets very quiet. That's when we can give the sponsors a plug.
But it's actually not loud where you need to bring almost earmuffs for the kids.
No.
You know?
It's not too bad. Up on the hill, the noise will carry a little bit, but it's not too bad.
Maybe a bit different here from the Ivory Tower in this air-conditioned box. But
yeah.
But
we can open the windows, but
get a bit of noise going.
Actually, I don't think we can on this one.
But it's not, let's say, like, you know, Top Fuel or something where your kids are going to blow their heads off or anything like that. You could do this all day, you know.
Kobe through there with a 56.61, so not too bad there. Sub 1 minute run, so he's going to be very happy with that one. The only downside to this Ivory Tower is I can smell that barbecue or something just coming through here. It's starting to make me a little bit peckish.
We've had a few cabanossi and cheese and bickies.
Yeah,
punching away.
Chewing through them. Thanks to the girls up here in the commentary, in the timing tower for sorting that out.
I've given up on the bickies though. They get a bit noisy.
Come through here now with a 20.62, so second quickest split so far in this sector, in this qualifying run.
Does it get a point in this LS class where the development of what the guys do with each boat gets a bit too serious and they sort of get a tap on the shoulder and say, hey, you should probably bump up to Ultimate or bump into Group A?
Not really. Like you know, there's some pretty quick LS boats out there. One that's not here this weekend, you know, it's a bit of a crowd pleaser. But, you know, not really, but I think eventually they'll get to the point where they'll want to step up into Group A or Unlimited. Got to be careful with them biscuits too, because that's what's getting caught in the throat. I've got to wash it down. But
they get a bit noisy on the mic.
Yeah, so, you know, if they dominate out front too much, you know, they might step up themselves and get in and try another class just to see what they can do.
Yeah, well, it's the evolution of their career too, no doubt, as a jet boat driver.
100%.
What's the best bragging rights at the pub? The Ultimate, right? Winning that, or is that?
Yeah, if you can come home with a trophy in Unlimited. See Jody come up there now, so one of the couple of females. So we've got 2 females here this weekend. Another one, Jade, who's not here this weekend. Up there pretty well, sticking it to Jodie in Steady Eddie. So Jodie come down here now, just about to run under here for a split time of 21.36, so that is her 3rd quickest so far to the split in LS for qualifying round 4. .46.58. 46.58 for Jodie Cottam there in Steady Eddie.
Really admiring the throttle like control of that, just like really consistent.
Just flat out.
Flat out, yeah. And that could be a play too in a class like this, where if you turn it down and you're saying you can adjust some of the ways that the propulsion and stuff, where you can ride it flat out maybe, and you know, not go as carry a few different sort of styles of driving.
Gemma, if you're floating around, when these just come up here, someone's inquired about that phone. As we see Kyle Elphingston, as mentioned before, Kyle residing in Central Coast of New South Wales, taking a fair bit on in the last couple of months, last while there, taking over a business and a few things. They didn't have enough to do. It says here, fun fact of Kyle, his wonderful wife Talia is the secretary and treasurer of the AFJSA, so she's got enough on her plate looking after the 2 kids at home that she's got to do with all the kids here and their carry-ons. So she does a great job. Kyle through there with a 42.87. His split time of 19.71. So a little bit, about half a second slower than Matty Harrop to the split, and then about 0.8 of a second slower all up. So fairly close in the back half of the track, but yeah, about half a second slower in the front half of the split. So Kyle's got that little gold-plated induction on their inlet thing. Maybe Matty Harrop needs to get the secret out on that massive big trombone that he's running there to. Or maybe he needs to keep that secret quiet so nobody else can get in front of him.
I'll be down the music shop in High Street getting the trombone straight on. Big brass number.
Couple of big buckets there and just melt them down. So Rod Norton's gone through for a 20.75 on the split, 20.75, and a bit of a hesitation there. Lucky for Rod. He made it regather and through there with a 45.71. So has him sitting 4th overall. Out of qualifying number 4 in the Penrite V8 Superboats LS class. Those of you watching at home had 15 or 12 to 15 mil of rain here last night. So I thought, turning up this morning, I thought it was going to be quite wet underfoot, but it's actually not too bad. So just a bit of fresh water to top the track up as we see the Drop Bear team rolling in. So their boat's out of action after the big accident they had up at Tweed Valley on round number 1. James and Lexi from Envious Racing have kindly put their hand up and said, hey, why don't you just jump in and have a steer of this? You know, they work together. They mustn't live too far from each other, I'd say. So a bit of camaraderie is always good. I don't think there'd be too many blokes in the burnout scene that say, here, take my car and go do some burnouts.
It happened, but it's not as common as you think because it's just cars are so particular to each person, you know, and the effort and money and whatever else goes into it. And we do see burnout cars do break a lot of things a lot of the time. And no mate wants to be responsible to another mate's car like that, you know. Yeah.
The lorry going through with a 23.07. It should have him sitting around about 7th.
I must say, I got to the Freedom Factory in Florida last year, and a dude basically jumped out of the pits at me straight away, threw me the keys, and entered me in the comp. And
Yeah, right.
I think I came about 12th or something, I don't know, out of about 15, but you know.
That's all right. Wasn't your car?
Wasn't my car. I didn't bin it. Went in there pretty conservative, had a bit of fun.
So Laurie Howlett secured himself into position number 7 there for the LS class. So it looks like we've only got 12. I thought Talia said we had 14 boats earlier in LS. So it looks like we've only got 12 this weekend. So I don't know whether a couple pulled out or last minute or whatnot. But if a bit of aggressive on the throttle there on the start there for Andrew. Boat sounded strong though.
Man, that's some grunt straight off throttle. Far out.
Yeah, you can see like the start is quite important. Like getting out, if you can get a nice smooth start.
Yeah.
Without too much boat, wrong way. Without too much boat out of the water, because as soon as there's too much boat out of the water, the boat will cavitate. Like there's not enough water going through the jet unit, so it'll cavitate, pick up the revs. When that happens, you're losing propulsion forward. You're losing speed, you're losing time, you're losing...
I feel like there's maybe, I could be wrong, but there's a fair bit of time in the first couple of corners.
Yeah. This is quite a flowing track with plenty of potential to make mistakes though, as he comes through with a 59.05, so not respective at all with a wrong way in the middle there, but he regathered that wrong way and brought it home. So
a track like this, do you ever get to a point where you make a decision, you change the layout, or never?
So every time they race here, like the layout itself's the same, but every time they race here, it'll be a different. It might be a different set of numbers. Different rotation. So you might go around a couple of the islands a different way. So, yeah.
The finish point's always the same.
Start and finish is always the same.
Yeah.
So we used to finish coming in and going north, like the opposite way, but you carry a lot of speed in, and there's
one right sharp turn.
Well, see that's supposed to be a spin out pool, sort of off to the left there, where you come in and. Rightio, so we're into Group A now with Ollie Silverton. Ollie Silverton come through there with a split time of 18.92, so he's really on a hot one here. You can tell by the aggression in his steering. He missed out on a little bit of time there when they had a couple of laps down. So 41.50, so he's got about 0.05 of a second quicker, exactly 0.05 of a second quicker, because I recall his last lap was a 41.555 and he's just gone a 41.505, so fairly consistent there, good bracket racer. But look, Ollie lost a little bit of time, lost a couple of laps there with that fuel pump issue. Obviously they've got that sorted, he's going to go out there and just give it everything to try and play catch up, so to speak. Just been informed that after this qualifying round finishes with the unlimited boats, we're going to go to lunch early. Going to go to the lunch break after this, so it'll be, what do we got? We got 5, so we'll be probably 15 minutes away, all going well. And we'll get out and have a look around and go and have a look at the pits. I advise everyone to go down and have a sticky beak. No alcohol in the pits, no smoking in the pits. No glass in the pits, shouldn't be any glass up on the hill anyway. Enclosed shoes if you can. If you can't, just get some race tape and tape your feet up. You see Danny Napick up and toughen up now.
A few plastic bags, I reckon.
A few plastic bags, yeah.
Tape them up.
Danny here in toughen up all the way from the Central Coast. Comes down through here. You see that bit of a crosswash there that just unsettled the boat a little bit. So 20.16 is his split time. Oop. A little bit unsettled there. He sort of a little bit of wash up the top there too as he comes down here through the final corner. 43.99, so a little bit to work on there. Still got, what's that? 2.5 seconds? 2.5 seconds to catch Ollie Silverton there, so that's nearly a lot of that's in that first half of the lap too. Ollie's first split was an 18.92, Danny's was a 20.16.
As a newbie watching this, sometimes I notice like a boat run like that has a lot more spray, but it's not actually faster than some of the ones with less spray.
No, so a lot of the times the spray means there's a lot of boat in the water, so it's pushing a lot of water.
Gotcha.
So spray is essentially slowing you down because it's forcing more boat into the water and it's pushing. So
right.
To something like Tyler Finch in Loose Cannon, that's got a lot of horsepower to drive you through, so you can carry that. If there's a little bit more boat in the water and pushes a little bit more water, you can
essentially
really,
it's trying to rock it off
yeah,
out of the water.
Exactly.
But
so Daniel Warburton coming up now. So I'm wondering whether Justin Roylance has an issue or whether he's just not risking it. Justin should have made out. But we haven't seen the boat on the ramp. We've got Team Attitude out there now, Daniel Warburton.
how do you find as a racer, Mitch, where if you sort of knock stuff up, but the first 3-4 corners you're not too happy with yourself, do you try and overwork and make it up, or you think like if you're in say like the pointy end of the round?
Look, if you're in the top 6 or the top 3 and it's critical, you'd be mad not to.
Yeah.
You're going to overdrive it a little bit to try and get that time back.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
But if you don't try it and you get back and you go, oh, I really could have had a better crack at that.
Yeah.
You're going to be dirty on yourself.
Get 1/10 off or something
yeah.
like that.
And you know that there was a couple of corners there that you could have steered a lot better if you'd have had a go. That's good, but yeah, it just depends on where you are. If you're only in qualifying, there's no point pushing yourself too hard and risk damaging the boat.
And no doubt, at the end of the year, when you get in top 6, top 3, everybody's sending it. Nobody's there.
Everyone wants to progress.
Yeah.
If you don't want to progress, you're you're here for the wrong reason. As we see Huey Gilchrist in the Matrix.
Got a good noise, this.
Got a good solid sound. So far we've seen Ollie Silverton with a 41.50, Danny Napick with a 43.99, Daniel Warburton 48.25. Huey Gilchrist is on one this lap. He's driving this thing how he should drive it, which is good to see. I've seen Huey throw this thing around, so
He's moving.
Huey's come through with a 19.80 for the split, which puts him into a 43.20. So hands together for Huey Gilchrist there. He's going to be stoked with that. Puts Huey into second there out of what we've seen in qualifying number 4. And by the looks of it, that's the end of Group A qualifying, unless Justin's going to come out a little bit later.
Can I ask, Mitch, can you sit out a qualifying round if you want?
You can, yeah. So if you've already qualified, like you can go out there on your first qualifier, lay a real good time down, then go, I don't want to risk it anymore, that's me, I'm just going to sit out
Gotcha.
till you've just got to put one time in there that qualifies you for the top 12.
Yep.
So Justin may not want to risk, but early on we did hear him have that bit of an issue, bit of a miss. Something might have reoccurred. They might have found something. See Welshie out there now. So had to talk to Jamie there earlier. He's been out of the boat for a while. Boat very unsettled through that first corner when he gets up the top end there. Been out of the sport for a while. Coming over from WA, they wanted to sort of have a bit more of a push and race. With some good competition, so they've brought themselves back over the East Coast. Jamie went through with a 20.57. So even though this thing's got all the horsepower in the world, if you can't get the power down, it's no advantage to you. Like, so as a comparison, Ollie Silverton's split was an 18.92 and Welshie's was a 20.57. Welshie's come through there with a 45.64. Ollie was 41. So
I can hear it. It's like almost, I liken it to its wheel spinning a lot between like.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you can hear that difference.
It's not getting traction. It's
that's cavitating in the jet unit.
Yeah.
You're going to see the Spartan boys come back off. I've just seen the boat roll off the trailer, so. The boys from Spartan time, they had a few issues earlier with Mike spitting it out, coming around through the centre island there.
But they're back.
Then we saw Luke, from what we gather, grabbed a jet unit full of grass and, that's hurt him up the top end of the track there and parked him on the bank. But it looks like the boat's in full swing now. They're not missing a beat here now. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but so far looks good. It's a bad thing, that commentator's curse.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what sport
rugby
it
league,
is.
rugby league a lot. Could you use the crosswash to your advantage sometimes? Like hook it in and
You can.
use it as a bit of a bank?
There might be some corners where it will work, as you see there. That hit that bit of a crosswash there, and it's unsettled. So 45. Where are we there? 43.72. So he come through with a split of 19.64, which that puts him so far out of Q4 up on top of the charts. Go down and find out off the boys why they've got that LS is just chuffing a little bit. Might just be a little bit of a crook seal in one of the turbos. Putting a bit of oil in that, burning that, getting hot. As we see Maniac. Now this is going to be a boat to keep an eye on as the day progresses. TJ is not shy in standing on that loud pedal. For a boat that's been around quite a few years now, it's still a very fast and very neat looking boat.
Mitch, is the time started from when the green light goes, or there's a trip being on?
There is a trip. There's as TJ just comes around and bogs it through the corner there. So just past the green light, there is two wires that run over rooftop. You probably can't see them clearly from the
Yep, I can see them. Yep.
thing. So that's so they run like it's a MyLapse transponder. So
Yep.
if anyone who's got Speed Hive on their phone, you can actually go on and see what the times are. So that's what we use when we go karting. As TJ comes through, so his split was an 18.54, and he comes through the traps with a 41.18. So not sure what boat we're going to have up next. Possibly, I don't know, what have we got there? That would be Hutto in Phoenix Lubricants. So Daryl Hutton in the Phoenix Lubricants boat. So Daryl's been around. You know, he's an expat Kiwi over here now, lumberjacking. And yeah, definitely a hard hitter amongst the sport here.
Different style than some of the other guys.
Say it again.
Different start technique to some of the other guys.
Yeah, so he runs a
Bit wider.
slightly different line. The boat sits in the water and stays in the water. You don't see it jump out and then sort of get too much height.
Yep.
So Hutto's gone through there with a 26. Oh, did he have a wrong way there or something? Maybe it was 26.38, which is not the split that you want to see. Goes through there with a 48.38. So I'm assuming I didn't get a good look at that lap, but I'm assuming he did have a wrong way, and it's taken him a bit of time lost a bit of time there trying to gather that up.
It must be frustrating the wrong way sometimes, and if you're on a really good lap as a racer, you'd probably,
100%. So you can go into like your eliminations.
Yep.
You know, we saw it last meeting with Kyle Elphingston, been running pretty good all day, and then goes into the eliminations, does a wrong way, and it just puts him out. You see Tyler Finch here. Tyler, you can see the pressure of the water as it hits that hay bales down the end there. Like it's just throwing a lot of water out. He comes through here. I'm assuming we should see into the 17s. Yeah, 17.71. This thing is just a marvel of engineering. An absolute rocket ship. Goes through there with a 38.72. 38.72. That thing just eats water.
That is wild.
And just, it is just a rocket ship on water, that thing. So, I'm looking forward to seeing that thing go to the Worlds.
Yeah, it sits differently. It's like it's cutting the water.
It is. It's like
And the level it sits up seems consistent.
Yep.
The whole way it runs through.
So that's a Sprintech hull coming out of Sprintech in New Zealand. So down Queenstown way, he's from up around Christchurch, but down Queenstown way he built a 4-seater, and there's down in a park there, probably where Andy is, down near there somewhere.
Yeah.
An adventure park, and you can go in a 4-seater and run around. Yeah, so pretty cool. See Kenny Kesper now in the Mexican. Bit of Mr. Excitement here as you just hear that thing do a burnout down the bottom corner there, drifting.
Can you add power to compromise for a poor chassis, say a hull? Not a poor, but like one that's maybe not as slick as some others. Up to date technology.
Depending on what it is, but that's not always the answer. Sometimes that can, probably send you the wrong way. You go and throw a lot more power in a hull that can't handle it, and it might be like a mousetrap and spit you out. As Kenny comes through now with a 46.08 46.08. So Kenny's split was a 20.91. He's come home there with a pretty good time, not far off the back end of Jamie Welsh's lap. So yeah, not too far off Jamie's time overall. To be honest, only about 0.4 of a second. So 3.78 to be exact.
But all this qualifying stuff, as fast as, say, Tyler is here, if you got to get it right in the final.
You got to get it right when it counts. Because
Yeah.
Tyler went in the last meeting into the top 3.
Yep.
Was the last boat out. You know, had a time to beat. Was on track to probably beat that time, but just couldn't get the lap down. Did a bit of a wrong way. Ended up clipping a bank. Sat it up and parked it up on the top shelf. And you know, he said everything. You know, I put a lot more into that run.
It happens.
We got to that corner a lot quicker than we did in previous laps, and he said it just yeah. So this is a problem. He goes, I ran out of talent. He said, I've been out of the sport too long. He said, I need a bit more seat time and get comfortable with everything happening at that speed. He said, it might be a different story. So as Pete Munger comes through in the mongrel machine with a 20.49 to the split. So that should have him sitting roughly 4th, just in front of Jamie Welsh this time out if all goes well.
Would I be wrong in saying that Tyler's boat seems like it's front sharp and this one seems a bit more drift?
Yeah, so different hulls. This is an older Sprint Tech.
Yep.
A lot more technology going into it between now and then. So Pete going through there with a 44.26. So yeah, like I was saying, just finished 4th, just in front of Jamie Welsh. So
seems a bit more oversteer is how I can try and think
yeah.
of it
So
in
you
my
might
head.
have a little bit more boat out of the water, and it's
Yeah.
like I said, it's a little bit light and sort of a little bit harder to steer. But with more boat out of the water, you're using less horsepower to drive it too. So
Yeah.
you know there's a fine line.
The boys are back.
The boys are back. So I wonder what the bet is this time round. Got skin on the game this one, Mike. As you can see, the boat's come out of the water. It's thrown that little bit extra power out of the water, which has made the thing pop.
Yep.
A bit of a backfire because it cavitated, or limiter bash, or whatever you want to call it. But you know, you lose that little bit of time. So coming through there is a 21.47. So Mike was a 19.64 when Mike was in this boat. So far Mike has bragging rights. Luke's probably just going to be a little bit hesitant after the last run. Let's get the confidence back in it. So go in under the finish line there with a 46.11. So Mike's got bragging rights this time round. And we should nearly see one more boat to come, which should be the Natwell boat. And that should round us out. So if everyone wants to start getting ready, anyone who wants to go down to the pits for a look, we're going to have roughly 40 minutes to have a walk around, meet your favourite teams, meet your favourite drivers. Kids, you could probably get a photo in the boat if you're lucky. Ask the boat owner or the boat driver whether you can get a photo in. Make sure you bang it up on social media and tag them and do all that sort of stuff. Tag their sponsors. Everybody loves that. Sponsors love that. If we can, yeah, like I said, it's a gold coin donation. If you do have enclosed shoes, please put them on. We're going to need no smoking, no glass, no alcohol. And then, yeah, we'll give you a call when it's about time to get out of the pits. And we can get racing back underway.
What's the shoes for, mate? Just to make sure anybody with poorly
Just-
manicured feet, we don't want to see it.
Yeah, we
or-
don't want to see ugly toes, unclipped toenails, but nah, just in case, you know,
Safety.
there's still, fuel. There's still spark in there. There's still, just a safety thing. If I'm not allowed to wear thongs, you're not allowed to wear thongs. So I bring my thongs. I wait till the racing's finished.
You did bring your ute too, and we did see it drive off.
I've seen it drive back too, and it's parked back over there. So I think that was to go try and find some grub screws for that fuel pump. And anyone with really short white shorts, you got to be careful in the pits too. Hey, Garlo. When are we going to see you back on the water, mate? You'll be the second oldest bloke in jet sprinting then, after Munga.
I think he just gave you a gesture, mate.
Oh, I think there was a hand signal. I just don't know what it was. 1 week, 1 year. 1 more meeting.
Maybe you got 1 more minute for you.
1 more minute before you come up here. Something anyway.
Comes up and chins you.
You got short arms. So. As we see Cheryl Welsh come out now. Saw this boat out earlier with Jamie. Cheryl a little bit more smoother than Jamie. But the boat's still very, porpoising quite a bit.
It's probably the only corner up the back there, number 4, where I hear the engine over rev like that sometimes.
Yep. Ooh.
The most, anyway.
She nearly went the wrong way there. It's very easy. You go through the same part of the track a couple of times. You've got to get your head around which time you're turning left, which time you're going straight up the back there. So, very close to a hesitation. Boat very unsettled still. It's good through the crosswash there, but just a couple of these corners, they just can't get that porpoise out of it. Comes back through. Like the boat's got plenty of power to drive through, but they just can't get the porpoise out. As she comes through there with a 48.80. So, rightio, well that concludes qualifying number 4. So we're going to open the pits up now. Gold coin donation for everyone who wants to come down and have a look through the pits. Gold coin donation, teams down there, a few of them have got posters. Get your photo with the boat, in the boat, next to the boat, with the driver. Talk to the drivers. Anyone who's interested in maybe buying a boat, talk to some of the teams there, find out who's got boats for sale. Go see the junior, they're not juniors anymore, but the guys with Psycho Killer, they still own the junior boat, and the junior boat is for sale, so we might do the same, mate. We might go down and have a look around and teach you a little bit more about jet sprinting.
Sounds good. I was going to say too, if you go down there and you do put some stuff on social media, tag V8 Superboats on Instagram.
Hashtag Penrite Oils. Give them a plug, give them a push, and any other sponsors. Without the sponsors, it makes it very hard for us to do what we do. So I'll go quiet here for a while, and I'll let you know when we need everybody out of the pits. Enjoy.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboat community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
It's getting towards that pointy end of the comp. It is a lot, but how good the crowd can go down and mingle like that, and not just a few people went, half the crowd more.
Mate, it's pretty good. We try and make it a fairly good family atmosphere. You know, take the kids down there, as you've seen when we're down there with Fossil Munga.
Mm-hmm.
You know, happy to throw the kids in the boat.
Yeah, sign a few posters.
Yeah, sign
take
a few
photos.
posters. Get the photos, all that sort of stuff. It's
yeah, it's man, family atmosphere. Dads and kids and mums and kids and everybody down there getting in there, and you know.
It's
The
good
setup is so tight too. It's not too far of a walk, you know. Like the pits aren't
No, it's pretty
4 kilometres away.
pretty good access there.
Saw plenty of safety boots.
Yeah, some of the Chinese safety boot variety, but anyway, we did mention it. Our due diligence was done. So that should bring us into. Oh, here we go. We got lollies now.
Oh.
Upgraded from the cheese.
I noticed that all the guys though they're having a chat, some of the drivers, but they're staying focused on what they got to do.
Yeah.
They're sort of not too far out of, you know, whether it's set up or whatever else. Because
Yeah, no, it's you know, and a bit of camaraderie there. A couple of the drivers all talking to each other, seeing what they're doing, seeing what changes they're making. Look, in this sport, we know that you know to progress and make the boats faster, sharing a little bit of data. You don't give away all your secrets, but share a little bit of data, help the other bloke out, because he's going to push you to go quicker and quicker and better yourself.
yeah, there was a little bit of talk about the big intake as well.
Yeah, we heard about Matty Harrob's massive trombone. He's over there on the water, I think. Over there, yep, he's waving. Get the biggest trumpet we've seen all day. The town band is jealous. They're out here. I think there's an ad in the paper looking for the trumpet that's missing. It's on Matty Harrob's No Limits boat.
And what I've seen in the pits too is a lot of the younger guys driving and some of the older heads sitting around with their knowledge and stuff that they've raced, you know, in the past and whatever, and they're all sort of steering the team and seeing what's going on. They might not maybe drive anymore or whatnot, but
Nah, that's pretty good. You know, say coming out of loose cannon team there, like
yep.
Dean's still standing around there, still giving everyone cheek as he always does. But you know, they're getting that thing. That thing's on rails. Like it's, you know, it's an absolute weapon of a machine.
Yeah. And that's not all horsepower. That's chassis setup. That's everything. That's driver skill. You know.
That's 100%.
Understanding.
That's the whole package. It's the R&D. It's the time. You know, it's the time spent to get everything right.
Now, could I be wrong in saying that the water looks a little bit different than it did an hour ago? Like the way it's sort of moving around. Does that make a difference?
Potentially, that bit of a breeze. Yeah, it does make a difference. Like I said, the biggest thing with the wind is when the breeze blows through, you go around a certain part of the track, you come around near that part again, and the spray sprays past, gets on your glasses, gets in your face, whatever. You got to blink really, really quick.
Yep.
Or you're trying to, you know, wipe the front of your visor.
I've got to say, this sport is really efficient. These guys are racing up here already, and you only just call them how good.
Yep. No, they're keen to get back out there. So Ron O'Day in aggravation. So we saw Ron earlier have some issues with some rotation. He ended up laying one down, but it sounds like they got a bit of a miss out there now. Wrong way. He's sending it home. He's not happy with that boat, so they'll go back and just see what's going on. There's definitely an ignition issue there. Something's missing, coughing. Not sure what the go is there.
What do you reckon? We'll see some lights on, you reckon, before the end of the day?
No, I don't think so. They're only up just as a precaution.
Yep.
They are a bit of a pain to put up and down, so they thought, let's have them up just in case. You know, if it comes over very cloudy at the end of the day, which I'm not sure whether it's supposed to or not, but you know, as you'll probably notice, they haven't really used the main runway either. There's been a couple of planes flying out of other runways.
Yeah.
But they won't.
Which way is north here?
Pretty much straight behind us, I think.
Okay.
Like if you look straight down that runway, I think that should be south.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure on that, so don't quote me.
But at night here, with the lights on, sitting on the bank, like a night meeting must be pretty wild.
It is pretty good. We get a few of the guys will run LED lights on the boats, and
Yep.
they might be flicking and flashing. And
Do you find people are faster during the nighttime runs or slower?
some people, you might get some older souls that go a little bit slower under lights. Just
It probably is that little bit harder to see some of the banks and the corners and the carry through, like.
Yeah,
Maybe.
but yeah, eyes aren't working as good as they used to. Pardon me. As we see, James Ismail, Envious Racing. These guys are newly back to the sport, as we've said. James is here, so brought the boat in from New Zealand. He lives up the Tweed area. Driver and Navvy only sort of met each other a couple of years ago. Mutual love of the sport. Met on the hill up at Tweed Heads watching some racing. So they said, let's get into some racing. So James is here thanks to Universal Home Improvements, Climate Control Systems, and Kazar. He's come through early there with a 23.88. As he comes through under here now with a 52.72. So these guys are getting a little bit quicker. They're nice and consistent. The boat's still in one piece, so they're happy. The boat's running nice. You're about to sneeze. I can see you're about to sneeze. You got that look in your eye, and I've just ruined it, haven't I? You didn't get to have your sneeze.
It's the most. It's like lining up for dinner and then get there and it's running out. It's the no sneeze after you got to sneeze.
You get so excited for a
very
good sneeze. You're wondering whether you're going to crack your back and all that. But anyway.
I didn't get it.
Didn't get it. My fault.
I'll have another wally.
Bit of a burnout on the start line there. Darryl sort of cuts a little bit of a different racing line to a few of the other drivers, but he's just probably a lot gamer than a lot of the other drivers. Maybe it's not his boat. I think it is. He's the A driver. That generally means it's his boat. But Darryl's come through there with a 21.54, so been quite consistent with this thing all day. And then Andrew's had a few little issues as the B driver, but Darryl's been around the sport for many years. Through there with a 46.97. 46.97.
There we go, just coming off there. I've got to say, as a newbie here today, sport with sound. These V8s all day long. I know a lot of people who come all the time might be used to it, but you got to admit, when you stop and think about it for a second, all day of just V8 noise banging all day is just a sight to listen to. Here's the one with the big intake, the big trombone sitting on the back, sucking in birds as they fly by.
Yeah, make sure your kids are strapped down up on the hill there. They might end up lifting one of these little children off their seat. There's a monstrosity of an intake. Looks like something Dr. Evil would have.
Seems to, yeah, or one of those slides up.
Freaking laser. Okay, so Matty comes through there with a 19.32, so about 2 seconds quicker than Darryl Aitchison in the Kennedy's boat that we just saw. That's looking pretty slick on the water. Going to be a good battle between him and Kyle as things start getting down towards the pointy end of the show.
Technically, because of the amount of entrants we have today, everybody will qualify for the top 12, right?
Yeah, so everyone's qualifying for top 12. So Matty comes through there with a 42.09, so Moist As team be pretty happy with that. I don't know whether they'll go faster without that big monstrosity slowing them down, or the drag, or whether that big monstrosity's punch in the air into the engine.
What was Tyler saying in the pits? He was saying that he doesn't know that if the benefit from it might be...
Is it drag that's going to slow? Could it be quicker without? We don't actually know. But anyway, it's good to...
I look forward to seeing the next round with it twice as big.
Yeah, he might paint it in camouflage colour so we can't see it. Be no good if it had a shower of rain. I think it'd fill up full of water. It's like gone are the days of the yard glass. It's just a yard intake.
So how did the podiums get here, mate? Pretty exciting. We see a few shoeies, or what's going?
Oh, hopefully we might have to have a crack as we see Psycho Killer.
I've got 2 left shoes in the car and get them in.
Haven't been worn this weekend, so they're
good to go.
Kobe Burke and Eliza Roylians out there poking around in the Psycho Killer. So Kobe just he's having a bit more of a go this time round. Just getting a bit more confidence in this boat. So he was driving the junior boat. He's very close to that island there. His mother will give him a smack over the back of the hand because he would have been at the nose of the boat over the island. But talking to him earlier, the dramas he was having getting used to this boat. So with the junior boat, it was very different handling characteristics. So, you're a single seat, so you're sitting in the middle. So, the power's different, just the handling, everything's different. So now jumping out of that and hopping into this, he's come through there with a 54.04.
This one looks like the other one I was talking about just before, maybe an hour ago. That seems like it steers from the rear a lot.
Yeah, so it's an older Stingray hull. So for anyone who's been around the sport for a while, that boat used to be called No Brakes because we don't have brakes. So for anyone who hasn't seen, hang on, I'm getting waved at again. But I got waved at by the people in the timing just to let me know that Kobe saved 19 seconds on the practice lap. So, it's a big ask there. You see Darren Pollard out here now from Central Coast Kitchens up on the Central Coast of New South Wales. A very well presented boat called Disturbed. Now, some would say you'd have to be disturbed to be in this sport.
I'm saying, like, I probably could gather up the courage to go for a passenger drive. Like, sure I'd like, but I reckon it takes. From an armchair point of view, you think it might be easy, but I reckon when you get in there, it is wild.
You've only got to hold your breath and close your eyes for, in this case, 44.54 seconds.
It wouldn't be a lot of breathing going on. I'd actually like to see like the Fitbit data or something of someone who's doing it, breath rate, heart rate, stress rate.
Yeah, no, nothing. It's just
underpants.
ERR, error.
Sport underpants rate.
Yeah.
You can get it now, so you can actually wear one of the health things and have it go on your action camera.
Yeah, right.
And it translates and puts it all on there for you.
So you your GoPro.
Yeah.
So Matty Harrop's split was a 19.32. Darren's run then was a 20.48. So Darren at 1.1 seconds off the split there. So, and a little bit off in the back half of the lap too, about the same, roughly in the back half of the lap. So, the work on us. You see Jodie Cotton here now, one of 2 females out there racing this weekend. So, girls get behind Jodie and Cheryl. Out here sticking it to the guys, showing them that it's not just a guys' sport. Usually got Jade Atchison here this week, most weekends as well, but she must have prior plans this weekend, and she's not out here racing in the Twisted 777 boat. But Jodie's split there was a 21.58, so she's very similar to where we saw Daryl Atchison. Jodie just comes through here now, crosses the finish line with a 46.55. 46.55 puts her about close to half a second up on 0.42 of a second up on Daryl Atchison in the Kennedy's boat there earlier.
And this boat obviously must be a different set. The other one we're talking about a drifting for. This one seems like it cuts more rather than...
So this is a very similar hull to what we see Tyler Finch running in Loose Cannon and Danny Napping in Toughen Up.
Yeah.
The Sprintec hull, the new generation of Sprintec hulls.
Seems really direct, like on rails almost.
Yeah. As we see Kyle in the KMC Performance, Stellar Engineering. What else has he got across there?
A bit more like Interstellar, the space
Interstellar,
movie.
yeah. Coastal Truck Services, Coastal Transport Services, Velocity Engineering, Warspeed Industries, Madden Plumbing, Next Gen Demolition, Central Coast Batteries, Truck Tow Bars Australia, and his major sponsor and supporter is his beautiful wife Talia and 2 children.
Going to be motored by Troy Worsley, I reckon.
Troy Worsley from Warspeed, so 19.49 was his split, so a little bit down on Matty Harrop. Puts him into second place with a 42.35. 42.35, so 0.25 of a second slower than Matt Harrop in the Moist As No Limits racing team.
Which from memory from the last qualifying is maybe only, he's cut it by half.
He's cut it down, he was about half a second off, yeah.
Yeah.
Good memory.
Somehow, getting there. The hot dog has done me good.
It's done you good.
We'll see you in a couple of hours.
You see, support the food vendors up there.
Yep.
I went to Rub and Smoke up there and had a beautiful pulled pork roll. You got the hot dog from next door.
I got the hot dog with the jalapenos and stuff, and then they're cooking it there with the little fire thing melting the cheese. It was
beautiful.
Sensational.
And they say that Aussies aren't cultured.
See? No idea.
Plenty of culture.
I did give the Junie Bakery a workout this morning, I must say.
That's all right. Did you go to the licorice and chocolate factory?
No, I did. I must say, I've driven
next
past.
time.
I do plan to stop there at some point.
You see Rod Norton here in the hot shot boat, a little bit wide on the entry to there, so 21.05, 21.05. So it's got him sitting just in front of Steady Eddie in fourth place so far with that time. Comes through there with a 45.48. 45.48. So that puts him into fourth place this qualifying run. What is he? 0.93 of a second behind Darren Pollard in the Disturb boat. So Rod's going to want to try and work on that. He's going to want to get himself into the top three after getting fourth last meeting up at Tweed. Two of the boats that were in front of him last meeting not racing this weekend. He's really going to be pushing for that third spot. He wants to get himself on that podium.
Here's a crazy question for you, Mitch. How much does, say, like Tyler's boat weigh in kilos?
Look, on average, say a Group A boat, you might be around about that 600-700 kilos.
Yeah.
Engine and all. Yeah, so power to weight ratio is through the roof.
Yeah,
You're nearly at a 1-to-1. But then you go to something like Tyler as well, when you look and you can tune that thing to, 1,500 plus horsepower, your power to weight ratio can be further off to the stars then. It's definitely through the roof.
Yeah.
You see Laurie Howlett out there in the Envious Racing. Went to say Drop Bear then, but these guys in Drop Bear, round one, had a bit of a mishap and done some damage to their boat. Round two, they helped James and Lexi out, getting everything right to rock and roll for this, and helped them in the pits, crewed for them. So this time round, James and Lexi said, well, hang on, Why don't you jump in and have a steer?
There wouldn't be many forms of motorsport where the entry level is 1-to-1 power ratio.
No, 100%. So Laurie there with a 51.06. 51.06. He had a split time of 23.68. 23.68. Just trying to keep everyone informed of where the times are. We were a bit standoffish with that early on. Going through the earlier stages of qualifying, I don't sort of speak too much on times because not everyone's out there giving it their best straight off.
Yeah.
So it's not a good reflection, but coming in now, we're at qualifying number 5.
Yep.
And about to go into elimination shortly. It's
now is the time for it.
Now's the time to start talking times, as we see Kennedy's come out with the B team.
Because there might be a qualifying round 2 and 3. They might try a whole different setup.
Yeah,
and it might
exactly.
not work, and it's not maybe a reflection, like you say, of their talent or their boat's ability.
Exactly. We haven't seen Tyler O'Day back out yet, so I'm not sure whether that's in the water, ready to change over. Or by the look of it, they're still over in the pit, so we won't see the aggravation B team come back out. As Andrew Garth's gone through there with a 22.44. So that has him sitting roughly 7th spot, just in front of Laurie Howlett, who we just saw out there previously. If Andrew can bring this home in one piece, which so far looks, I nearly spoke way too soon. It puts him into 7th place out there now, so 48.61. 48.61. We see Andrew come through.
You almost gave him the commentator's curse on that last bend.
I know. I had confidence in him. He didn't have confidence in himself, and he turned a little bit early. So I'm not taking the blame for that. As we see, so that's the end of qualifying for the LS class. Next time out, it will be elimination. So that's the end of qualifier number. Agro's still in the pits, mate. So they've obviously got an engine issue. Ron was out there earlier with had a bit of a miss, so they're still over in the pits. Don't know whether they're suiting up or what the plan is, but as we see, the first of our Group A boats take to the start line for our last qualifier in Group A. Qualifier number 5. So, current Australian, World, New Zealand champion, all-round champion. Ollie slip it in. Oop. Wide on that corner, but these guys, massive dedication. There's actually a spare boat that he thought he'd send over here to Australia to have a bit of fun, just to get himself ready for the Worlds. They want to be the best. So Ollie's split time was at 18.78. He's come through there with a 41.14. So picked up about 4/10. He was running a 41.50 was his best previous.
It felt like it was moving and probably didn't maybe, get it perfect, but it was definitely moving.
Did you see when he come back down this start line, he was actually over the grass. But because of his previous run through there, the water was up over the grass, so he had enough water to actually run the boat over the grass to keep nice and wide. So
there was plenty of propulsion. It's the first time I must say today. This is wild to see. Won't be my last time. I'll be back to watch. Bring the family, I think.
Here we go. So Ollie's is the same as well. So the Sprintec hull, which is very similar to what we see out here now, all the way from New Zealand. Then he's running this Sprintec. Ollie was running the same. Steady Eddie and Tyler Finch all running the newer style Sprintec hulls. And he's just come through and unloaded there. He just hit that bit of a crosswash and it upset him. Easy to do, and then just see the boat just bogs down and then just takes that extra power. So he comes through with a 20.28 as opposed to Ollie's. And he's very wide there, very lucky to save that one. 43.93. So as I was saying, so Ollie come through there with a 18.78, and Danny was through there with a 20.28. So that that first half of the track was where he lost a fair chunk of the time.
And they are the brightest helmets in jet boat racing.
Yeah, ex-ski racers, mate. They got to wear them bright colours.
Yeah.
We should see Justin. So, boy, Justin, talking to him in the lunch break there, didn't come out last run. They just had a few little issues that they got on top of. He said he could have squeezed it and come out, but you know they were happy with their previous runs. They know they're qualified, so there's no point pushing too hard. Boat looking good in the water. Boat sounding good. They had that issue early on. They had a spark issue. Not sure whether it was a plug had let go or whether a lead had sat off, so that was one of the things they changed. They just couldn't get their head around. Yeah, the boat just hit that crosswash and just unsettled it a little bit. So a 19.10 for the split as opposed to Ollie Silverton's 18.78. Justin a little bit narrower there than Ollie's run up that front straight as he comes back through here now with a 41.78. So 0.63 of a second off Ollie's run there. So it'd be a PB for today for the pair of them. So Justin will go back and either make a few changes or, you know, he might have the GoPro on. He'll have a bit of a look and see what sort of a race line he's cutting there and to see where he can.
You can probably
pick
see.
up.
Didn't hit that crosswash, a couple other bits,
Yeah.
a few more tenths down, very close.
Yep, that's, you know, when you get to this end of the scale, it's all those little 1%ers. You've got to put them together.
Yeah.
Say in circuit racing, like in supercars and Formula One and all that sort of thing, you know, it's those 1%ers that are winning because everyone's all within so close of each other. At the times, you know, there might be just over 1 second. Oh, Daniel's very aggressive on the wheel there. I think probably quite a big hesitation as he comes through with a 22.19. You know, in qualifying in the top 10 at Bathurst next weekend, they'll probably only be within 1 second in the top 10. So that comes down to all them little 1%ers you just got to get right. You know, there's drive error, there's setup error, there's tyre pressure. We don't have tyre pressure here, but Daniel through with a 49.20.
It's all just, yeah.
Should be one more Group A to come out, which is Hugh in the Matrix. So had a bit of a yarn to Hugh. He's feeling very confident in the boat this weekend. I don't want to put that curse on him right now, but you know, he's out there. He's really having a drive. I told him it looks like he's wound the throttle stop out a little bit and giving himself just a few more RPM. And he said he's finding the boat very comfortable to drive with that extra few revs. So
it's a good looking boat.
Good sounding boat, very strong. Coming down here, so through the split, you see Hugh goes through with a 19.70, so about a second off where Ollie Silverton is, and one of 3 boats into the 19s for the split. Danny Napick knocking on the heels of the 19 with only 0.2 of a second off. He's on a fast one here. Took that corner a little bit wide, but brings it in for a 42.98. So give himself about a second on Danny Napick there. So sort of Huey comfortably sitting in third place there at the moment.
It's kind of there for the taking fight for a podium if he keeps that up.
He is, yeah. You know, if he can keep that up, we should see Huey up on the podium.
I really love how it gets down in the top 3 and it's just like nobody's got a time. Let's go.
Yep.
You know,
you don't have to worry about times. You just got to be the quickest.
Doesn't matter how fast you've been before.
Yeah,
That moment right there, putting it together at the last moment.
So it should round out our Group A for.
I've worked at a few time attack events before where these cars are really only good for one really hot lap, you know. How many technically could a boat like this, how many laps could it do, you know, around if you wanted to, if you could carry the fuel?
You can carry the fuel and keep the temp right and keep everything happy. And, you know, some of these guys will A and B some of these boats like this here, so it's doing twice as many laps as a few of the others out there, and you know they'll go back. They might even there's a test and tune here tomorrow, so they might do some more laps tomorrow.
Yep. Constantly drive at this
calibre.
Yeah.
As long as you give it that little bit of a break in between, you know, they last pretty well. Some guys, I've been at race meetings where some guys have had an oil change sort of 3/4 through the day. As well, she comes through there with a 45.59, with a split time of 25.50, 25.50 on the split, and a 45.59.
I'd say 90% of the pro 90% of the pro burnout guys at Summernats or whatever, they'll change oil every burnout. You know,
you sort of got to. Them things are running hot. You know,
2 minutes.
Their cooling package isn't like ours.
It's not sitting in water. Yeah.
We are a cooling package in itself. We're racing in our cooling package, so so a lot of you would notice, especially if it was your first time, you probably took a little bit of notice. These things don't run radiators or things like anything like that. The water that comes in the jet unit, a lot of them will pick up that water and run it down through the cooling system. Some will run a water pump, some don't. Just try and regulate that cooling. See Mike Hessel up now in the Spartan time. So Mike and Luke Waters having a crack at each other. Just want to see who's the fastest in. They're sharing the boat. They're not too worried about where they end up in the. Well, they are. They'd love to end up the pointy end of the ladder, but.
Now, if that happens, that means the boat has to really go back out and work straight away.
Yeah, exactly. And that's that happens plenty of times where A and B teams.
How much fuel would you carry on it?
So Mike there with a split time of a 19.28, and his total time was a 42.87. So these guys, in my 410, I think I was around about 10 to, depending on the lap, depending on the length of the lap, but anywhere between 10 to sort of 15 litres per lap.
And you'd come back and it'd be pretty well empty?
Oh, a little bit left in the tank still. You still need that little bit of reserve in the tank. Obviously, the way engines burn, methanol engines burn a lot more.
And the LS class would definitely use less than some of these 15
100%. They might use, they might
4
use
litres
3 or 4
fine.
litres. Yeah. 3 litres. As we see TJ out there now, not as aggressive off the start as we've seen him previously, so taking a little bit of a different approach maybe, or may have thought he had an issue that wasn't there. It's cleared itself, and split time of 19 flat, 19.07. A little bit wide on that. As I was saying before, he's gone up that front straight there, and he's just snagged over the top of the bank as he comes through there with a 41.61. We need to see these guys down into the high 30s.
It'll come.
I think it will, yeah. We saw a couple of them in the 440 flats. last time out with Daryl Hutton and who else did we see out there in the 40s?
There'd be a track record here, right?
There would be something for this particular rotation, yeah. I'd say Tyler would definitely be
true.
Probably up there with one of the quickest on this rotation. So we see Hutto out there now, so I think we should see if Hutto can keep this together, we should see him try and get down into that. Oh, nah, very unsidey through there, very lucky. I don't know whether you saw that, he sort of, took a bit wide and then turned it a little bit hard, nearly put himself into the bank with a 18.19, so he's definitely on the flyer. He's looking at that 39. Even with that little bit of an issue he's had on that up on that corner where he's at now. We should see this thing get fairly close into the sub-40s. He comes through with a 39.455. 39.455, so he's very, very close. He nearly got a contract with Jim's Moe there on that up on that back corner. He had the nose of the boat over the, or nearly the tail of the boat over the grass. So
it looked to me like it was one of those ones like I spoke to you earlier, where maybe it wasn't the right perfect at the start there, but then it was like the horsepower was.
It's got him out of trouble. Yeah,
being whipped.
He spent a little bit more time with his foot on that throttle. When in doubt, throttle out. That's right. An old motorbike term, but
yeah. I've done that unsuccessfully on my KTM a few times, I'll tell you that much.
Unsuccessfully?
Successfully sometimes, but, not always.
The unsuccessfully sounds interesting.
Yeah, I can feel the pain in the joints thinking about the 15-year-old injury.
So we see Tyler. So we're seeing Tyler into the 38s. Reckon we can get him into the 37s?
Yeah, I reckon.
I know he's keen to get into the 37s. The acceleration of this thing is just phenomenal. Like, look at the pressure through that jet unit. Like the water that's coming out the back of that thing and hitting the hay bales. A bit unsettled over the thing there. So gone through there with a 17.92. So I think that's the quickest split we've seen so far from Tyler. Comes back around here. The boat's looking pretty good in the water. The boat's fighting in as we see him go a little bit slower that time. 39.35. So Daryl Hutton with a 39.45. We see Hutto right on the tail. It's like 1/10 of a second, close to 1/10 of a second. He's off. So
it's wide open.
That's going to. We've seen Tyler go a 38. So he's very quick in that first half of the lap, but Daryl Hutton was actually quicker in the second half of the lap. So Tyler's second half from the split through to the finish line was a 21.43, whereas we saw Hutto go through with a 21.25. So, Daryl Hutton made up time in the second part of the lap, a bit smoother, and Tyler had obviously a few little issues there, or wasn't comfortable in the boat, or the change that they made didn't suit the second half of the lap.
Yeah, because with the formation, maybe a change does suit the first half of the lap and not the second half.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, from a first time of watching, you can really tell when the boats are going to be in the 30s.
Oh, 100%. They're quick. They're on song. That's holding in the water.
And I'd like to say I think it looks less wild. Like it looks like they just cut through like they're on rails.
Yep.
Like some of the other ones that are maybe doing 42s and 43s might look a bit more like more wash. Might look, yeah. I'm getting excited, that's for sure. It's getting towards the...
It's getting towards the pointy end when everything starts getting extra exciting. Here at round 3 of the Penrite V8 Superboats at TEMORA. You see Peter Munger, a bit of a poke in the ribs because I kept calling him Fossil. He gets a kick out of it. He's been around the sport, like I said, he's probably the oldest driver who's been around the sport the longest, probably the longest serving member of the V8 Superboats. He comes through there with a 20.79 to the split, so not the quickest split we've seen in Unlimited so far.
And as I get older, I think I'll be struggling to play lawn bowls, let alone racing jet boat.
Ah, you don't worry about that. A little bit wide on that corner, but he's managed to keep it in one piece through there for a 45.92, so, 45.16, so it's just put him just in front of Jamie Welsh and 0.6 of a second behind Mike Hessel in the Spartan time. Should mean next out we see Kenny Kesper, is that right? Or no? Are we not seeing Kenny Kesper? Is he? No. Have we seen the Mexican come out?
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did. So this should be Luke Waters and Natwell come back out with Cheryl at the helm. So saw this boat out earlier with Mike Hessel driving. This time round it's the B team, which is Luke Walters. A little bit more wheel work going on there. I think Luke might hop out with some bigger guns with all the throwing this wheel around a bit, Mike. You're going to get some arm pump. His split time was a 20.41, whereas Mike went a 19.28, so 44.69, so puts him just behind his loving teammate, about 0.145 seconds behind you there, Mike. So you can go back and say you've still got bragging rights. So we should see Cheryl come out next in the Natwell boat, and that'll round out our qualifying altogether.
Onto the top 12.
Onto the top 12, which what have we got in? Yeah, right. So Group A won't be affected by the top 12, but the other two classes will, because they're going to go from 12, they're going to go down to, it's still the top 12, mate. Just don't worry about it. No one's getting eliminated. Stop trying to confuse me and people. They're trying to get technical up here. So, so Group A, no one will be eliminated in the top 12 because there's 5 boats. So they're just trying to tell me that they're going to have basically a 6th qualifier, but we'll just call it a top 12 because it's easier to keep everyone in chip and no one gets eliminated. So I think there's 12 boats in LS. As we see Cheryl come through there with a 22.44 for the split. There's 12 boats in LS and 9 boats in Unlimited. So the top 12 is critical for 6 of the boats in LS, and 3 of the boats in Unlimited won't make it through any further after the next round. So some guys out there are really going to want to stand on the throttle and drive this thing, as Cheryl comes through there with a 48.68. 48.68. Obviously, the Welsh crew just having some dramas trying to stop this boat from porpoising, and it's when boats get like that, it can be an absolute headache because you try and make a subtle change and it can make it worse. You can, there are some issues that are just hard to do.
And are some of the changes you need to make maybe not able to do at a race meeting?
A lot of them are pretty good at the race meeting to do it, but yeah, I think you need probably a few more laps. Like some people know their boats quite well and can go, right, oh, it's doing this, I'll go and make this change. Like, so one thing we didn't look at when I was down there with you, mate, under the back of the boat, so like a surfboard, they've got fins.
Yep. There's
three, like a surfboard with 3 fins. So one of the fins is pretty much like under your bum, the keel fin. Now in a yacht, they're about 4 metres long, whatever. So.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1920.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
We should be seeing the LS guys start to take to the ramp. We get the LS guys start taking to the dummy grid so we can get proceedings underway for the top 12. Just so you all know, there's 12 of you, so you are all in it. Everyone qualified.
Well done.
Well, while we've got a little bit of peace and quiet, we'll give the sponsors a bit of a thank, mate. Obviously, the big one we've got is Penrite. Penrite Oils, Australian-owned company. You know, we've got to the bottom of, you got plenty of mates and guys in your sports that use Penrite Oils, swear by it.
Yeah, keep it in the garage, keep it on the shelf. You know, drums of the stuff.
Yep. So, you know, when you go to get your next service done on your car, ask your mechanic, are you using Penrite? Because it's an Australian-owned company. You know, they tailor their oils to suit our climate. So, yeah, definitely a good one to look at. We've got Alan Rand's Electrical here locally. Alan comes out and helps out, sends his boys out for any issues with the lighting. We've got a new pump down there for our sprinkler system and all that to keep the joint nice and green. We've got Kennard's Hire at Wagga. Hang on 2 seconds. Kennard's Hire at Wagga. The guys sort of help out when we need some equipment to keep the track maintained and everything going. Davies Auto 1 at West Wyalong, soon to be over this way at TEMORA, I hear. So support those guys. Altora Ag, Fuller's Earth Moving, they help maintain and keep everything going the way it is here at the track. Make sure the water falls back into the track and we don't have big dams out either side. Thank you very much. We've got the local Shire Council, TEMORA Shire Council. You know, these guys are happy to help out and do things for us when we need. When we've got events coming up, you know, they sort out people with bins and just look after everything for us. Make sure the toilets are good to go and yeah, there's a lot of things that they do behind the scenes that you don't see. And then we've got the volunteers that make the track happen.
Volunteers are the lifeblood of all motorsport.
Mate, they are, 100%. So I'm just looking at a few of the questions just on the live feed, that's all, the live chat. So I'll... yeah, volunteers, they're out here, they're mowing the track, they're putting the sprinklers on, they're sorting a few things out, making sure that the track's all good to go for when we race. So
a lot of people think that too, that volunteers are only really prevalent in grassroots motorsport. Not true.
No, mate,
volunteers
right
right
through.
up to Formula One.
Right up to Formula One, exactly. The Formula One guys are there.
And that plane was not flying over very high.
I didn't see it.
It just went over here then. I reckon I could have scratched the belly if I'd jumped up.
So we've got James Ismail out there, 24 flat, which I think he was around about that for his last split. So, very consistent there. These guys are staying nice and consistent. Things are looking pretty quick. They're pretty happy, very happy with how things are going with the boat as he comes through now with a 28.62. 28.62.
Be nice to see on here the best time too, like of the day.
Well, I just got
a
print out of that. I just asked them for that. So, so James, so far his best time. Where are we? Envious. Best time so far was 52.58. So he's gone 52.6. So he's just gone a little bit. Sorry, 52.59. So he's just gone a little bit slower than his previous best. So that may not be enough to get him through to the top 6, but I'm sure they're pretty happy with how they've gone.
That was someone there asking about the fins. We weren't explaining that before.
It's just the fins there. So yep. So one of the guys from over West Oz, Brian from over there. So just with the rear fins, Brian, you've got and the centre fin. Like it changes the characteristics of the handling of the boat. So if the rear of the boat's a little bit taily and slipping around a little bit, you can put a longer fin there or a slightly deeper fin.
But all three classes, LS, Group A, and Ultimate, all run Unlimited. Sorry, keep calling it Ultimate.
Ultimate, yeah, Unlimited. Yeah, so they all run. They all run a fin three underneath. Yeah, they all run 3 fins, essentially like a big surfboard. It just helps.
That's a regulation, right?
Oh, I don't think it's a regulation, but I don't think the boat's going to handle very well without it. Yeah.
You couldn't run 4.
I don't really know whether there's a rule in that or not, to be brutally honest. Is this the plane that you were talking about?
Maybe, who knows?
This thing's coming over very...
Could be the cartel, who knows?
This looks like the one that was sitting on the apron over there near the runway earlier, big twin engine.
Good looking plane.
Old school. Quite a big plane.
I don't reckon you get many views where you got planes like that landing and serious horsepower jet boats.
Wanaka.
Okay.
Over in New Zealand, there's a big thing there. Look, you can nearly touch the wheels as it's flying over the road out the front there. But so no, I'm not 100% sure on whether you could have 4. I don't know whether there's an advantage to having 4, or I really hadn't thought of it. But a shorter fin will help a little bit of slip, and might take a little bit of the bite out of the corner. And a longer fin will hold the boat in a little bit more. Like it's all dependent on driving style and things like that as well. Consistency.
I think if there was a reason for more, that someone would have tried it.
Yeah.
Put it in place, but.
As we see Daryl Atchison out there now in Kennedy's A boat. So quickest time so far is a 46.97, sorry. A little bit literate there.
Someone's asking in the YouTube comments, where is this? This is TEMORA.
We're at TEMORA in central New South Wales, central west New South Wales, down near Wagga. So Daryl split them was a 21.83. Been told he's just gone the wrong way, so he's got his hand up and hand is back down. So unfortunately for Daryl, he's gone the wrong way just as things start to get down to the pointy end. So He knows that, and he's dirty on himself, so he's going to do a couple of burnouts there. So a 57.15, unfortunately, for Darryl. That's going to be hard for him to progress from there. Considering his previous best was a 46.97. So he's well over 10 seconds off the pace there.
He definitely would have been at the 40 and the 46 pace would have been cutting close for the top 6.
It would have been pretty close with that 46, yeah, for sure. So there was, what have we got?
You don't know yet. It could happen again to somebody else.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he was knocking on 7. Going off the best times, he was knocking on 7th. As we see the trumpet master out here now. Who needs a big band when you got Matty Harrop and his trombone? So as Matty comes through there with a 19.33. See just how wide he is going back up that front straight here. There's a few people that are running the gauntlet there as he comes down through now with a 41.79. 41.79, and nearly ended up on the island there with a little bit of an early celebration. So
that's pretty fast.
That's the quickest, I think. We haven't seen anyone go into the 41s yet. So Matty was a 42.02 previously, so that's his quickest. He's picked up just over 0.2 of a second there. So definitely going to be very happy with that one. So we should see Kobe Burke up next. The previous best was a 54.04. I'm sure Cobe's going to be pretty keen to better that one now.
Be a bit of pride in winning this round, I think, no doubt, before the Worlds come up for some of these guys.
Yeah, 100%. You know, for those that are going to the Worlds,
how many races from here today are we going to the Worlds?
It's probably 5 or 6.
Yep. This will be the last round they compete in before that.
100%, yeah.
Kicks off.
Yeah, so this is the last Australian round before we'll see everyone throw their boats in. So, you know, we've got the best of the best here this weekend, mate. That's why you'll see these guys out really trying. They want to get as much R&D in before they get everything packed up into the container and shipped over. See, Kobe goes through there with a 0.44. So gone a little bit slower, gone 0.4 of a second slower on his best. So it is what it is.
I'm getting nervous for these guys already. Nervous for who's going to miss out and who's going to, you know, make it.
That's what, you know, that adds that little bit of extra pressure in, because
yeah. When you think about it, it's actually quite a lot of qualifying with practice and stuff. These guys get it seems like quite a lot from other forms of motorsport that I follow and work at. You get 5 rounds seems like a lot, you know.
It is, yeah. Obviously,
it's good.
With bigger fields, they'd probably shorten it back down to a little bit less, but obviously the boys in aggravation still can't get on top of this this issue that they've got. He's bringing it home. They've got an engine issue, so they're going to take that home, and yeah, not very happy about.
That's a dual entry too. So.
Yeah. Well, they sat out last one.
Yeah.
They weren't very happy with that engine. Just keeps breaking down. There's an ignition issue there, or
and you're going to go out and give it a go in top 12, right? You made it
100%.
anyway. You can cross your fingers and toes, but it hasn't worked out for them, unfortunately. But they'll sort it out, no doubt.
Next up, we had Disturb coming out now. So obviously Ronado was supposed to be the first boat out, as he got on top of that issue, or thought they got on top of it, brought it in, still haven't got on top of it. So now we've got Darren Pollard in Disturb. So we probably won't see the aggravation boat back out, unless they find that ignition issue. Darren's split time then was a 20.60, so going off his split time, that should have him sitting up in second so far, which it does for sure. Gets him up into second place there with the proceedings so far with a 44.90. So Darren's best so far has been a 45.01, so that's actually his quickest time of the day by over a tenth of a second.
Now is the time you need to do it.
It is. Now, people don't think a tenth of a second is a big deal, but
It's huge.
when it comes to racing, a tenth of a second is, there could be three or four different guys coming in, all within that tenth of a second.
Yeah.
Now we race right down to a thousandth of a second here. Our timing's down to a thousandth of a second, so a tenth's quite a big gap. You see Jody Cotton out now in Steady Eddie. Not holding back. So this was A&B driven last year, last season, with a partner Adam just couldn't find his way with the boat, and Jody was progressing and really going quite well. So he said, "Look, I'll step out. You keep going with it. You're enjoying it. You're going well. I'll happily support you, hun, and let's go racing." So he still gets to come away and have some fun.
What a partnership. I'm struggling with me and Mrs. Cunt. Me and my Mrs. Cunt had the bin out together.
Jody comes through there. Split time was a 21.29. She comes through with a 46.37. 46.37. So that is her quickest time of the day too. Previous best was a 46.55. So everyone just starting to lean on things a little bit and going that little bit quicker.
46.37 could see it pretty safe there, maybe.
Could be.
Halfway through this field now.
So next up we've got Kyle Elphingston in the blackout. So Kyle's best time so far has been a 42.35. So he's going to want to see that drop down into the 41s, I think.
Yeah,
We've seen Matty Harrab go into the 41s. Kyle needs to,
I love those orange visors. They're just like ready to fly to Mars.
Straight out of the new Top Gun, out of that plane that he followed.
Mach 10.
Fastest man in the world. Fastest man alive.
Fastest man in CGI, that's for sure.
Yeah. So Kyle through with a 19.64 to the split, so 0.3 of a second off, so this should have him pretty close into the 41s if he can keep it on song for the back half of the lap. Ooh, that's 42.7. So he's lost a bit of time in that back half of the lap. Like he was only 3.3 or 0.4. He was only 0.3 of a second off Matty Harrop at the split. Just over 0.3 of a second. So lost a little bit of time in that back half. It's got him just shy of a second off Matty, but I'm sure Kyle will go back and have a look. He really wants to get back on that top step. We see Rod Norton. Organic garlic farmer from mid-north coast of New South Wales. Saw Rod come up earlier with up into the commentary tower here and have a bit of a chat to us and tell us he's really keen to try and have a crack this time round. He missed out by a little bit last meeting, just ended up just 4th. A little bit untidy on the first half of this lap, but split time of 20.83, so that should have him sitting comfortably in 4th if he brings it home nice and strong, sitting just behind Darren Pollard in Disturb. As it does, so 45.32 has him a little bit over a second in front of Jodie Cottam in Steady Eddie. She's sitting 5th at the moment. And sitting on the bubble is James Ismail in Envious, currently sitting 6th. So unfortunate for Kobe Burke, Daryl Atchison and Ron O'Day, they will not be racing any further today.
It's unfortunate time of the day.
It is.
But it's fortunate for many others, but that's...
We've still got Tyler O'Day to come, Laurie Howlett and Andrew Garth. So, it's going to be interesting. Tyler O'Day, they had issues with the boat breaking down, so I don't think we're going to see them come out. They're still over in the trailer. So unfortunately aggravation is out. I've just been given the word that aggravation is out. Laurie Howlett's out here now. The predicament Laurie's in right now is the owner of the boat is sitting on the bubble. So if he goes faster than the owner of the boat, he knocks the boat owner out and he stays in.
Find himself without a drive.
But I'm sure James would be eager to have somebody in there to drive that thing and really give it a good solid crack. Going down, so Laurie's split was a 23.18. James's split was a 24 flat, so we should see James just get knocked off there. So unfortunately for James, the owner of that boat, he's no longer racing today, but the boat still has the potential to make it through to the top 6 with Laurie at the wheel. We're yet to see Andrew Garth. Andrew's quickest time so far has been a 48.61. So if Andrew can keep up that pace and that speed and the driving that he's done to get the last time, that 48.61. We'll see Laurie.
Be keen to make up for the missed corner last
time. So we'll see Laurie. Get knocked out, and James will just make it in. So time to beat is a 50.941. 50.941. Andrew can bring it home in less than that. Andrew will continue racing one more time. Well, potentially 2 more times if he goes all right, but definitely one more time.
What a pretty good job here.
So far, so good. not going to say too much because I have been known to give the commentators curse on a few drivers today. So
He's got it right.
yep, direction right. He's just got to get the boat home.
One more corner. I'd say he's
He's
probably
gone through there with a 47. So hands together for Laurie Howlett, James Ismail, Kobe Burke, Daryl Aitchison, Ron O'Day and Tyler O'Day. Unfortunately for those guys, they will not be progressing through racing further today. So good effort from James and the crew. A team and B team there. Daryl Aitchison had the wrong way in Kennedy's A, so unfortunately he put himself on the trailer.
That's motorsport. What do you do?
That is motorsport. That's part of racing.
I'm sure there's been times before where the quickest boat gets out there and it won't even start or something like that. Or
100%. We've had issues before.
Yep. Motorsport is cruel sometimes, but that's how it goes. I imagine from here, Mitch, it gets pretty quick. Bang through these.
That will, because things start getting a little bit, obviously less and less boats.
Yep.
So we do start seeing things happen a lot quicker.
Mm. I like the noise of this thing. Sounds good.
Current Australian, world and New Zealand champion. I don't think anybody else has that title, so it's got to be the best racer on earth, is it?
It's got to be.
The only thing he's missing is the US Championship, so maybe it's something Ollie needs to look at. He goes through there with a 19.09. 19.09. Ollie Silverton, Macy Roylance.
Sounds good, this motor, I tell you.
Out of New Zealand. He's got kahunas to take that race line.
Wow.
Comes through there with a 41.48. 41.48. Well, his best time so far is a 41.14, so a little bit slower. A little bit slower than his previous run.
I really love the way that boat moves through the water, though. Maybe whether it's the driving style of the boat,
Bit of both.
whatever it is, it's just, yeah. I was holding my breath the last couple of corners, just watching it in awe.
He's a good steerer. There's a reason why he's got 3 number ones under his belt.
No doubt.
I don't think it's ever been seen before.
There's a motorsport connection stick. I do know.
Mad Mark from Motorsport Connections. A lot of people know Mad Mark.
He loves a bit of motorsport himself.
When you can get him off his treadmill.
Yeah.
So Danny Napick, toughen up. Cliff Bamford in the silly seat with a 20.56 to the split. 20.56 to the split. Comes through there with a 44.58. 44.58. So Danny's previous quickest time was a 43.92. So he has gone a little bit slower. That's the first time we've seen him in the 44s since round 2. So maybe Danny's made a change and it's gone a little bit backwards. Maybe he just bogged on a little bit of an island there somewhere, or through one of them turns. But he's gone a little bit slower. But he progresses. You should see Justin Roylance up now. Justin Roylance, Tracy Little in the Outlaw boat. Justin getting the boat ready for the World Series. This go back. Get the the maintenance done, get put in the container and sent over to New Zealand. While Ollie Silverton's over here, we look after his boat and get it around and all that sort of stuff. And Ollie's put his hand up and said, well, you know, it's only fair that I do the same, so Ollie's going to look after it when the boat gets over to New Zealand and have it all there ready to rock and roll. The Justice split was an 18.53, so he's gone and put one up. He's put half a second on Ollie. If he can keep this thing under control, we should see him actually go quicker than Ollie Silverton.
He is moving.
With a 40.66. 40.66, so he's put 0.8 of a second, 0.82 of a second on Ollie Silverton. So he's put the pressure on. Whatever change they've made in that thing, it's worked.
The back half of that lap, I was like, man, this thing was just cutting the water beautiful.
It was moving. So Ollie's,
Yeah.
it was, what do we got? About 1.6 tenths of a second.
So technically these guys too are in a quali as well.
So yeah, well, this is still a qualifier because there's only 5 of them.
Yeah.
They're running a 6th qual, but it's no different. Even if it's top 12, they're still making it through.
Yeah.
Daniel a little bit aggressive on the wheel there, probably putting a few too many steering inputs in. He's really, you know, he's losing a bit of time through the back end up there. 22.43, so when he comes out of that back island, he's really steering around. You see a lot of people nearly basically straight line and drive over the peninsula.
I was just thinking to myself then, it's got to be one of the former motorsports too, where maybe if you could figure out all the inputs, the fastest on the day would probably be the person with the least input.
That's theoretically, yes.
Yeah.
But there's sometimes, as we see, Daniel come over there with a 49.57, 49.57. If you've got the horsepower to get yourself out of it,
like a top fuel car.
yeah, exactly. You can still pedal.
Yeah.
So Daniel's previous best was a 48.25, and he's gone a 49.57. So he's gone a little bit backwards. Whether that's in his driving or whether that's in a setup change, not sure.
I've driven a bit of rally before, and it's like, you know, you don't want to make too many, you know, even any extra adjustments with the steering in a corner or anything like that. You just want to make the one.
If you try and, if you can minimise your arm inputs, steering inputs.
Turning in too early, then having to adjust, there's your time gone.
You see Hugh Gilchrist. I spoke to Huey in the lunch break and told him it's the best I've seen him going in quite a while. He's really stepped up, getting a lot more power out of the boat, really getting confident in driving it. He comes through the split there with a 20.88, 20.088. That should have him sitting just in front of Danny Napick. As you can see, mate, that sun's just starting to get down a little bit, so that'll start playing havoc on people's vision.
Eyes.
I don't think we'll see sunstrike an issue for a while, but 43.51, 43.51 for Huey, so that puts him quite comfortable there in third spot. He's got about 1 second between he and Danny Napick, a bit over a second. So next time out, we're going to see eliminations for these guys.
Yep.
So they're really going to have to knuckle down and have a go.
Yeah. Because, between, say, at the moment, even fourth up, Danny could make the top three. Just to take it all,
100%. There's only got to be a...
Given it's a clean slate, what am I saying? Any of them could make it.
As we go unlimited racing,
we will see eliminations.
We will see eliminations. These guys here this weekend really having a crack over from Western Australia. Jamie Welsh should be the first boat off the trailer. I can't see. Yes, I can see now. It's behind the tent. So having a few issues with this boat, not handling as well as he'd like it to. Sounds strong though.
Oh,
you can
yeah.
hear that boost come in.
Yeah.
The boat just porpoising, you can see there. They've tried to take a bit of a different angle as he's gone out wide there. Still throwing the boat out there for a porpoise. I'll look out the window. Sorry, just giving the roaming mic to one of our other guys who's not racing this weekend. He's going to go down and try and get a few people out of the boat as they come back in on the ramp and just get a live update on how they think their lap went. As Jamie comes through there now with a 45.69. Jamie's split was a 20.56. So 45.6, so not quite as fast as his best. He's been a 45.59, so he's about a tenth of a second off his best time. But that should give him enough to get through. What do we got here? We got 1, 2, maybe. Mike Hessel, Magic Mike, so he thinks. I've seen him dance. It's nothing like the movie, from what I'm told. Magic Mike comes through there with a 19.35. 19.35. Both looking fairly solid there. Mike's best so far is a 42.87, but I think he might be on that loud pedal a little bit further this time round. Yeah. He's slowed it down. 43.29. So Mike's best up until now was a 42.87, so he's gone a little bit slower this time round. A little bit smoky, that thing, so it makes me wonder whether it's turbo seal or something like that, because as soon as they put a little bit of power on it, it disappears. Tremaine Dukes, TJ, up in Maniac. Loves the power of the twin turbo under his foot. Not scared to throw this thing around, that's for sure.
His driver looks ready. He's mega focused, taking that wide entry.
So previous best for TJ is a 40.75, 40.75. TJ with a little bit of a hesitation there as he's come around that back island. He comes down through here for the split. Split time of an 18.94, 18.94. Will we see him break?
Some of these lines he's taking him. Man, he's moving.
Will we see him break the 4-0 barrier though?
I think so.
Got to be getting close.
I'll back him up with the commentators. Cool. There we go. He's in there.
41, so he's gone slower again. So he's starting to see a few boats actually go a little bit slower. So not sure whether that's an issue with the setup change. You know, maybe that sun is getting to a point now where it's causing a few little issues. 41.49, so it is quicker than his last run. But his best run was round 3, where he went a 40.75. So we'll see Hutto out next. So Hutto done his best run last time out with a 39.45.
This thing sounds good too. Wow.
Plenty of power under the foot. The boat just sits up on the water.
Comes on boost like a freight train.
You know, cut some pretty fine lines there. Nice straight lines. What we were talking about earlier. Steering inputs and minimising them. We've got to see this into the mid-18s, surely. 18.47. 18.47. So, you know, surely we're going to see this thing knocking on the door of a 39. Last time Eddie went a 39.45. Will he go quicker? Will he go low 39? 39.99. So he's just scraped into the 39. So he, once again, gone slower. Gone slower than his previous run. So not sure. Maybe he had a couple of hot dogs and that in the lunch break.
Loaded fries, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. It's possible.
As we see Tyler Finch out now. This thing is an animal. You don't even want to talk while you're watching it run. Like, it is just beautiful to watch.
I'm holding my breath.
Going through with a 17.88. 17.88.
Moving.
Absolute weapon of a machine. Absolute champion bloke too. You know. I can't see his time. I'm just going to wait for the timing crew to change the screen for me. Tyler Finch with a 39.34, so not his quickest for the day either. His quickest so far was a 38.72. He doesn't need to really go too hard. You know, if he just stays consistent, he's got it in the bag. But
yeah,
he's going to want to lean on that, you know.
Yeah, you feel like that it's going to be there almost, but
be interested to see. I reckon, you know, with that 38, I reckon he'd be pretty close to getting the track record here, lap record.
Yeah.
Which is a credit to him. Bang this thing together and haven't got that much R&D on it yet. Like, they're still working on it. Some people been out there doing R&D on their boat for...
He seems pretty relaxed about it.
18 months. Oh, that's just his attitude, mate.
Yeah.
You know, you ain't find a nicer guy.
Yeah.
Easy going. Mr. Quick, we'll call him.
Yeah, right.
The crowd pleaser. Had some pretty good stacks in his time too, you know. Talk about his driving, but been very humble in his stacks.
You're not stacking, you're not trying, maybe.
Yep. Oh, as we see Pete Munger, the fossil. What's he doing? His previous best of 44.26. He's gonna, you know, we were talking before about mindset.
Yeah.
So with losing that little bit of time now, he is not going to lift his foot. He's just going to want to be on that throttle. He wants to bring that thing home in one piece, but he wants to make up that, you know, 3/4 of a second to a second that he lost.
Get in the top 6, yeah.
46.52, 46.52. So, you know, he's lost over 2 seconds. He's had a flame out too. Lost over 2 seconds on his previous best lap, so...
I reckon the recovery, people's shoes would be dry by now. They're about to get wet
Go again, yeah.
Hey, Mitch.
That's me. Here we go.
You're right.
Rookie down here.
I don't know if you can hear it up there, but that engine just expired.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right, no, did not hear that, mate.
Yeah, sounded like a can rattling across the floor.
Yeah. So Pete's just having a look there now, but yeah, hopefully not too expired, but I think they'd be looking for the oil in the bottom of the boat if that's... Doing a pretty good lap. I think that over rev where he's jumped out of the water there may have dislodged something, made it not happy.
Considering it's the all day, we haven't seen anything like that.
We haven't, no.
It's I don't know how all common it is, but you know, sure every now and then, you know.
Well, we do see a few.
We see quite a few in burnouts, I can tell you that.
Oh, so you should. I think it's sitting at 7,000 or 8,000 RPM for 2 minutes with
8.5
with minimal, you know, airflow for cooling. And
I've seen some of them that rev at 8.5 pull the chip and they're 700 cubes and then wreck them.
I've had Chris Edmonds just sent me a message, Pete, if you need an engine, he's got one for you. Right, can we get the LS people to have a listen, please? LS top 6, so those who made it through, start getting ready. But we get ready to go to the dummy grid. So we've got Matty Harrop, Kyle Elphinstone, Darren Pollard, Rodney Norton, Jody Cottam, and Andrew Garth. So can we please get Matty Harrop, Kyle Elphingston, Darren Pollard, Rodney Norton, Jody Cottam, and Andrew Garth. Can you guys please get ready to go to the dummy grid? Give me the finger.
Pretty excited, Mitch. Pretty excited to see this come to a head. Not that I want the action to stop, but it's getting to a point now where it's, you know, people are under pressure.
The pressure. Better turn that on, might make it easier. Mate, we're getting to the pointy end. Pressure runs, that's for sure. So we should have Luke Walters out there now. I was just reading on the thing there before that Luke's Navi, it's the first time he's been in a boat. Well, he could have picked someone better to get in with. He's getting the ride of his life, that's for sure. He's going to come out like a martini, shaken, not stirred. But Luke's previous best with a 44.69. Might get Mike on this one. I think Mike's sitting there, he's shaking a little bit nervous. Comes through with a 44.09. 44.09, so I can't see what Mike's previous time was because Gordy's got the screen split at the moment. I thought puts him into 5th anyway.
Yeah, he's through.
So Mike went a 43.29. So 43.29 for Mike. So Mike's still got bragging rights. He'd be pretty happy with that. As Cheryl Welsh takes to the start line. Cheryl not having the porpoise issue that we saw Jamie having. Which tells me Jamie's probably standing on that loud pedal a lot harder. And the boat bouncing around a little bit. Cheryl a little bit more dainty, but oh, hello.
Back on it.
She's nosed it in there and it's lifted the back of the boat out of the water, unloaded the back of the boat and it came around. What we saw there, but Cheryl been in the sport long enough now, she knows to just put the head back down and just keep going. So split time was a 22.32. 48.72, so slower than not quite as quick as her best, which was a 48.08.
Then we got one more, right?
No, that
That's
was
it.
the Spartan time. That was the boat that was just previously out. So,
Yeah, true.
oh, the Mexican's back. No, it's not. That's Kennedy's. That's a LS boat.
Yeah.
You stick to what yous are doing in there, guys. I think yous are from Mexico. Might have been on to some of Mexico's finest. Getting all confused up here, but so looks like the Mexican must have had some issues that they couldn't resolve. They haven't come back out in the last 2 runs. Which brings us to the end of the top 12.
Yeah, top 6 now.
Top 6. So this is where we get to the nitty gritty. This is where everyone's got to put it all on the line or put it back on the trailer.
All 3 have
Or
eliminations.
try and do both.
Yeah.
This is where things get exciting.
And no doubt this is what the crowd came to see.
This is what the crowd came to see. Hopefully the crowd's been enjoying it. Good crowd up on the hill there. Braving the sun, braving the wind, braving the flies. Weren't they annoying earlier? Just been told that the Mexican broke the pulley off the supercharger, so they will not be coming back out.
No. Hopefully not too much damage.
No, hopefully it's just broken the pulley and not the snout in front of the supercharger crank. So, I've got a list here somewhere that tells me the people that are coming out. So we should see, this should be Kennedy's B, so this should be Andrew Garth. Kennedy's B, Andrew Garth comes up on my screen. So Andrew's best time of the day so far was his previous time, which was a 47.98. That's what he ran to get himself into the top 6, 47.98. There's his split there, the 22.61. Just having a look, that doesn't give me the split, it just gives me the difference between the two. So down through here, been a pretty clean run so far. Runs through there with a 48.76, so gone nearly a second slower than his previous best, but got to be happy with that.
Yeah.
He would have had a big job ahead of him to try and pick up. He would have had to go at least
4 seconds.
Yeah, 4 seconds quicker to get
through
himself
to a top
into,
3.
yeah.
Because it's this now, top 6, and then the next round and we're done.
That's it?
Yep.
You didn't miss that day at school, did you?
No, I missed a few though, believe me. Missed a few. Some of them, Yeah, make sure you go to school, kids.
I skipped the field. I think I was at the canteen.
Yeah, don't worry.
A few classes.
I've done a few days.
Steady Eddie, Jody Cottam. So Jody's quickest time was a previous time that got a 46.37.
Even as a newbie, you see, you just got to go there and do your best, even in this round. All the times don't matter. Three best stuff.
100%. To finish first you've got to finish. So like I said, Jody's quickest time so far was a 46.37. Just done a 21.33 to the split, so pretty consistent with the split times. She comes through with a 46.38, so pretty much she's a bracket racer. She went a 46.373 last time out. She went a 46.380.
This is not going to work. All right. Can we have Group A's to the dummy grid, please? Group A's to the dummy grid.
That worked fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Good job. So we got Brookie Lucas that's going to be down trying to grab a few of the drivers as they come out. So hopefully you can grab Jody when she gets out appropriately. And, get her rendition of what she thought on that lap. While Rod Norton's out, watch a little bit of speed off that top corner there. Rod might be overdriving this a little bit. Last time out went a 45.32. Best lap so far. Where are we? Hot shot is a last time out 45.32. So Rod's really going to be leaning on this thing. I haven't heard it changing no all that much from the throttle. It's like driving an outboard boat, I think. He's just landed it and away we go. He comes through there. 45.45. So he got a little bit slower than his previous best.
We're seeing that across the board, really, I think, aren't we, a little bit?
We are. We've seen a few times dropping off. And that could be like we were talking about before with
Righto, Mitch.
Rightio, we got Brookie down there. Take over, mate.
All right. Yeah, just down here with Jody. Second time I think you've been here. Last time you didn't go so well. It looks like the boat's going really good today. How was that out there on that run?
I loved it. It felt really good. Starting to actually drive a bit better, especially apart from last time I was here, as you probably know. But yeah, no, it felt amazing. Loved it. First time ever in the top 6, so woo!
Alrighty, thanks for that.
Good job. It's a nice clean run. So, what have we got out there now? So, Rod Norton who's sitting on the bubble now. Well, going off the stats that we've got. Andrew Garth is currently sitting on the bubble. Kennedy's B, the red boat that went out first. So, split time of 20.47, so that's the quickest split we've seen so far in the top 6 here. Darren's really steering on this, really giving it. He's got all the potential to sit on that podium this weekend, and the 44.44. So last time Eddie went a 44.90. Best lap so far in Disturbed is a 45. So that is his quickest time of the day. So good job there to Darren Pollard.
Guarantees himself a spot in the top 3 with that.
Definitely got himself. Unfortunately for Andrew Garth.
Ready, Mitch?
Time to pack it up. Yeah, mate, take over.
Okay. Just down here with Rod Norton. You just got a new jet unit not long ago for this boat, and it looks like it's really performing well. How was that run out there, mate?
Yeah, no, it's going really, really well, Book.
And you think you're going to make it into 3 or what? You're on the bubble?
Nah, I think Darren's got me this time, mate.
All right, best of luck. All right.
As we see Kyle face the starter here, so Kyle's currently sitting second quickest in the LS class today, so if he can keep this lap together and show the potential of everything, should see Kyle making the podium.
We got the trumpet king who's going to come out.
Kyle's previous best time is a 42.35. Split looks clean. Right, stick in the water, mate, looking real nice. Kyle with a 42.12, which is his quickest time of the day. By yeah, he was a 42.35 in his fifth qual, so
That looked fast, that lap.
he's picked up 2/10.
Yeah.
Mitch,
He'd be pretty happy with that. Rightio, back to you, Broogie.
just down here with Darren Pollard out of, I think it's Disturbed. Yeah, that was a great run. Looks like you're going to make the 3. How's it feeling?
Oh, it'd be nice if we made the 3. Are we in or not?
I believe you might be at the moment, so I think you're on the bubble.
Okay, well, that's a first for us, so very good.
Yeah, good stuff. So the boat's feeling good?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing boat, that one.
Is that
You're just cutting out. You might be just on the. You might be on the bubble yourself there with the reception there. But so Matty Harrop's last boat out now. So at the moment, Rodney Norton is sitting on the bubble with Darren Pollard and Kyle Elphingston guaranteed a spot. So that's all on Matty Harrop's run here. See whether Rod Norton puts it on the trailer and starts backing up, or whether he gets to go for one more lap. I'd say so. They'd be like dinner plates. And Matty was very, very cautiously. From where it looked here, it looked like he snagged that top bank. So, but Matty Harrop with a 41.97, split of a 19.09. So
That's the closest gap we've seen Kyle and Matty, though.
that is. Kyle's picked up a little bit of. He picked up about 2/10 there, so he's closing that gap in on Matty. But it's the next time that matters. So
The last split was very close.
very close. So
But like you said, Matty probably did clip that, maybe.
it was all in the first half of the lap. So unfortunately, Andrew Garth, Jody Cottam and Rod Norton are going to pack up.
Yeah.
Their racing is done for the day. So hands together for those guys. They've been out here sticking it to everyone and trying to get themselves up to the pointy end.
Top 3 decided. LS class. Yep.
Yes, we do. Top 3 will be Matty Harrop, Kyle Elphingston, Darren Pollard. So Matty will get to choose where he comes out. Being the quickest there, he'll get to choose whether he can go out first, last, or what.
And the next 2 have to go.
And the next 2 just have to do what they're told.
Yeah.
So you get that opportunity to play a little bit of a mind game. Do you send them out and give yourself something to chase so they go out and overdo it, or do you go out and give them something to chase so it puts a bit of extra pressure on? They're not sure what's going on there. He's gone the wrong way. He's readdressed. I think he hasn't readdressed correctly by the look of what's going on here. So unfortunately for Daniel, he's just burning fuel at the moment. So, but he knew he made that mistake, and he knew it was going to be a fair way to come back from there. So it's not over yet. That lady hasn't sung. Who knows what can happen from here on in? So stranger things have happened.
Yeah. exciting part of this. I'm like, yeah, buzzing.
So we're going to need Matty Harrop, Kyle Elphingston and Darren Pollard. Make sure you get everything ready to rock and roll, guys, because it won't be long and you guys will be back up. We see Danny Napick. Danny's previous best is a 42 earlier. Previous best is a 43.925. Very wide on the exit of that island. Very lucky to get away with that. The Denny split was a 20.06. Been around about those 20.0s all day, so that puts him into a 43.593. 43.593. That's his best. That's his best so far. On you, mate.
Okay, just here with Matty Harrop. He was in the last qualifier in LS class. You had a bit of a scare up the top of the track there, mate. What was that like?
Oh yeah, no, she was a bit nervous. I cut the corner and skated along the grass down the back. I thought it could be all over, but I managed to suck it back in and carry on.
Yeah, it's things like that that make it in the championship at the end of the year, isn't it? Just those lucky breaks or the skill just to remember to keep going, yeah?
Yeah, you've got to keep going if you're back out of it.
Yeah, once you're back out, you're a passenger, yeah?
100%.
All right, matey, good luck in the top 3 later on, eh? Thanks, sir.
Cheers.
While you're there, Brookie, get a texture and sign his trumpet. Or measure it. His goals regulation says or what? We've got Huey Gilchrist out now, so Huey went a 42.98 last time out. What might be Huey's best. Taking that very wide there. He had 2 stabs at that corner, which would have cost him a little bit of time. Huey split with a 19.58. Split into the 19 is always good. Going to knock Danny off there with a 43.20. 43.20.
Ready, Mitch?
Yeah, mate. On to you.
Okay, just here with Danny Napick. Looks like hopefully that was a good enough time to get through to the top 3, mate.
Yeah, I'm hoping it is. I don't think it was, but we've been chasing revs all day and can't find them. But it felt better that run and probably too late. But anyway.
Oh, you got to be in it to win it, mate. So hopefully you get through to the next round, eh?
Fingers crossed. We'll see how we go.
Thanks, Danny.
Thanks, mate.
So Huey's just pipped him. So this puts Daniel Warburton on the bubble, but unfortunately he had a DNF, so he wouldn't get to run again anyway. If he'd finished the lap, that's the problem with eliminations. But we've still got Justin and we've still got Ollie to run here. So running Jake with Justin's daughter in the boat here with Ollie.
Right.
She's actually the fastest Royalians.
There you go.
I can talk the fastest. So Ollie's previous best. Quickest lap last time out, 41. So Justin pearled that 40. So Ollie's going to be chasing that 40. Moving some water and moving some steering. Boat's looking real slick on the water though.
Horsepower too.
Yeah. The guys from Magnum Automotive over there in NZ, they've got a strong motor. Quite a few. Ollie comes through there with a 41.06. 41.06. Split time was an 18.79. So we saw Justin last time out into an 18.5 in the split. Got him into the 40s, so, you know.
Yeah, Danny's
You're
Can he back it up? Yeah, mate, on you.
Okay, just down there with Hugh Gilchrist. A few people would have watched you race around here for a couple of years now, and it looks like you're going pretty good today. You've made it in.
boat is feeling really good. Motor's going. Track direction has been fairly good all day, which has been a problem in the boat.
Just on the edge of the frequency there, I think, rookie. So if you can get Justin out of the boat and drag him over this way a bit closer. Ollie. Justin's last split was an 18.5 as he comes through there now with an 18.47. So he's back on quick one again. We should see this down into the 40s again, which is really going to put the pressure on Silverton for next lap out. Because Ollie won't like being beaten. He's, Justin goes through there with a 40.50. So half a second up on Ollie Silverton coming into the top three.
Top three done.
So, unfortunately for Daniel Warburton and Danny Napick, time to put it on the trailer. Guys have been good all day, but unfortunately, guys, just didn't have quite enough.
You ready, Mitch?
Yeah, mate, on you.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just here with Ollie Silverton. He's come over from New Zealand to race with us this year. Looks like Justin's got you a little bit here today. You got something for him?
Don't know. We'll save our best for last, hopefully. Hopefully we have got something, but he's got the wood on us in the last two, so yeah, we're going to have to pull something out.
So you've been sandbagging, or is that for real?
We're for real, mate. Yep.
I don't know whether I believe you or not. All right, Ollie, hope you have a great run in the top three.
Thank you.
People wouldn't sandbag, would they?
No, not Ollie. Ollie's too honest. Honest Ollie, they call him. I don't know where, but I've heard it. So we see Jamie Welsh out here now. Bouncing around. Obviously, they're still having dramas trying to keep this thing from porpoising. I don't know whether it's taken a bit of a hit. I noticed earlier there's a bit of a dent in the side of it. Whether there's something not right underneath or what's going on there, but
I was about to say he's driving the wheels off it, but he's driving the whole of it at the moment. Trying to get it in there.
The problem is when you're bouncing around, you can't get a good grasp on where the corner is.
Look at the track; it's like a washing machine.
Yeah. And you're not getting. He mowed the end of that island, so Jamie through there. Split time was a 20.44, goes through with a 45.67. So statistically, that'll be the end for Welshie, but anyway.
You ready, Mitch?
Yeah, mate, on you.
All right, just here with your brother Justin Rawlins, one of your locals from down here. Well, Forbes is local to here anyway. That was a good run. That's the fastest time for the top three. How's the boat feeling, mate?
Feels fantastic, mate. Huge ups to Pulse Race Boats and JRE Race Engines. They're an unbelievable combination.
What about the steering wheel attendant?
Yeah, he's had to wake up to himself this weekend, so we've got another run to go yet. Don't talk too soon.
You must be in somewhat lesser paddock out there than what you used to be. You're about 10, 15 kilos down?
Yeah, mate, I gave up the Maccas and the pies and the beers. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'm still on the beers.
Thanks for that, Just. Good luck, eh?
Magic Mike Hessel out there now. He's going to lay everything on the line here. Unfortunately for his partner in crime, Luke, I don't think Luke made it through. The boys have been around about the mid-19s, so Mike's going to be standing on that loud pedal, and then truck stacks are going to be putting some chuff out of him there to see where he goes. A 42.86. 42.86, so to get him in there, he went a 43. So he's picked up about half a second, so he's going to be pretty happy with that. So we've seen Maniac into the 4.0s. We've seen Finchy in Loose Cannon into the 38s, and we've seen Hutto in Phoenix Lubricants into the 39. So, it's going to be a big ask But stranger things have happened. That is actually Mike's quickest time too. Previously, his quickest time was a 42.87, so he's gone 42.86. So he'd be pretty happy. I'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you'd have to be pretty happy.
You can put it on the trailer. If you can drive it on the trailer with your fastest run up your sleeve, that's pretty good.
I mean, you know, unless you're going to be that thing, you're fighting against yourself some of the time, right? Yeah, you just want to better your own time. Trophies are nice, but personal improvement's good.
100%. Yeah, TJ's quickest run out there so far has been a 40.75. Can he get into that 39 bracket? He's come through with an 18.6 to the split. Justin Roylance went an 18.4 and he was a 40.5, so I don't think we're going to see him into the 39s. He's gone a 41.28. So he's gone a little bit slower than his previous best, but conservative. The boat's still in one piece.
It seemed to be moving a lot more water that run.
Yeah, he might have put a little bit more boat back in the water, nozzled it down a little bit, and you know, just to try and use a bit more of the power and all that. It may have washed a bit of speed off for him, but
The interesting thing I was thinking then, though, for say he made
Ready, Mitch?
Oh, yeah, mate, on you.
Okay, just here with just been out in Spartan time. How's that run, mate?
Yeah, it's a bit better. It's getting a bit wilder as we get a bit quicker, but stoked to see Luke here push me on a bit.
Is it the boat or is it you that's getting wilder?
Oh, yeah, I think it's the both of us, to be honest.
All right, mate, good luck. I hope you make it through.
Rightio, we've got Daryl Hutton up now. Phoenix Lubricant, so Hutto's been into the 39.5 so far. He's going to want to stick it to Tyler this weekend, who has been into the 38s. So if Hutto can get his nose down into the 38s, might put that little bit of pressure on that Tyler Finch needs. Hutto very wide on the exit of that island. Hear the revs pick up there now. Comes through with a 39.70, so not quite his quickest run. He comes through the split with a 17.91. So with that, we see Jamie Welsh back on the trailer. Jamie Welsh back on the trailer. So now we've got Mike Hessel, Tremaine Jukes, and Daryl Hutton sitting in the top three with one boat yet to come. The loose cannon, Tyler Finch. The boat everyone comes to see, mate. This thing, as you've seen, it is an absolute animal on water.
Yeah. And then somehow it's only been maybe a second faster than the second fastest. It just looks really slick when it's operating, right?
It is.
But this is a shootout. You stuff it, and you're stuffed.
Yeah.
No doubt.
We just might wait till Brookie finishes. Brookie, I might just wait till Tyler finishes this run, and you can grab TJ. TJ there. Tyler's just going out now, so Tyler's quickest so far is a 38.72. The split will give us a good idea on where he's at. Split comes through with a 17.864. 17.864. I think we're going to see him in the 39s again. Hutto might have actually been a little bit quicker to that split. Tyler Finch with a 39.38. Daryl Hutton with a 39.70. And Tremaine Jukes gets into the top three with a 41.28. And I believe you're down there with TJ now, mate.
Yep. Yeah, just down. After that run there in the top, to get in the top three, mate, how was that?
Yeah, look, it's really not playing the game. It hasn't all day. But look, I'm pretty happy with it. It's hoping to keep it together for the rest of the day. So if we can, just tweak it and put a few more band-aids on it, we'll probably get through it.
So if it doesn't come back on fire, eh?
Well, don't worry about that, mate. She's done her job for that run.
Good luck in the top three, eh? LS's to the dummy grid, please. Top three.
So unfortunately for Mike Hessel in Spartan time and Welshie in the Natwell boat, guys are no longer racing today. He's now spectating. So through to the top three in Unlimited, we'll see Tyler Finch, Darryl Hutton, and Tremaine Jukes.
I've become pretty good fans of all these guys today, watching on. It's sad to see that some are going to miss out, but to watch the finals is what we're here to see.
Yeah, Mitch.
Yep.
Yeah, just got Darryl Hutton down here in the pits. How was that run in the top six, mate?
Yeah, it was right. Yeah, we just had to go out and do enough to get into the three, and so we did that. But it's the next one's going to be hard, mate. The sun's nearly there now, and once you get that spray on your visor, and we will get the sun this next time. It's going to, it's if it was earlier on, if we're doing a night run, we'd be calling it about now to do the sun break. So, yeah, hopefully we stay in the water.
Yeah, so for the people that don't know, that's when you're running across the centre of the track, back towards the crowd, that sun's shining straight in your eyes and you can't see the track, eh?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. It's getting pretty low and the shadows are getting out there, so yeah, it's it looks easy, but when you get that sun, it just adds that little bit of extra to it. So we'll see how we go.
Well, let's hope it doesn't play a factor in this top three finals this afternoon. And what I heard you say for Tyler, if he's listening, is you got a little bit left for him and you're going to bring it on the next run, yeah?
Yeah, if we can. And there's I wouldn't say I've been taking it easy, but it's not a bad rotation, and hopefully we get it through. But we also, if the sun's down, we got to put this thing in a container and send it to New Zealand, and I want to do it with the same sides in it that it's got in there now in the same wrap. So, we don't want to break it, that's for sure.
Because that can change super easily, eh?
Yeah, it's 50 millimetres away from being a hero to being a panel beater.
All right, thanks, Nutsy. Hope you have a great run home. See ya.
Great insight there.
It is.
Yep. 50 millimetres, and I have no doubt he's not even lying. Yep, no doubt.
There's not much in it. Probably less than that. You can go from hero to zero fairly quick. Seen it happen here. There's been plenty of boats do some good pirouettes and barrel rolls and all that sort of stuff. Hopefully we don't see that tonight.
It's like, I guess, do you bring an extra 10% to try and win this round, or do you keep the car nice, the boat nice, and then you can take it to New Zealand without any stress?
100%.
But, once you're in that boat strapped in, you want to win.
As we see Darren out here now. Darren Pollard. Pretty stoked, didn't race last meet, but pretty stoked to be back out there this time round. See the glare off that. You can see the spray. You can see the shadows. Yeah. Just there, where that sun becomes an issue. Turn it back into that. You just grab that island there, so you can't straight line straight out of there. Depending on how quick you've made.
This is the run.
This is the run. This is. Some say checkers or wreckers. There's another spot there where the sun hits it. This is coming back through the middle, like Hutto said.
Might have got through
So now he's got a jet unit full of mud. So Darren comes through there. His split was a 20.39. He comes through the traps there with a 44.80.
Hold on a sec, Mitch. Group A's to the dummy grid, please.
Group A's to the dummy grid. Yeah, so Darren just snagged the bank. Maybe that sun was a bit of an issue just as he come around there. Just snagged the bank as he come around under the start, not the start finish line, the finish line.
What do you think's happening now? He's just this bit of batteries.
I think the batteries are fine. I think he's just the. Don't put your hand over the bottom too. That's where the. Sorry, a quick battery change on the mic there for Brookie. So, Darren going through there with a 44.80. A little bit untidy right at the end. We see Kyle Elkins now. Really throwing everything he's got at trying to make this this package quicker and quicker.
There's a real battle at the front in this class.
It has been, yeah. So, Bastion and Nate not here this weekend. Matty Harrop's really stepped up. And maybe the trumpet's got something to do with that. Maybe it's his lucky charm. It could be lucky egg month. And, yeah.
It's my egg.
Zanka. But, yeah, so Kyle really throwing this thing around. Trying to get it back in here. So his split was quicker than Darren's.
Very tight.
The 42 flat, 42.005. So it's probably going to be a hard one to beat for. Look, Matty has gone into the 41s.
Yep.
But he's done it with no pressure. The best thing that Matty can do is not know about that 42 flat.
And like he wouldn't know right now, would he? No. Maybe.
Unless he was listening.
Yeah, true.
Or unless somebody just told him. That happens sometimes too, so.
Yeah. He certainly wouldn't be able to hear what we're saying, but yeah.
No, definitely not.
And like you were saying before, he's chosen to go last.
Chosen to go last, so he's chosen to chase.
Yeah.
Reckon that'd sound like a train horn if it coughed? Like a ship horn. Maybe we nickname him Foghorn. So the split we need to keep an eye on is better than a 19.40. And
Oh yeah.
He's got a 19.12, so he's three tenths up on the split. Nice and tight through there. He's straight line that. That's a gutsy line taking that up the back there, but it's worked for him. He comes through there with a 41.93. 41.93. So Kyle's closed that gap. Hands together for Matty Harrop.
0.71 of a second. 0.071, sorry.
Matty Harrop, Jamie Moroney. Hands together, guys. So Kyle's
right,
closed
Mitch?
that gap. Yeah, mate.
Yeah, just here with Darren Pollard, third place. First time in the top three for the LSs. How was that today, bud?
It was absolutely perfect day, perfect track, perfect location, perfect direction. Yeah, boat went great all day, so no complaints from me. And we got a podium, so happy.
So worthwhile buying a new boat, is that what you're saying?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, definitely. wouldn't change what we've done. It's been fantastic, so.
Thanks, Darren. Have a good night, mate.
Gilchrist up now in the matrix. So we see Darren Pollard, 44.80. Kyle Elkins with 42 flat. Matty Harrop, 41.93. So only 0.069 of a second. Kyle hands that to Matty. Well, we see Huey Gilchrist out here. Leaning on this thing.
He hasn't got off that.
He has barely lifted. Seemed like a bit of a miss. The thing just started to break down a little bit towards the end there, so maybe it got a bit of water in the. See, that's probably the downside. So Huey's gone through with a 19.43 to the split and a 46.14, but that's not respective of how his lap was going. Towards the end there, machine died down. We might have to get the recovery boat back out for this one.
You right, Mitch?
Yeah, mate. Take your lasso out with you, mate.
All right, we're just here with Kyle. Great effort today, second place. How's the boat going? Because it's a pretty new package, isn't it?
Yeah, mate, it's just a new package. It's only 3 races old, but no, look, mate, we're getting our heads around it. It's going really good. It's definitely a step up from the old Sprint Tech that we had. So, yeah, super stoked with the Pulse package.
Cool. And you've made some changes on the boat for this race meeting. You happy with them?
Yeah, mate, we made a heap of changes. Yeah, pretty happy with the way it handled and performed today. Unfortunately, the boat fought us a fair bit throughout the day with some issues, but yeah, look, it is what it is, and we're really happy with how the day turned out.
Yeah, cool. And you're looking forward to going to the World Series in this Pulse package?
Yeah, definitely, mate. Can't wait. You know, the boat's going in the container at the end of December, so I'll be very keen to get over there.
Yeah. Should be a great time over there. So congratulations on today, and look forward to watching you over there.
Yeah, big thanks.
Good job, Kyle. You closed that gap in on Matty Harrable all day. Matty just had a little bit up on you to get that gap down to 0.069 of a second.
Battle of the trumpets.
Yeah, maybe it's only your little trumpet that you got, Kyle. You need the big one like Matty's.
He's looking at it now.
Sign the trumpet while you're there.
Or rip it off.
The foghorn. Nah, great drive there from Matty. You know, big effort from Matty Harrab and the Moist Az crew and No Limits Racing, whatever you want to call it. They campaign all the way over from New Zealand. They come over to race over here. You know, big effort. So big cost, big, you know, everything.
And it's paid off.
100%, it's paid off. You know, it's got to be hard to have your boat in a different country and to turn up there. You know, not everyone can afford to just take an extra couple of days off work to go over and sort it out. They probably scrimmage their holidays just enough to be able to get over and sort all that out.
And you're not at the comfort or to your own tools, your workshop, you know, things like that.
You know, it's not just him either. It's a handful of them. You know, you need to bring 4 or 5 guys over. And Jamie, they're pretty lucky. Jamie's from over this way, so.
What's sort of the minimum crew you can have with a jet boat?
Yeah, you can get away with maybe 2.
Yep.
1 or 2, like.
On top of the 2 guys.
Well, when we used to do it, we'd have myself, a navvy, and just one guy help him, John O, my other brother, John O.
Yeah.
Doing all that. So it sounds like Brookie's back online.
Hey, Mitch.
Yep.
Just got Matty Harrop down here. Today's winner.
You have to get into the line of sight a bit better there, Brookie.
It's all right. I'll get him to move forward because he's still sitting in a boat for his victory lap. Right, Matty. Now we might be able to hear you. How was that run, mate?
Yeah, it wasn't my best and finest work, but it did the job.
Well, at the end, you just got to do the best you have for that race, and if that's a win, that's a win, eh?
I'll take it any day of the week, mate.
And you didn't make the same mistake twice? You didn't run over the bank up the end there in the second run?
No, I pulled it in a bit tighter.
Good stuff. Congratulations, mate, and looking forward to the World.
Here we got Ollie Silverton. Probably say Justin Smith is an 18.4. We need to see Ollie 18.4 or better to the split. He comes through there with an 18.6, so he's got a little bit of chasing to do in the back end of the track. Through there, the 40.75, so good job there, Ollie. This one's for you, Mikey. That's a clean run. Ollie be pretty happy with that. You know, he's put the pressure on here. As we know, Justin's still got to get this one down, so hopefully a little bit of a shadow come across there too, which might work in his favour. Boat looking beautiful on the water here. Tommy the tugboat just coming back here after bringing Hugh back in. Justin through with an 18.29. 18.29. He's got 0.3 of a second up on Ollie at the split. Very wide on that corner. It's good. 40.30. Hands together for Just. He's been chasing Ollie for the last 2 years. 40.30. So he's just shy of a half a second win over Ollie. Ollie with a time of 40.754. Huey Gilchrist, as we said, not a true indication of his run. Had an issue there, but it was a 46.14. So hands together for Justin Roylance, taking the win. 0.45 of a second.
Yeah, not a lot. Not a lot at all.
Not a lot in it.
No. No, not as close as the LS class.
Not as close, no. That was 0.06.
Yeah, 9. I said 7-1, but you know.
Have you got me, Mitch?
Yeah, mate, on you.
Yep. Yeah, just down here with Bree Roylance. This is Justin's wife. Been in the sport with him for a fair while. Got out of the boat. And yeah, tell us how you're feeling, Bree.
I probably can't say it on the microphone, but hell yes.
Beep,
Thanks,
beep,
Bree.
beep, beep, beep. We'll beep it all out. Might be a few celebratory drinks down there at that camp tonight, I'd say.
Yeah, well deserved too, no doubt.
Oh, Tyler's going to give him something to chase. So we'll just watch this run of Tyler's first, Brookie, and then you can have a chat to Just. Tyler Finch opting to go first this time round, so Tyler's going to go out, lay a lap down, take the pressure off himself, and give something for, who ended up back in there? It was Daryl Hutton and TJ. Give something for the other two twin turbo boats to chase. Tyler's definitely going to be one to watch for the World Series. I'd hate to be here racing too. I'd sit it out this weekend because I wouldn't want to get beaten with Tyler and then have to go into the World Series, knowing that this thing is an absolute animal and got everything covered. So Tyler's gone through there with that. He's gone back to that 38, mate. 38.39. So hands together. That's going to be something hard for the other guys to catch. So. Yeah. Good job, Tyler, piecing that one together.
We did say 37 earlier, didn't we?
No, he went to the low 38. Where are we down here? 38.72 was his quickest up until then. So
this is the
got a 38.39. So that is his quickest. On you, mate.
Yep. Just so I got a quick break. We've got the three the three men in the top three.
Three must be quiz.
Yeah. Justin, how's it feel?
I forgot what it felt like, mate. It's unbelievable. This bloke's been whooping me for the last 2 years. It's been fantastic.
How's it feel to get beaten by Aussie?
He's the only Aussie I like getting beaten by, and it's just redemption on Mitch. See, I had everything. That was all I had.
All right, we'll let them do this.
Hello, just coming through here now with a split time of a 17.845. 17.845. So Tyler's was a 17.425. So we might see very low 39 here, or possibly into the 38s. $38.80. Very, very good. So he's got to be very happy with that. He was actually quicker in the back half of the track. So Tyler's first split was a 17.425. with Hutto's a 17.845. The second half of the track, Tyler went a 20.968, and Hutto went a 20.956. So hundredth of a second quicker in the back half of the track, but unfortunately close to 0.4 of a second slower in the front half. So
I'll just, Mitch.
Yeah, mate, on you.
Okay, I'll just finish off this quickly. Hugh, what happened?
Unfortunately, we just ran out of fuel because our fuel cap may have come off halfway through.
That's probably one of the best ones I've heard, but that's great. Yep, so good to see you up there in the top 3, mate.
Thanks, Brooke. Yeah, no, great day.
And you two, who's going to go and win the World Series?
Oh, we've got to flip a coin.
Maybe Homegrown Advantage will come in handy.
There's a few others there as well.
Yeah. All right, so they're coming. All those guys in New Zealand, they're coming. They're fit, they're race fit. Watch out for them.
There we go, last run of the day.
Last run of the day, so everyone up on your feet. Give TJ a good cheer. You've got a fair bit of chasing to do here, but if anyone can do it, TJ definitely can. I've seen him come from a fair way back before and really stand on it. So 18.75, so he's roughly a second off Hutto's split, close to a second and a half off Finchy. Comes back down through under the finish line here. We see him into the 40.76. 40.76. Hands together. Tremaine Jukes in Maniac takes the third step. Daryl Hutton in Phoenix Lubricants on the second step. Tyler Finch, Loose Cannon, run of the day with a 38.39, takes the win in Unlimited. So good job there today, Finchy. A bit of a wrap up on that. We see Darren Pollard come home in third in Disturbed in LS. Kyle Elphingston, Blackout Racing, took the second step. Matty Harrop got the biggest trumpet award and got the first place in LS. And an upset in the Group A. We see Huey Gilchrist in the Matrix take third step. Ollie Silverton, PSP Racing out of New Zealand, take the second step. And big bro Justin Roylance in the Outlaw boat take the top step. So, you know, that's been a win in the making for a fair while. I know the boys had the boat completely apart in the between rounds, done a fair bit of work, and the work's paid off. So, mate, bit of a wrap. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon it's been exciting here today, mate. So I've never been here live in person to see this. I've seen a whole bunch of competitors go at it all day.
Mitch.
Oh, here we go.
Hang on.
You right?
Yeah, mate. On you, mate.
Daryl Hutton, second place today. How's it feeling? And tell us about what happened with the boat.
Oh, look, it was we had a pretty good run. I can't complain. The sun held off for us. It sort of hid behind the cloud, which was fantastic. But yeah, I just see we've split the back of our jet unit half off, so maybe could have, should have, would have. You never know. But hey, Tyler's been he was going to be the man to beat today, and so we come pretty close to him. That's good enough.
I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Putting that pressure on so that they can't just get away with it. It's good for you as well. You have chipped away all day and you got faster and faster, so you must be feeling confident.
Yeah, some of the changes we made to the boat today, I think it's gone forward. So, yeah, which is it's exciting until we pull the whole unit of bits and see what's broken inside. So, yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, what came off to go through the back of it?
Yeah, exactly, mate. Yeah, something pretty big.
Well, anyway, that should be easy to fix in the side or something like that if you're going to New Zealand for the Worlds. So congratulations and look forward to watching you in New Zealand.
Thanks, Rocky. Cheers.
I know you've got to be pretty happy, mate. You're actually quicker than him in the back half of the track, so whatever come loose, that may have been a godsend. Might have made you a little bit quicker.
Who knows, yeah.
So, but anyway, mate, before Brookie grabs somebody else, yeah, we got Finchy out there doing his victory lap. Keep that flag down. You don't want to take out the starting tower, starting the timing loop. So hopefully he's got enough fuel too. A few people are going out for the victory lap.
I'm sure you've seen it run out, yeah.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah,
mate,
no, well deserved.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Oh, it's been an honour to be here today to witness this. Probably some of the times I'm quite quiet, it's because my jaw's on the floor, like watching these guys compete. And it's just like, the closer it gets every round and then every top 12, it just makes you more nervous, for these guys. And yeah, what a form of motorsport. Like, honestly, yeah, it's exceeded my expectations, which were already super high.
Yeah, no, that's good, mate.
For years I've wanted to see this. And
the next step is to get your bum in a seat and go for a lap and really experience it from the level down on the track. So
that'd be great.
No, it was definitely good to have you up here, mate.
Thanks,
I'm,
mate.
I'm glad you come along, and glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, it was good. Really good. Thanks to the crowd for listening to my gibber today and being a bit green, asking a lot of questions. And maybe some other people had the same sort of questions. I think, but it's a form of motorsport I'd like to see. Yeah, I'll be telling all my friends, that's for sure.
No, that's good, mate. Thanks to the crowd. Thanks for everyone for supporting us here today for round 3 at the Australian V8 Superboats, brought to us by Penrite Oils. So over and out from here at TEMORA, New South Wales.
Just quickly get TJ.
Oh, hang on. Got TJ, and I suppose you better grab Finchy too when he gets out.
Yeah, I'll get him soon in a sec. I'm just here with Tremaine. Probably not your most happy day today, but tell us how it feels at the end of making the top 3.
Yeah, look, I think we might have put that one to bed, mate. She come on with the oil light on over the finish line. She's a little bit unhappy, but we intended on ripping it out next week. It's going to spend probably a month on a dyno. A lot of changes coming. Boat's going on a diet, and so am I. So we'll come back next year at Keith, and we should be holding our own by then, so it'll be good.
He did say he was going to get a birthday, just probably not the way he wanted it.
Yeah, no, but that's all right. Look, it was going to happen anyway.
All right, thanks, TJ. Have a great night.
We see Justin Roylance out there doing the victory lap.
I like this victory lap thing, it's wild.
Yeah, one in the making. As long as they remember to pull the flag down before they go through the finish line, that'd be really handy. Or the start,
There we go.
Tracy's got the flag down coming into the start chute, so you're going to try and wet someone in the crowd here? No, I would have.
All right, Mitch.
Go for it.
On you, mate.
Just got Tyler Finch here. You've been working on this boat for a while. You've had a couple of wins in it. How's it feeling now?
Yeah, made a fair few changes during the day, and I think we made a few gains. Learned a lot, so it's a good thing. And it's good to see we've gained a fair bit of time since last time we did the track direction. I think well over a second above Fonzie, which it's always good. It was a good day's racing, and that last run of Nutsies had us on our toes.
Even see what's going on. They might not maybe drive any.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since...
You trying to do a burnout and doing donuts. It's not uncommon to see a sprint boat end up on the island now.
This is when it...
Still standing there, let him know, but remind him of his. That's how you do a celebration lap. Back down. The bigger donut pool. Oh no, thought he would have done it for sure.
All good.
Glad to see you out here. Glad
it was
to now tell him need to make it a
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
Penrite, Australian made, family owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian made for Australian conditions since 1926.